Welcome to Boxing Fans Talk TV. I'm your host, TDT. You can refer to me as Miss T. Turning off my phone. And y'all saw the thumbnail. We're going to review some upcoming boxing news or relevant news. And then we're going to mosey on into the grown woman talk for this evening. Y'all know what time it is. It's Friday. So let's turn to. Welcome back to Boxing Fans Talk TV. As I said before, I'm your host, TDT. You can refer to me as Miss T. At the top of the hour, you know what we do. Y'all know, simple routine, water check. Water check. At this point, this is the 10th bottle. So after I drink this, that would be 80 ounces of water that I've drank today. You know, the goal is 100 ounces of water. We don't do no dairy. And what else we don't do? We eat chicken, turkey, or tuna fish. No dairy, chicken, tuna fish, and we took our bread. So, but we more than anything, we drink our water. So that gets us through the day. It's good to drink water when you wake up in the morning to start your engine, and it's good to lubricate the system at night right before you go to sleep because your body do a lot of work when it's asleep. So that's our water check as always. Let me move some stuff around, get it out the way. We was gonna talk about some reviews or some latest boxing news or whatever. I'm actually gonna start off by reading the boxing schedule. I think I got it up. Let me make sure also that the phone lines are open. Um, because it's a call-in show. You could call in. Let me bring it up. I gotta type it in. To get the latest boxing news or the schedule. Some things be changed, and I'll let you guys know some of the new changes or movement of fight dates that I read today. So hold on. Hold tight. All right. So this is a short list. So Russell Jr., Gary Russell Jr. and Mag Sayo is going to be on Showtime January 22nd at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kasekau versus Martinez is on ESPN January 29th at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eubank Jr. versus Williams, Sky Sports, February 5th, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shields, that's Clarissa Shields versus Codson, Sky Sports Fight TV, February 5th, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ramirez versus Jose Pedraza, that's ESPN Plus. That's that damn site. I can't stand it. ESPN Plus, February 5th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then Thurman versus Barrios, Fox pay-per-view, February 5th, at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm actually gonna get that fight. I ain't gonna do Keith dirty like that. Amir Khan versus Kell Brook, Sky Sports, February 19, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I have read somewhere that fight was canceled. I don't know how true it is. Or maybe somebody was saying it might be canceled. I'm not sure. But it's on the schedule. And then Taylor, that's Josh Taylor versus Catterall, the fight he promised to fulfill with this guy. It had got moved. I don't know if it was COVID. It was something, some kind of illness or injury. It got moved or pushed back to February 26th, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on ESPN Plus and Sky Sports. And then the fight you want to see, to the casuals, those who you are looking at me on Facebook, what's up? What's up? Come on in to the YouTube channel, like and subscribe, or engage in the chat, beam in or call in. But come on in and like and subscribe and chat with us, chop it up with us that way. Russell Jr., Gary Russell Jr. and Max Hale, that's gonna be a good fight. That's gonna be a good fight because it's Gary Russell Jr. after all. That's why it's gonna be good. It's a free fight if you got Showtime. Max Hale, he works under Pacquiao, one of Pacquiao boys that he trying to bring up. Be sure to catch the Shields versus Coggins. Remember that's on February 5th. Be sure to check out Clarissa Shields. Every time she fights, we shall all be watching. And to me, the next big one is Thurman versus Barrios, but Amir Khan versus Kell Brook, that should be somewhat interesting. I ain't saying break your neck to go see it. The only thing to make Josh Taylor, because I'm not a huge fan of his, but he is undisputed at junior welterweight. That is 140-pound division. So that should be interesting. That's why you will want to see that one. But outside of that, so let's get it in. And again, I know it's kind of confusing, but my show comes on at 7:30 every day, Monday through Friday. 7:30. I go about an hour, hour and a half, maybe 2. It depends on how much information I got or how the show is going. I try to stay in as long as I can, but I just give the news, my opinion. I welcome all of you guys' opinion. But come through, hit the like button, smash the subscribe button. If you haven't already subscribed, if you subscribe once, you're good to go for the duration. But every time you come in to the show, hit the like button, smash that like button, and we can go from there. So you got Joe Smith, right? If anybody don't know who Joe Smith Jr. is, he has the what was it, WBO title in the lightweight division, light heavyweight division. I'm sorry, light heavyweight division, and he's going his replacement fighter for the guy Callum Johnson, I think that's his name. He had to bow out because he caught COVID. Now y'all heard me talk about in my previous videos that maybe it should be a tactic that fighters or promoters or whoever doing a contract to add into the contract that these people be fully vaccinated. True enough, you have a right not to be vaccinated. True enough, but you're costing people millions of dollars on the line. Something got to give. So to me, this is where that something got to give come in. It's not that COVID can be cured. It's not that if you take the vaccination, you can't never catch it. All it does is minimize the risk of either catching it or what can happen to you when you catch it. That's all it does. If you don't take the vaccination, you run that risk. Anything can happen. But I do agree at this point that it should be a tactic used when putting these contracts together. Oh, right quick. I don't I have a shirt that has my emblem on it. And I kind of decided that I was going to wear my own merchandise when I come on the show every day. It looks just like that behind me. That actually says Let's Turn Two. And so those are shirts that I get made. I got some more shirts coming. Um, I'm not like selling them or nothing like right now. One day I will get to that point. But that's what I'm gonna wear every time I do the show. Save me from trying to like, put together a whole bunch of outfits and this, that, and the other, my personal clothes. So I'm just doing the show, y'all. But Joe Smith Jr. versus Steve Gefford. I think I pronounced the name right. Gefford is a replacement for Callum Johnson. They going for the WBL light heavyweight. That fight is going to be January 15th, 2022. Of course, this year. I'll just say the dates. And I'm going to leave off the year. We know we in 22. Excuse me ahead of time if I ever say 2021. You know, that residual or whatever be lingering over. But January 15th on ESPN at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This guy is Steve Gefford. He's ranked number 8 in the WBL. And Callum Johnson was the intended target, but he came down with COVID. And remember, the good thing to remember about him, the reason why I even talk about him is because he had to come out and put it out on Front Street that he ain't interested in the fight with Canelo. So I don't know if behind the scenes Canelo was reckless eyeballing him or whatever, but he had to come out and say it. So that's why he's of note to me, because if Canelo wasn't eyeballing him, why would he even put that out on Front Street? But let me tell you one thing. I am not interested in fighting Canelo. We and him, we're not going to chop it up. And that's what Joe Smith Jr. has said recently. But he is interested in fighting Beterbiev and Bivol, who hold titles in the same division. So, and we just saw Beterbiev fight Marcus Brown, and demolished him, So, those are good fights right there. I don't know much about Joe Smith Jr. He's probably the easiest of the three. And that's why Canelo probably was eyeballing him. Anywho, moving on. Eddie Hearn will appeal WBC's ruling of the 80-20 split for Tyson Fury and Dillian White, aka Taco Meat. You remember that Taco Meat wanted 55-45 split. Now, I remember in the article, previous videos I read that Bob Arum said, we offering him $5.5 million. To offer him anything more, like if we went up to $10 million, where does it stop? That was the feeling of Bob. Bob felt like he did him a solid. Dillian White's last outing, he earned $300,000. So 5.5 is a big ass jump. It really is. But I would never be in the business, even if I don't like them. And I really don't like neither one of these guys. I would not be in the business to be like, Dillian, you got enough. You made enough. But don't be like T.O. and lose the little bit that you got. You better know when to hold them and fold them and walk away. But they're going to appeal that decision. And the thing is, what I'm curious to find out, because I think when you're in arbitration, Tyson couldn't do nothing. Remember, Deontay was in arbitration concerning Tyson. He couldn't do nothing. He wanted to do something. Remember, they lied about trying to make a fight in Dubai between him and AJ. That shit wasn't going down till the arbitration was finally decided. And so Frank Warren has come out as of recent saying that Tyson Fury is going to fight March 26th. Like, he actually gave a date. And they also said that Tyson was going to fight, for the Ring magazine, which is not a real belt. It's a designator. If you want to look at it like it's a designator, and you don't have to have it. You're never in your whole career have to be concerned with getting a Ring magazine title or whatever, because it's just some people sitting around voting on it. And it's not an objective or a concrete vote. It's just who they want to give it to. And so Tyson seemed to think, or Bob and them try to float it out there as if we're not paying attention, that their next fight is going to be for the ring title. Well, it's not a real title. And if you have a title and you fight somebody, you fighting for that title. Now, if his opponents, whoever they may be, let him get away with it, then that's their dumb ass. But technically, like if it was me and you want to fight me, we fighting for that title. Even if I know I can't win or whatever, we fighting for the title. You ain't gonna tell me we fighting for no ring title. That ain't the title. So don't try to make it be something and legitimize it now because you trying to avoid what you're obligated to do. Now Tyson Fury is obligated to fight his mandatory, which is taco meat, Dillian White. Dillian White, 5.5 million. Some can argue and say that's a lot of money. That will hook you and your husband up real good. You know, talking about Dillian and his husband. But Dillian may feel he need more. So I wasn't mad that he was, saying we want to do 10, like start at 10. And that's where he wanted to start the negotiation at 10. Tyson Fury, I don't care what they say, he's not a draw. He's a draw when he's fighting Deontay Wilder. It depends on his dance partner. If Dillian got paid $300,000 his last outing, then that means somebody who he works for, Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, feels like he's not a draw either. But he is fair game for him to negotiate whatever he want to negotiate. Now, that nothing could be done while they was in arbitration. Now they was trying to strong arm the boxing world by saying, you know what, here go Frank Warren. Tyson gonna have this fight March 26th, and we're gonna fight for the title, the ring title, or whatever. And Bob Arum co-signing the bullshit and everything. Well, we learned with Deontay, Tyson couldn't make a move until the arbitration was done. Now the arbitration that Dillian White, aka Taco Meat, got is done. But what happens when you appeal something? And halt is what happens. Everything stops. And halt. Everything stops. Because if you can stop everything when it's arbitration going down at the time, then suffice to say you can stop it when you're in appeal, when you're appealing something. So the fact that they hurry up and appealed it, you got to let due process happen. So I don't think that Tyson can move forward with any fight until the appeal is decided. Now, this is of note. Eddie Hearn is saying once the appeal is decided, either way it goes, 80-20, 55-45, whatever, either way it goes, they're going to get to have, the deciding factor. Even though Tyson has the belt, they're going to fight when they say. So he basically throwing up in Frank Warren's in them face that, hey, this March 26th date, you can blow it out your ass because it's going to be when we say it is. You know what I'm saying? And they kind of got Tyson Fury by the, they kind of got him. He's stuck where he is until he satisfies or rectifies this mandatory that he got with Dillian White. So that's what's going on. Like I said, Dillian wanted to, according to Bob Arum, Dillian wanted to start at 10 million. And they gave some numbers out to tell you what they kind of looking at. If the pot of the fight is $40 million, then if Dillian gets a 55-45, then that's like 18 million for him. If the pot is $50 million, which all of this shit could happen, then it's more like 22.5 million. So, but if Hearn wins, the fight goes down when he say. But even if he don't win, that March 26th date is tentative. It's not concrete because Tyson can't do nothing until it comes out of appeal. He couldn't do nothing until it came out of arbitration. He's stuck like Chuck. Gotta let due process happen. So that's the latest on that. We'll be keeping a watchful eye on those things. If you're coming in, smash the like button and the subscribe button. Hook that up for me. Anywho, let's move on. Joseph Parker is on a roll. He just, battered Chisora lately. He just had a fight with Chisora and he won handily. And so he's trying to better position himself into a title fight. They all are. They all like hungry all of a sudden. Now the Deontay seemed like he's quiet, sitting on the sideline. Remember that the Deontay, the king, the champ, is sitting on the side because he had broke his hand. You can't even see him until like what, April, May? At the earliest. Because he broke his hand. So he has to sit on the sideline for a minute. And a lot of fighters are seeming like, hey, I'm interested in fighting. I want this, I want that. All this fodder. I didn't hear much about it when Deontay was active. If you fuck around and get matched up with him, you already knew what time it was. But now that he's sidelined, I guess they're trying to come out right now and get out of getting this good. They trying to go for stuff and everything. And plus, we don't know what his plans is in the future, whether he's gonna retire or whatever. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I'm gonna assume that he's still active until he himself comes out and say otherwise. But I just noticed how the spark is it's been a spark lit under a lot of heavyweights to become more active and get out there. Hey, I'm all for it. Whatever it takes. That means we're gonna see some good boxing. Heavyweight division is the creme de la creme of all the divisions. It will always be. Only time that is not is when it's stagnated or laying dormant, kind of like when the Klitschko's held it, kind of like Joshua. He's not making the heavyweight division exciting. But now that the reins have been turned over to Usyk and Tyson is left with a belt, is making it more interesting. I think even though Tyson Fury won, which we know he didn't, but technically, or officially, I'm gonna say officially because technically he didn't, but officially he won. So, you know, that's the creme de la creme, I guess, of the boxing heavyweights. And now it seems like people got a chance. That's what I think. This is what the heavyweights are thinking. Ooh, Deontay sideline, I got a chance. Better get it while you can. Even if Deontay wasn't coming back this year, or he was, it wouldn't matter. The fact that a lot of them are interested in starting to show interest and actually getting the ring, that we can be proud of. So I'm happy about that. So Joseph Parker, he on the road. He put on a spectacular performance. I didn't see the fight, but that's what they write about. That's what the rumor mill is, that he put on a spectacular showing. And he looked a little different. Like they feel like he made improvements. I got to go back and watch the fight, but I'm not too big on either one of those two. I feel about Joseph Parker the same way I feel about Chisora, and that, not Chisora. I'm sorry to even say that name. Sorry, Chisora. The same way I feel about Martin, Charles Martin. I swear, I look at his fightings before. That's the word. If I put that together right, if I didn't, so what? I looked at how Joseph Parker fought before. I looked at how he fought AJ, and then I look at how he fights after AJ. How much did that belt cost? Just start saying AJ bought his championship. Did he buy the Olympics too? I mean, like, it's starting to look like that's two people. That shit just don't look right. The way you fought outside of AJ to the way you fought with AJ, and it's not like AJ is a Floyd Mayweather. AJ has problems with real boxers. So how in the hell did you do that poorly? You didn't even look like yourself when you fought AJ, and now after AJ, you fighting the way you fight. Now you want to position yourself for a title, okay? Because Usyk got it, and y'all sure that Usyk gonna win. And then a lot of people thinking they can take advantage of Usyk because they don't probably view him as a real heavyweight anyway. This is what's going on. So Joseph Parker, I say you on the road. He wants to fight with Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz recently said he want a shot with Tyson Fury. We know Andy Ruiz is on that scissor. He's drinking that tea. So we don't know what kind of Andy Ruiz we're going to get. We know he did lost like 200 pounds. I'm just exaggerating. I'm exaggerating. But we know Eddie Renuso, he got a hellified formula down there because this man Andy Ruiz been boxing forever. Um, Not being funny, but a lot of Mexicans tend to be more squared in their torso, and they carry a lot of weight on their torso, and nothing he did before can make him lose weight. He gets with Eddie Renuso and Canelo's team. They specialize in this shit. They specialize. So now he dropped all that damn weight. I don't know if it's Photoshop. I actually saw a picture of Andy Ruiz with motherfucking ridges in his stomach. Like he got a six pack or something. I was like, what? Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? But Andy is ready to get back in the mix. I guess his body has acclimated to the T, and he's ready to get in there and show him what he got. He was already, even though he was a big guy, big old fat dude, sloppy dude, he was a great fight. He's a good fighter. I ain't gonna lie. He is a good fighter. He can box. And so for that, hey, you gotta respect it. I pick on Andy now because he down there with Eddie Renuso and Canelo and them. And you just know some foul shit going on. I like the Andy. I don't hate Andy or dislike him, but I just, how you know, but you don't know. That's how I feel about Andy right now. He in that crew. He with the Get Fresh crew. This will be a rematch for him. If Joseph Parker and him chop it up together, this will be a rematch. And I don't even remember the first fight. I'm assuming that Andy beat him. Oh no, he lost. He lost to Parker, I think. I think that was his one loss. But Andy run that shit back. Now he's saying just all kinds of bravery, nerves of steel coming out of Eddie Renuso's camp. I wonder how much that tea costs or whatever. Did they bottle that? Can't fight. They can't fight Herkovich because the reason why they can't fight Herkovich is because of an injured elbow and eardrum. Now that's the excuse that Joseph Parker is using. Don't forget to smash the like button and the subscribe button if you come in. Don't forget to do it. I see y'all go on and smash that shit. This is the excuse that Joseph Parker is giving, that he has a injured eardrum and an injured elbow. But if you have that, then why are you anxious and interested in fighting somebody else? Unless you trying to say you don't want to fight Herkovich. It seemed like Herkovich can be added here lately to a fighter that's being avoided. He's in the heavyweight division, but for some reason a lot of people don't want to fight him, probably considering him a high risk, low reward. So that's the excuse that Joseph Parker doing. And it's the money factor too. So if he fight Herkovich, because we don't know who Herkovich is, he's kind of an unknown. He's not gonna make that much money. But if he fight Andy Ruiz, a former three belt champion, because remember he was the first person to give AJ that loss, then of course he's still a name. He's a notable name. For Joseph Parker to go, anybody to go fight Herkovich, it's almost like taking a step back. And then once you take your step back, you kind of losing in your positioning. Their reasonings are legit, but if you got mandatories, you got mandatories. Sometimes that don't mean what they think is gonna happen, like they're gonna lose their positioning, then they're gonna be pushed back to the back of the line. They gotta fight to get to the front again. It might not be the case because he is a mandatory. Now, if you picking him just to be picking a fight and that goes in and you lose him or something like that, yeah, that's a risk too. But anytime you get in the ring, it's a risk. So Joseph Parker is going for the money and the positioning, and the Ruiz is same thing. Mainly the positioning, because everybody wants the belts now, including Tyson Fury. So to go to Herkovich is like a step backwards. That's what's going on with that. So we'll be looking at that too. Anywho, moving on. Ryan Garcia calls Isaac Cruz a Chihuahua. We know that Isaac Cruz' nickname is Pitbull. So Ryan decides to call him a Chihuahua. And he called him a Chihuahua for rejecting their offer. but they're not being totally honest with the boxing streets or the boxing world when they saying this. I told you the other day that Oscar came out saying pretty much the same thing, that they rejected the offer, and he was trying to save face. Because Oscar, you fell for the bullshit that Ryan be selling. I mean, Ryan is at this point is a straight snake oil salesman. He's a charlatan. He's a grifter. What's the other word? It's three of them. Charlatan, grifter. Ah, damn. I used to know it. Charlatan, grifter, whatever. Somebody who used people. That's what Ryan Garcia is. He used other men's name to boost himself up. Wow. Wow, that's like he abusing it. It'll be one thing if it's every now and then, but he's abusing it. He saw what Cruz did with Tank. He saw the elevation and popularity that Cruz got from even facing Tank. He knows that it's smooth sailing or upward and onward for Cruz going forward, just because he had an opportunity to face the great Gervonta Davis. And this is the guy, Ryan Garcia, who called Gervonta Davis out on Mike Tyson's show, Hotboxing. But he didn't mean it. D-Ray Promotions is in the building. Salute Miss T and blessings. Salute to you too, King. But Ryan didn't mean it. Ryan does that all the time. You can set your watch to it. If it's a notable fighter that's kind of in his division, he's gonna call him out and talk about him and talk like he can beat his ass and how he'll knock him out. And then he do those little performances on that little I don't even know what kind of speed bag. A speed bag should be hanging from the ceiling, but this one is coming up off of a little stick or whatever, but it's mobile. So he does that little performance, and I'm sure it makes the ladies go wild, Ryan. Young girls who don't know nothing. I'm sure it makes them go wild. But to the people who know boxing, and that's not a hit against the ladies who get with you. When I say they don't know nothing, they don't know nothing about boxing, but you're trying to, beat your chest and everything and put on the show. So you call out these guys, but you don't mean nothing. And these guys don't take you seriously at all. And then you act like you're getting the ball rolling, and then only for you to have a hand injury or you're emotionally distressed. But then you off in Hawaii, piping down some folks. So I mean, which one is it, Ryan? Are you ready or are you not? Even Canelo had to call you out on your bullshit. Everybody know you full of shit. And I told y'all what happened. He called them out. Probably didn't think the Isaac Cruz team was gonna answer right away. So they come out and they said, "Yeah, we cool. Hey, we cool. Don't nobody else take Ryan seriously." But they was like, "We cool. We'll fight him, but we have to have a clause." They did not reject the offer. They didn't even try to sweeten the pot. All they did is try to amend what was already said. There was no assurance for them for when Ryan pulls out, as he will pull out. So you want people to think they're gonna fight you. You think it's cute to get people all riled up about a fight that you was never intended to or will, show up for. Training camps cost money. It's time and effort away from your family. Time is precious. You cannot really put a price tag on time. This man is a father just like you, but he has a wife, unlike you. And I'm not saying you can't get a wife, but you seem to be spreading it low and spreading it wide, making babies and stuff. But and they ain't like people your age ain't doing it. I'm not saying that neither, but you're not even established. You're not even trying to be established. But that's what you're doing out here. So you establish you're making babies. They precious, I'm sure, and they deserve to be here. They were meant to be here. Let me say it like that. But you being irresponsible. You're being irresponsible, and you're wasting people time and money. And Golden Boy fell for it yet again. and was acting like, yeah, and y'all probably didn't even send a contract. All they asked for was some insurance. That's it. These two new tactics that's been introduced as of late, as of the last 6 months. Hey, make sure you're vaccinated by this date before the fight. Fully vaccinated. That's not asking a lot. Because when you're not vaccinated fully and you're catching COVID, look what's happening. It's costing money. You're missing an opportunity. There's so many negatives that come with just catching COVID. We hope it's just something that you have minimum symptoms from and you bounce back. But hell, you lose opportunity that may never come back around. You might have been positioning yourself for a title fight eventually. You lost that when you bow out of fight, especially for COVID. And all you have to do is get fully vaccinated. That's it. It don't mean again that you're not gonna catch it. But that's one new tactic. Team Cruz came up with the second tactic that we never heard of. And it will definitely quell anybody going to the future wanting to play the games like Ryan Garcia. Because make no mistakes, he's playing games. So if you're gonna play the games and you're not gonna you're gonna hype up a fight and then you don't actually have the fight, then what's somebody supposed to do? What's somebody they can't once the contract is signed, it's not like Cruz team could get ready, do all this stuff, and then about to show up for the fight and you pull out. Now, what about the money they asked out of? There's no concern. There will be nothing that will make Oscar say, you know what, we sorry about that. We're gonna go ahead and give you like, you know, $100,000 for your trouble. You gotta pay your camp. You gotta set up lodging. You gotta get travel. None of this shit is last minute. You gotta do this shit ahead of time. Only for him to just pull out. So to me, I thought it was a great tactic. I think a lot of people should do it. Some people you don't really have to say that about, but maybe going in the future that should be a tactic. Because people been abusing this COVID shit and pulling out of fights, like with the injuries, and they may be legit injuries. I'm not saying that, but it still don't take away the fact that your opponent incurred a lot of costs that they can't recoup. And it's not like Pitbull Cruz is a millionaire or nothing. He just his fight with Tank Davis, that was his first big payday. And his guaranteed purse for that was 300,000. Followed by whatever he got on the back end, which I don't even know if he got all of that yet, but it could be close to as a total of $600,000 to $700,000 that he made, which is big for him. But that don't mean he homes scot free. Like he just got money to burn. Yeah, he in Mexico, and that 300,000 gonna go a long way in Mexico versus the States. But cost is cost. So I think they was right for even coming up with that new tactic. I applaud it. That's very innovative and creative on Cruz team part. And so let me be clear. First of all, Cruz team did not reject their offer. Anybody who say they did, they lying. They did not reject their offer. They wanted to amend the offer. There's a difference. Reject mean what are you rejecting? Reject mean Oscar and them put out, hey, we're gonna pay you this. Now Oscar, by his own words, said we actually paying him way more than what he made with Javante. Cool. So, and then the usual whatever you put in the contract. So, what part of the contract that Oscar give to them, if he ever gave them a contract in the first place, where Isaac Cruz team said we reject that? Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. That never happened. What did happen, as I explained, hey, just in case Ryan do his usual, we need we need some compensation. Now, how is that a reject? Now, who reject who at this point? Oscar, we take what y'all, dishing out, but we want one little clause in here, and Oscar's the one. No, hell no. So it wasn't Cruz team. So why they got to lie? I don't know the lies of it all. And I said this yesterday also. Oscar is trying to save face. That's why he even came out with it before Cruz and them did. If I was Cruz team, I would just come out and show whatever measly ass contract they sent over. Or I will expose them and say, you know what, they never did send the contract. This was just talk. And we was like, yeah, we'll fight you. We ain't even get to the term sheet. If I was Cruz team, that's what I would come out and say. PGH Big Dog is in the building. He says, salute Queen T. Salute to you too. Waiting for the ladies to come in. So they basically saving face. And Ryan want to jump on the bandwagon. The reason why I'm bringing it up today again is because Ryan has come out and, of course, went to social media and trying to save face, just like Oscar is. Trying to make it seem that Cruz and his team are scared. That's what they mean by calling him a chihuahua, more so than a pit bull. And, they scared, and that's just not true. They don't want to have to be held accountable for the shenanigans that Ryan Garcia like to do when it comes to fight time. As Devin say, they say everything but let's fight. PGH Big Dog said Lion Ryan is at it again with this trolling shit. Another duck, indeed. Ducking. I don't know. I really don't know if he should be even a boxer. I don't think they should take his license. I mean, like, at this point, it's ridiculous. He wants to fight old people or brand new people with hardly no skills. I mean, he fast. And I heard he got a little pop on his hand. But he lazy, apparently. Or PGH, do you think that, some people do just enough to get a little notoriety and that's good enough for them? Ryan strike me as a person who is happy with being a local celebrity. That's what I call them, local celebrities, meaning, he walk around in his hometown, surrounding cities, and they be like, oh, that's Ryan. They know Ryan and all this stuff. Any girl he holler at, he gonna get the draws, and that's good enough for him. He can't dream big. He's stuck in his zone. Or did he get caught up in the females more so than his craft? Because you can't serve two masters. I'm not saying you can't have a lady friend, but damn. It seems like you do more practice and effort into that shit than your boxing. You got to have a balance. Floyd always been Floyd with the harems and the many women or whatever, but I'm sure that activity that he had with them or his involvement with these ladies did not come before his boxing. For that matter, Canelo too. When I talk about Ryan just making these babies and shit, Floyd did it. Canelo did it. So I ain't knocking him or his children. I'm not saying nothing bad about his children, but you're falling more into that groove than what you should be doing. And then you're using me and name for your own, boosting up of your name and shit. That's this don't look right. And so Pitbull he struck back a little bit. He just basically called him a social media hoe. I mean, however he put it, I put my sting on it, but he basically calling him a social media hoe. He's good for videos, good for getting these little young girls, doing what he do, going on vacation. He's, he beating his chest, like he the man. And that's good enough. Because what he need right now, he got some money. because they always put the cart before the horse when it comes to certain fighters. And Oscar does that with his Mexican fighters. You know, then you got other places like Top Rank. It could be a Mexican fighter that Bob will push forward, or could be white. It seems like Bob will favor white, but Bob is when it comes to the black fighters, they have no value or whatever. Eddie Hearn, he don't care. He just mix it up. But we know they got issues over there too. Mayweather, you can't outshine him. So it's problems. It's gonna be devilish problems wherever you go. But when the fighter engages in activity that makes it worse, that's Ryan Garcia, and we should never take him seriously. Anywho, moving on. Jermell Charlo versus Brian Castano 2. I've been waiting on that fight. Will I pay to go see it? Will y'all pay to see that fight? Talking to y'all that's watching. Will y'all pay to see that fight? Because I won't. I won't pay to see it. Because I don't support, the Charlos no more. Not for now. I mean, the cooning gotta, I gotta be convinced that there will be no more cooning. But I don't wish nothing bad on them. I don't wish that they lose no fights or anything like that. In fact, that fight that they had the first time, Castano and Charlo, I thought it was close. I thought it was close, and I thought that Charlo edged them. Now, if they came back and said it was a draw, I wouldn't have been mad. But I think at the time, I'm not making no excuse for Charlo. I think it was coming off the backlash that he received for trying to coon on Deontay. He got a lot of backlash that he didn't want, and he did, because his wife came back and apologized too. The fact that she even has said something, but then she was pregnant, so she, when you're pregnant, you do a lot of things. You really can't hold people to certain things they say and do when they're pregnant. I mean, some people say I don't give a care, but it is the way it is. Like certain feelings you be having, and they be real feelings. But soon after you have that baby and the postpartum wear off, you be like, why did I even feel like that? Why was I even talking like that? So I give her the benefit of the doubt, and maybe she deserves it, maybe she don't. But he got a lot of backlash, and he had to go into that fight. Kind of in the court of public opinion, motherfucker wasn't happy with him. So I don't know if he was preoccupied mentally when he went into that fight, because I was shocked. Like, how is this guy? Like, the guy, he doesn't put you in the mind like he's showing up outboxing you or doing whatever. He does a lot of things wrong. I'm talking about Castano. But he it was, he was doing something to Jamel, I'm sorry. And only thing I can think is when he hits, he really do hit hard. So, and that's what that is what Castano is known for, his power. But they have a part 2 coming up, and that was moved to March 12th or the 19th. And that's kind of weird because they saying or the 19th, March 12th or the 19th. Which one is it? It's gonna be held at the Toyota Center in Houston. And it was previously scheduled for February 29th. And Charlo got the IBF, the WBA, and the WBC, and Castano got the WBO. If Charlo wins, he has a mandatory counter right away, and that's Tszyu probably will vacate. He and Charlo will probably vacate. Well, that's a tactic he can use. Ricky Building is in the building. What's good, sis? Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, King. Tszyu, a lot of people act like they scared to fight him. That's a fighter out of Australia. And a tactic that Charlo could use is once he get the belts off Castano, he could drop the WBO or vacate it, so he don't have to, deal with Tszyu for a while. Here's the thing: if Charlo wins the belts, you can't take it back. He is forever known as an undisputed um, super welterweight champion, or what they call it, junior middleweight champion of the world. He go down in the history books. So, whether he gonna vacate or not, we don't know that. I ain't even gonna look that far. If it comes on free, like if it come on Showtime, I do have a subscription to Showtime, then I'll watch it. If it comes on other channels, like a pay-per-view or something, I'm not buying it. Y'all gonna have to come in and tell me about it. Yeah, I don't know where the ladies at. I'm just getting questions from my phone. I'm not sure where the ladies are. They supposed to be coming in. They late as hell today, but they supposed to be coming in today. I think he gonna move to 160. You talking about Jamel just to avoid it? I would like him to defend at least once though. Yeah, I say that too, but their ego can't take no defeats. That's the one problem with them. Their egos can't take no defeat. But if he moves to 160, Ricky, do you think he doing that because he he don't want to have to fight Earl? Do you think that's part of the reason why he would go on up there and move? Because we know Earl coming. We just don't know when. So you think that's part of the reason? Mm-hmm. Because I thought about that. Oh, I ain't even got my banners up. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me put them up. My phone lines are open, by the way, 706-804-4449. That's 706-804-4449. I might have said too many fours. I get on the road. But yeah, that seemed like that might be the plan, Ricky. I don't know. Because I'm not even familiar with this Tszyu guy. I know that his father was a notable fighter early on in Floyd's career. I know people say Floyd avoided him. I don't think he did, but I don't know. I don't know where the ladies are. They coming. They said they was coming. They fashionably late. That's what I think. I think he want to give EJ 154. I don't think they want to fight each other. Now, Ricky, you let me know. Is that sound? Is that even reasonable? Because I mean, if you're in a fight game, only one of y'all can get in there at a time. So I understand brothers not wanting to fight brothers, especially when you're twins. I get that. But friends, isn't it possible or is it not? Let me know. To fight a friend and, be serious in the fight. And then after the fight, go back to being friends. Is that possible, y'all? Y'all let me know. Like, cause I'm thinking it is. He said Costa Tszyu, he ducked Floyd. Oh, he ducked Floyd. Okay. I know Floyd didn't duck him. I'm like, I know a lot of people be like, oh, Floyd ducked this person, Floyd ducked that. I don't think Floyd ducked nobody. But that's a good question. That's a relevant question. Like to me, y'all are not brothers. And I'm not saying y'all could be as close as brothers. But wasn't Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter good friends too? Didn't they consider themselves good friends? Where they probably wasn't really anxious to fight each other. I know it seemed like that on Bud's part. I'm assuming it was like that on Sean's part. But competition is competition. What y'all think? Let me know. But the tactic will probably be that if I don't even know if he's avoiding Tszyu. I don't know the son's name, what his first name is. Tszyu. It's not Costa. But uh people seem to think that when he get those belts, then he'll just vacate the WBO just not to fight Tszyu. That's a good tactic. I mean, there's all kinds of tactics that can be used in boxing. Ricky Williams said it is, but this boxing, they will have to do it when both him and EJ will have to be undisputed. Money thin in boxing right now. Just my take. Ricky, I was saying that, like, is it just the PBC or is it anybody else? Is it Eddie Hearn and them? Is it who else? Well, we can't really count on Mayweather promotion because it's more so like a name. But is it top rank? I mean, is the money scarce everywhere or just right now heavily with the PBC? I wonder. I wonder. Because if it was with the PBC, all those who signed up for the PBC, it ain't looking real good right now. It ain't looking real good right now for you because I feel like if you do the job, you need to get paid. He said everywhere. God damn. Everywhere? Mm. Well, they better get. That's why now, because it's everywhere, it shouldn't be no marinating then. Shouldn't be no marinating. I think there's a part of me that feel like the Bud and Spence should have happened right away. It should have happened. Like, I know you can't put the cart before the horse. The person who had to fight was Porter and Crawford on November 20th, but shit, November 21st and forward should have made the fight right away because ain't no sense in marinating. Ain't no money guaranteed, and now they marinate. Might not be no money in it for either side. They're gonna take it. They're gonna have to take it how they can get it. Now, when they was talking about this tactic with Charlo possibly vacating the belt, nobody knows what this man is thinking and what he want to do. So I'm not saying here today that that's what he probably gonna do because I don't even see him like that. I hope I'm with you, Ricky. I hope he defended more than once. You know what I'm saying? I hope he stay there as long as he want to. But the problem with Jermell, he is about his power. He likes his power. And that's his go-to. And he wants to display it and hurt you. Now, but we know both brothers can box. But Jermell is more power hungry. Like he likes to hurt you. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But he has problems because he takes that tactic or that approach. He has problems with real boxers. And anybody can see that. Now, the thing about these real boxers, they could beat Jermell. The problem is, can you get through his power? That's the only problem. Any fighter who could take his punches and get through the fight without him really hurting him or demolishing him, and they are a better boxer, they will beat Jermell Charlo. I see that. But you got to be able to take his punches. And he can box. Don't get me wrong. But he just really goes in attack mode instead of just sitting there and systematically breaking you down. Like I think Jamal does that. I think Jamal tries to break you down and everything. But they've been on a run for a long time, like a good run of having matches, boxing, and mixing it up with other opponents without really taking a lot of time off. That I give them. Because for the last, I don't know how long, seem like decade, they have, been consistently fighting. It's only starting to slow up now. That could be the business of boxing, or that could be just them. I don't know. Ricky said, and Jamal used to box his ass off. That's why he back with Ronnie Shields. Jamal's back. Norman, what's up?
Hey, evening.
I was like, where the ladies at? You see the back? It's all
Yep.
one complete. Yeah, I made the other half. I had to get creative like you. I went to Joanne Fabric.
Hey, that's the way to do it.
What is that saying?
Oh, Tamira's making homemade pizza and blending some up to make her sauce in the background.
Tell her sit her ass. I'm just joking. I was almost done. I like wondering where y'all. That was it. That was the end of my thing. But Ricky, the problems is if he face a real boxer, he's going to have some problems. But this part of the show, they actually Carmen late, but she on time because she told me she was running behind. I don't know where Butter and Dez at, but You know, thanks for getting in here. So how was your week?
Good. I'm glad it's over with though.
Did in your neighborhood is I got I call it PSA, but like somebody called me from my water company because they do the trash down here, and they was like like basically apologizing ahead of time because a lot of people has came down with COVID and they don't really have enough people to work the normal shifts to pick up the trash and stuff. So they telling us to ahead of time to be patient. And I'm like, damn, is it getting that bad out there?
No,
Because
in
I'm
Atlanta,
looking
they
at
still on time. Atlanta, they still come on time on a regular. We haven't had any disruption.
Do you get yours twice a week?
No, they do ours once a week.
Okay. I remember when you wasn't living here in this neighborhood when I first moved here, but when we first moved in, it was twice a week, and then they busted down to once a week. We like, damn.
Yeah, I remember the once a week.
Oh, I didn't know you was here then. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's going on with you? You just coming off the holidays. I ain't seen you last week.
I know. I was celebrating the holidays.
You was celebrating.
Yeah.
Was Santa Claus good to you?
Yeah.
He was good.
He was. So it's all about me giving to other people. So I wasn't really.
Look at Ricky Williams. I'm glad you're feeling better, player. He said I got COVID again. Beat it in 2 days. But that shit ain't no just. I know a couple of people that got it again. But you know what? I'm y'all know how I feel. I'm not telling nobody what to do. When I say this, I am an advocate for you to go on and get your shots. Nobody saying that it's gonna cure you or stop you from getting it. And I understand. I take people for what they say they're gonna do, and I respect them. However, we ain't never gonna reach this herd immunity.
Nope. And the thing was, polio and smallpox; those weren't cured or eradicated through herd immunity. In fact, most viruses have no such thing as herd immunity. But you got a bunch of people that barely got a C, maybe a D or an F in science that are now specialists in all.
Say it for the back, Carmen. Say it.
So, I mean, really, that's what it is. Everybody got an opinion. They like buttholes. You're entitled to them. Don't need to show them off to everybody.
Well, I was trying to wait for them to see what we're going to talk about, but we could just kick it like we on the phone together. So, I saw on the news, I didn't, because I was out all day at appointments, but I saw that they handed down the sentencing for
life sentences.
Damn, what you think about that?
Hell yeah, they should have got the death penalty. And I know some people might be upset because I don't believe in the death penalty. Fuck, I do.
You do?
Some people, yes. Especially let it be a pedophile. Use them for human testing, freaking whatever. Let them die slow torture to death. If you a murderer or not, murder depends on the situation. But a rapist or a pedophile, nope.
Oh, man, you don't think you're going too far?
Nope.
I'm scared to ask you. You know what I'm about to ask.
Go ahead, ask.
If a man rapes somebody, you think they should cut his penis off?
Hell, chemically castrate him. Hell yeah.
But that's not cutting his penis off. I'm
all for you cut it off. You can't do it again.
It's
a power. But the thing is, a lot of times with that type of stuff, it's a power thing. Anyways, it's not about the sex. It's about the power. So them not having a sex drive isn't going to change. I mean, they can still rape somebody else with an object. So just cutting it off isn't going to solve that issue.
But you do think chemically castrating is not the end of the world, right? Because it's like
it kills all the castration. Well, it depends. Some of the chemical castration can be permanent. And then some is they have to go every so months to get the shots. Now, it's usually what they did a lot of times when it came to like pedophiles and stuff. I'm a different, but rapists and pedophiles definitely. I got no problem with that.
What's your chest, Carmen? Don't be scared.
I'm not. Death penalty. You a rapist or you a pedophile? You're not changing.
Yeah, that's true.
So the earth don't. Not everybody should be walking. Baby proofing and safety proofing for comments has a lot of people that shouldn't have made it this far in life still alive.
Mhm. Well, I know. I just remember this. I've been out the military for a minute. Yes, I just put it to y'all this way. I went in '92, so I remember that I was in what they call an integrated company, and it was the first of its. I want to say first of its kind. I don't know how the Army do, but I'm talking Navy. And so we had my company was actually the 27th one. Anybody ever watching this who was a part of I-027? Shout outs to you. But when we went to boot camp, my bunkmate was a guy from Montana who was like 6'4". What was his name? Shit. I forgot his name. I used to always know his name, but I imitate him all the time. He'd be like, hey, tease me. You know, that's the way he would talk to me. Hey, he said, the dude was big as hell. But it was 3 eye companies on my floor, and it's 4 compartments, meaning 4 berthing areas where you would sleep. So all the females from the different eye companies, we all could take a pillow, toiletries, but when we're gonna take a shower or something, and our blanket when they call lights out. And when you got up in the morning, you was back over there in your berthing with the guys. But we will grab that and we can walk around to this empty compartment, and that's where we slept. That's where we showered, did with everything, whatever we had to do, and use the bathroom. And then when like I said, when you count off in the morning, I'm sure the Army did that too. And it was just this row of guys. But they would get, the reason why I bring them up is because the first month of boot camp, nobody, and I mean nobody, had a hard on. And I was like, how is this possible? But I ain't want to be the first to say it like I was, penis watching or nothing. I was like, I like, they like count, you had attention off, and you turn your head, and then when it get to you, you say your number. And I'm looking down, like, where is the hard-ons? When you standing at attention, like count off, that thing should be like salute. You know what I'm saying?
Now, when you got lack of sleep and your nerves all jacked up, it's not.
They was giving them saltpeter, salt. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember how to name it. They was putting some in the food.
Oh.
And that's what I got. Because after about a month, so I understand you when you say you got to be careful with how much you give them. Because after about a month, you would think they would give them enough to last through boot camp. But no, after about a month, them boys were standing at attention. You was like hoping it don't peep through the drawers. You'd be like, eyes way up. But me personally, if you don't know what to do with your wee wee, something got, then you put that decision of your member in somebody else's hands. So like pedophilia, I gives a care. I don't care what happened to you. You can shut it off, you can do whatever. But men in general do not ever entertain, no matter what, any castration or anything dealing with their area, but they have no qualms about when it's been done to women. They should be up in arms that women,
a lot that women need to do this, women birth control, women whatever else, all this other stuff. But the fact of the matter is, a guy can get a woman pregnant multiple times a day, every day. A woman can only get pregnant once every 9 months. So you can do, there is stuff where they can do vasectomies that are reversible. So when you're ready to have kids, that's a more responsible route to take. But it's a bigger push to blame or push or put that all on the woman.
But you talking about vasectomies for rapists or
no, I'm talking about it just in general.
Just in general.
Yeah.
Because and to the guys who probably confused, like when I just said, I don't think that there's enough outroar about women castration because it goes on. And that is some sick shit right there. To me, is worse than what they could do to a dude, because you can't really chop off a woman's, neither nether regions, but what you can do is sew them shits up, and that is dangerous in itself because the shit need to breathe. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they do down there in Africa and different parts of the
That's
parts.
what the U.S. did too for a while, was sit there and sterilize a bunch of women.
Mm, yeah, I just
Americans, blacks, yep, this.
they these doctors, you guys got to be careful when they trying to volunteer you for stuff too. I just came from my cardiologist today. He's like one of the top cardiologists on this side of the Mississippi, and I mean he hard to get an appointment with. Matter of fact, I seen him the first time in May. My next appointment was October, but y'all remember I came back from Vegas, so I slept right through that appointment. Thank God they rescheduled, and the rescheduling didn't happen till today. So I go up in there. I had got good news. Everything's good. They was actually trying to back in May. I don't know if they was jumping the gun, but she wanted to put something in my chest and everything. They wasn't saying it was a pacemaker, but like a defibrillator. Either way, once you do that shit, you ain't never the same, and you're gonna be limited in the things you could do because you're gonna be somewhere and maybe you're at an amusement park and you'll be wanting to get on the ride and they be like, "Well, if you got this, you can't get on." I don't like all that limitation shit. So I was like, "No, I'm not doing it." But what I found funny today, after I got all the good news, and he did give me some advice and told me the truth about certain medicines and stuff that I'm on, which other I find that crazy too. You'll go to your doctor, they don't tell you the whole deal about what they putting you on and what you got going on. And then you go to another doctor and they break it down even better. So shout outs to this doctor today. But he had his nurse come in and he kept trying to warm me up. So when she comes in, she's like, "Hey," she's talking like that. "What you doing, Miss So and so?" I ain't gonna get my last name, but I was like, "Hey," and she was like, "Well, we got this program. I know we asked you this last year, but I said I'm not putting that thing in my chest." And she's like, "No, no, 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 no. I'm not talking about that." She's like, "Well, we're gonna that one test we wanted you to do is less invasive now. You could just do it with blood." And I was like, "Oh, well, cool. Yeah, yeah, let's rock with it." And then she was like, "And we know where you could get it done for free." I said, "I ain't worried about the cost. I got the VA and I got TRICARE, give a damn how much it costs. Send me to the one that costs. I don't care." And she was like, "No," if she just kept wanting me to use the one that's free. So then she was like, "The only thing is if you use it for free, we're not gonna keep your name or nothing, but we're gonna, take your stuff, your blood or whatever."
For research purposes.
Yeah, I was like, "Nah."
They wanted to do for research purposes. They did my dad like that with his heart stuff.
Soothing Sound Video said, "Hey, Miss T, what's up? What's up? What's good?" Yeah, I first, the first you probably guessed who I thought of when she was talking that shit, because I knew it was research purposes and whatever else. But who did I think of? Who you think I thought of? Think about it, Carmen.
Oh,
Oh, Carmen, it's a trivia question. Henrietta Lacks. I know a lot of people in the chat probably remember Henrietta Lacks, responsible for the Helo cells. These cells was probably, I think the last time I saw a documentary on it, they was talking about how it weighed about 4 to 6 tons. It weighs a lot. That's because if you got a research lab, any college worth their weight in gold for research or anything, hospitals, whatever, everywhere that they do testing or anything, they use these cells. Henrietta Lacks was a poor black woman who moved up north from the South to work in Baltimore region now. That's what it is now. Not necessarily Baltimore, but it was a factory somewhere around there. And she came down with cancer, as did a lot of people at this factory. I don't know what they was making, or what, and I don't know if it was they was making bombs or whatever for World War II, or this was after World War II, but before career. I don't know. But a lot of people came down with cancer, but hers was particularly interested to the medical field. and I think John Hopkins was treating her, and they took her cells, and I guess accidentally they
Mother of
might
all
have
medicine.
left it out, huh?
She's a mother of all medicine.
Yeah, I mean they left her cells out, and it didn't die, and so then they just try to kill it. They shot it out in space. They did everything to see if you can kill a cell, and basically, y'all, when y'all put your cells in a petri dish, after a while, it's going to die. You know, like especially if you leave it out. So hers will never fucking die. And this, like she just said, mother of all medicine, because every time they come up with cures and try this and try that, they use helo cells. They are in colleges and classrooms and research labs and actual not like real labs. I mean, if you want to know what this medicine does or that medicine does, they test it on that. This lady, if you amount all the money that these helo cells have been worth over these years, I mean, this lady should have been a billionaire. Of course, she died way before.
Yeah, her
But
family has, I think, a lawsuit going on right now. Her descendants.
yeah, her family, when I saw the documentary, her family was on welfare, could barely, you know how hard it is to stay on welfare these days. Her family was on welfare, living somewhere like North Carolina, and you know, they don't have shit, but yet all these people are billionaires off of this lady's sales. And you know, the government as well as everybody else in private business. So before we start ganging up on the government, private business too, and people all over the world, it's like, look, we can't let it be that we got to pay through the nose somebody who gives us a part of their body, because then we'll never stop paying. That's their logic. We can't let that happen. And so look at Jayla. Hi, Jayla. Just changed my name back so you won't be confused. Laugh out loud. But never heard of this lady. Learning something new. What's up, girl? Yeah, Jayla, look her up. Henrietta Lacks. It's the Helo cells. And her family never prospered from it. So you think I'm gonna let you have my shit? Nah. The TT cells? Nah. That's what I was thinking. And when I said it to the lady, she had that look. She straightened right up. She stopped being a cheerleader because she was trying. She was trying, like, hey, girl, hey. And I was like, no, you ever heard of her, Henrietta Lacks? And she was like, well, yeah, that part. I said, plus, not to mention, they be body snatching these days. And then the doctor turned around and looked at me. Goddamn right, I said that they do. I ain't about to do no DNA on me, and then they be like, "Oh, we want her. Let her accidentally run into a bus." Y'all know I believe in that conspiracy. Some of that shit. My mom just texted me, said Oprah portrayed her in the movie. She did. She did. But that's an interesting story. So y'all got to be careful when y'all go in. You got any stories like that, Carmen? Like them wanting to take some stuff and they coming in like a cheerleader. Hey, Carmen.
No, not for like research and hey, try this other one. What I get a lot of is, and it's mainly from the VA docs. Hey, we got this new med you can try. Bitch, I ain't no guinea pig. Nope. Nope, not happening. Or they want to push for surgery. And I'm like, unless it gets to a point where it's debilitating to where I cannot function on a daily basis, I'm not doing it. It's just I don't trust. I done had enough surgeries in the military that now I'm getting compensated for. I'm good. I mean, the only other thing that I had too, when I was getting so I've had 2 hysterectomies because they messed up the first one.
How they mess up the first one?
Because they didn't take all the cervix. Well, they didn't take the cervix and they left the bottom half of the uterus in. Yeah, they screwed that one up. So the second one that I had, they were talking about they could go, where they cut you across on the groin area. Well, she came to me a couple weeks before, and she was like, "Oh yeah, one of my colleagues explained to me how to do it vaginally if you want me to try and do it on you." Bitch, no, you ain't ever did it that way. We ain't gonna start on me.
You know how Fred Sanford used to act? You know why Sanford is son? It was kind of fucked up, but it was funny because Sanford, he be like, he ain't want no black doctors. Tell a little bit, get in the camera. Let me say hi. She grown right now. Ain't she?
Hello.
Hi, baby. It's just,
Hi.
hey, little bit.
Oh,
What's she cooking now?
she made what is it? Did you make bread or pizza?
I use the pizza to make flatbread
Oh, she made
Pizza
flatbread
for my pizza dough.
for,
Mm,
so she made pizza dough the other day
look
from
at her.
scratch.
What's she trying to do? Be in practice?
Well, she done with high school now. She enjoying her, the last message. I was like,
Mm.
you good at home wife. Just
Ah, mama, my mama is laughing somewhere right now because I'm gonna mess the joke up. But when she lived with me, I
Mhm.
think her brother said something to her, like, man, you got the hookup, like, because my mama cook, you know how my mama cook all the time.
Yeah.
So we come home, meal hot. I mean, I don't know how she timed it or whatever. And she was just a good help. And then she said, well, I don't know about that, but she sure got a wife. That's something to that effect. I was like, damn.
Yeah, Tamara called like the past couple days. What time
Mm,
are you gonna be home? Why?
mm,
Because I'm gonna cook dinner.
mm.
Okay. Well, she cooked. She got a rice cooker for Christmas. She's been using that almost every day. She learned how to make yum yum sauce, so she's doing her little Asian dishes. And then
Mm,
yesterday she did homemade pizza, the dough from scratch. You couldn't even walk in
mm.
the kitchen without this girl. Mom, smell the dough. I was like, it smelled like dough. No, 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 smell it. I was like, okay. she did
That's
good.
good though.
She did good. It's really good.
That's good though. Yeah, I mean that's good practice. So like I didn't learn how to cook until Bree I bought her, you know how you buy your little girls the play kitchenette or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you the story, but maybe
Mhm.
I can tell them. And it was a microwave on top of the stove, but it came with a Thanksgiving dinner. And she kept putting this big ass turkey that's supposed to went in the oven in the microwave. And I was like, of course it couldn't fit. So I'm like, I'm standing there watching her. And then she's playing. I shouldn't interfere with playtime, right? But I'm like, I want to say so bad. Bree, it don't go in there, go down here. And I told my mama, and my mama said, monkey see, monkey do. That affected me. So I was like, you know what? Let me get in the kitchen and reintroduce myself and click some pots together. And I learned how to cook.
Mm.
Only because of that. That is crazy what it motivate you. So I was like,
I
I
was
can
the only girl, so I cooked because I had to do the girl chores.
Mhm.
So
Sometimes that's not fair, but I would say this: if any boy come, boy, man, whatever, male, come to my house and I got trash that need to be taken out, guess what he doing? And I ain't asking, you know. Fellas, when y'all walk into a woman's house and you see some trash, take that shit out immediately. Talk about your brownie points. Gotta do it. But you were saying about your hysterectomy. Go ahead.
no, that was the only thing that she asked me if I wanted her to try and do it the way she heard about. Yeah, no, not me.
What would possess somebody to say that?
I don't know. I don't know, but that was enough for me to nope. And
And
she jacked up the surgery she did that she knew how to do that way enough. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't
mm,
do it the other way.
they did everything. When I had my partial hysterectomy, they did everything. They did everything right. Because years and years and years before that, I had fibroids removed. And whoever did that surgery, but that back then they cut me from waist to waist. But
Mhm.
whoever did that did it perfectly. They didn't cut through no muscle. I had no problems and I heal up pretty well. You could barely faintly like see the scar. And so when they did when I had to get the hysterectomy, like not that long ago, they they saw the scar and they would say, oh, we could just use this. But they wasn't there wasn't even an option for me to do it vaginally or nothing. They just went across.
Yeah, no, I got the one across. So it's half my body has a lot of keloids, so I scar easily and scar
Mm,
bad. and the other half is weird.
I'm
So
about
like,
to
yeah, scars don't even bother me no more because half my body's scarred up, the other half is good to go.
it's the weirdest thing. I have eczema so bad, but I heal very good. Like very good. You can't even see it. Like I should be walking around looking like somebody did this to me in my neck because when they took the thyroid gland,
Mhm.
you can't even really tell.
Yeah, I get the scar stuff, but I heal fast. So after every surgery, by like day 2, I'm back in heels, walking around like nothing happened. That's the one thing where doctors are like, and then like the wounds close up fast. They're like, you heal super fast. I'm like, I know, like my blood clots really fast. When they were doing PRP injections for my back, the blood was clotting. When they was trying to do that, it's just half my body. I get, the scars, the visible scars, and the other half, I'm good to go.
I would never tell nobody to go against nothing but that doctors say. But me having my medical issues, I'm like aware of a lot of stuff. When people go in for surgeries, whether it's minor or whatever, they like to give you this Coumadin. You heard about this? This Coumadin, they'll give it to you when you come into intensive care or like right out of a surgery or a procedure or whatever. Especially if you're gonna stay overnight. I hate it. And they do it so you don't blood clot. Now they'll tell you now that they gotta do it. And I was like, you know how many surgeries I had long before y'all started this shit? And they was like, well, as time go on, we evolve and we learn more, and it's better to do it. No, you just doing like sometimes they just do extra shit. Kind of like what you say, let us just take it. Like when you said when you go to surgery and they just want to take stuff right away because that seemed to be the going rate. But this Coumadin stuff, I'm not telling y'all can't deny it. And I'm not telling y'all should.
I've never had it, and I just had a surgery a year and a half ago.
I don't know.
Never asked me about it. I gave it, so I don't know.
Where did you have your surgery at?
This last one, in Atlanta, in Buckhead.
I don't know if it's the government thing or the military base, but
now, the military, the VA doctors be pushed. They're the main ones pushing surgeries and pushing new meds and everything else. They quit. That's why I got my VA rating. I do my yearly with my PA. And that she can kiss my tail. I'm going to my civilian doctor outside where they actually competent.
Yeah. And you hate to say that about the VA and all that, but the truth of the matter is you have a lot of doctors that got to get their internship on or their residency on, or they got to pay off them bills. And the easiest way is to come into the military or be affiliated. Like you don't have to be in the military, but you can work for the VA or you can work for TRICARE or whatever. And this is how they pay off their debts and all that stuff. Because if you're a doctor, if you're a real doctor and you in
a lot that had issues on the civilian side that would then come over. I mean, they have some good ones too. But when my VA doc, the primary care doc on the VA, asked me why I was even bothering coming to PA the VA if I had a civilian doc, I was like, yeah, we don't need to do this no more.
Yeah, I go to them for acute care type stuff, but big stuff, once you retired or you're civilian, let's say you're married to a military member, you can pick your own doctor. You gotta take advantage of them things, but definitely they want to give you Coumadin. Coumadin is for what I know about it is it's supposed to help you with blood clotting, but as you said, you have a good clotting system. And yeah. I'm a proponent of if you have a good working system, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. And so don't give people medicine that does a job that they do well anyway. And I'm a good clotting person. So them giving me Coumadin, why I don't like it, because I'm constantly on steroids and I'm tired of being on steroids. So that is my New Year's goal resolution. I was going to ask you about what is your resolution. Mine is to get off the goddamn steroids, and it's a lot that got to go on for that to happen. But when you have surgery with the VA, I know in TRICARE too, they're gonna, if you stay overnight, they're gonna want to give you Coumadin. Coumadin does work in that way, but if you don't need it, you don't need it, and it will put weight on you like nothing else. It might as well be called a fat pill, because that shit will put weight on you like nobody business. It's worse than steroids. The last procedure I had, I was in there 5-6 days, and it was just a procedure. I was damn near on death's door. I thought they was trying to kill me. I think it makes you hallucinate. They had so much shit in me. I was like, I'm out. And my neighbor, your mama Jayla, your mother, came to visit. I know she told you about it. And she was just coming to be nice and say, hey. I was like, get me the hell out of here. And she was like, well, I said, I gave her that look like, if you don't do this solid for me, we ain't friends no more. And she went, I mean, she got me out. I could barely fucking walk. And I nursed myself back to health. But I thought
I remember you telling me that. You was like, they tried to kill me.
I really believe that. And then when I would see that doctor, when I would go for appointments and shit, he would be mean mugging me. He was yelling at me when I was leaving, talking mad shit. And I was like, fuck you. Like, y'all, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die at home. But I went in for a procedure, y'all. Not even nothing like mandatory, for a procedure. And I swear they pumped me with so much shit, trying to guinea pig me. So Carmen is right. Y'all got to watch out for when people want to use y'all for guinea pigs.
Yeah, luckily I haven't had that experience on the civilian side. Only military and VA doctors. That is the only time I've ever had that experience.
Smash the like button and subscribe button if you haven't already. Yeah, so yeah, Jayla, keep your name the same. I couldn't see you. I couldn't see she changing her name up on me. As I told him before, nobody won the TV. I'm gonna offer it to everybody else. I'm just gonna wait till when I get to like 1,200 subscribers, and then I'm gonna ask some questions. Do you have any suggestions, Carmen, how I should do that? Like, how should I run this next thing of me trying to give away this TV? Do you have any suggestions?
Have them purchase raffle tickets.
From where? How do I do
that? So they can cash app you and tell you how, like, let's say you do $5 a ticket and they cash app you whatever and say this is for however many tickets. And there's a program you can do to where it'll put in that person's name each time. So if they buy 10 tickets, then the computer system will put in the name 10 times, and it'll do like the computerized lottery system, and from there shoot out a name of the winner.
I gotta figure that out. But like, you know, all of y'all that's listening, I got a 55-inch Samsung GLED TV. I don't need. I just bought it, and I actually held the raffle for people in my local area, and they had to subscribe to the show, watch the show, and that's why y'all heard me saying wink, wink for like the last couple of weeks and all that. Jada, why you ain't look at the last show? What's up, Shelton? What's up, boo?
Hey, what y'all talking about? What y'all doing over there? Y'all not watching the fights?
It's some fights tonight.
Showbox, the new generation. That's how you find all the young prospects.
You know, my TV set up to record any fight.
Okay.
Ain't nobody in here. Like, you see how many people don't like. It's not hardly anybody in here. I know I got some Facebook watchers.
What y'all grown women talking about?
We just talking about anything and everything. We was talking about medical stuff lately, you know, talking about how not to fall for being a guinea pig when you go to the doctor, and certain medicine that they like to pump out right now that you might not want to be on. But
you know what the old saying is, right?
What?
The money's not in the cure.
Yeah. That's
money's in the medicine.
Pretty much. And that's what but like I was telling her about a procedure I had, and they absolutely was pumping Coumadin in me. I don't need no goddamn Coumadin.
Yeah, Coumadin, that's bad. That's a bad drug.
Ain't it bad, dog?
That's that blood thinner, ain't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to help you with blood clots and shit. I don't have a clotting problem. Carmen says she don't have a clotting problem, but they think if you
my wife had a blood clot. They gave her some Coumadin.
Don't that shit put weight on?
Yeah.
You might as well call it the fat pill, because it does. Yeah. And they want to pump.
She got about 15 pounds. Yeah, she did.
It crawl up on you, and you cannot get that shit off. I got a friend that suffered from that. I mean, he been on the show before. You know that he's a solid dude, football looking, good shape, like, and they put all that damn weight on him, but he absolutely need that. And it just
she only had to take it for 3 months because she went back and the clot was clear, but it was in her main artery, so they had to get it out. If the Coumadin hadn't worked, they would have had to do surgery. They would have to remove one of her ribs and go up and get the clot out.
You know what thins blood out too? Motrin.
Yeah, Motrin thins your blood. Aspirin. That's what she does now. She just takes aspirin every day.
And everybody 40 raise their hand or over 40.
Over 40.
Next time I see 40, it'd be 140.
I know, right? Me too. Look, if you over 40, go on and start taking aspirin. Matter of fact, it's not a bad idea to take it like Jayla your age. For the record, y'all, Jayla is the newly crowned 21-year-old.
Oh Lord.
Let me give you a hand clap.
Man, if I knew then what I know now.
I know.
If I knew then what I know now, man, I'd be dangerous.
Who you telling? I think all of us feel that way. So, Shelton, I was about to ask Carmen. I'm gonna ask both of y'all. I know this sound crazy, New Year's resolution. You can change it to a new name. Somebody told me that people don't even like to say New Year's resolution now, but what you want to do differently this year? What is a goal you have that you must accomplish?
A goal I must accomplish. I want to get back down to about 210.
I think we all on that.
Yeah, about 210.
I ain't trying to go down in weight. I'm trying to build.
Oh Lord.
I'm trying to build my legs and glutes as much as they'll build, and then
squats. Do some squats.
Oh, I do every day.
Yeah, do some squats.
Weighted bridges. I hit the gym, work legs at least 4 days a week.
There you go.
I will give Carmen that. Because I'm on her Facebook and stuff, and I seen the picture. I like, what you doing, girl?
Getting in a weight.
Legs looking shit. I don't remember them.
Shit, I'm
when they did the cortisone injection in my back and I put on weight, I kept trying to lose weight. I gave up on it. It ain't going nowhere. So I might as well just embrace it and build.
Yeah, I take cortisone every 6 months for my back and my knee.
Yeah, they were doing those injections and you put on weight with those.
Yeah. I'm at 235 now. I got to get back down to 210. I get back to 210 before my 56th birthday. I'll be all right.
When your birthday?
August the 13th.
Oh, we got time. You doing the water? You doing the water check? I mean, I do that every show. You drinking that water?
I drink about, I don't know, I ain't gonna say the whole 80, but I get at least 6 bottles down every day. So let me see what size the bottle is.
I don't drink 80 ounces. My body can't handle it. So if I do, I wind up breaking back up.
I'm finna tell you how big the bottles are right now.
Carmen, what you say? You can't handle drinking 100 ounces of water a day?
I can't. I wind up throwing it up. I wind up throwing a lot of it up. So that's one thing the doctor put me on to help me digest things. Because I get water that just won't.
Yeah. So I'm close. So 6 bottles.
His dog got my dog barking.
I'm over it because I'm doing 90 because I'm getting 16-ounce bottles, 6 of them a day. So I'm about 90-some ounces.
Oh, that's what's up. I'm doing 8-ounce bottles of water because that's all I can handle in one sitting. I can definitely finish that. But my goal this year is to get off the goddamn steroids. And I don't just take one type.
You taking prednisone?
Prednisone is one, and it's another one that I take. I don't know how to say the name. But because I have edema, and so I gotta cure the edema.
Yeah.
The edema is swelling. I could be getting cortisol shots like you guys, or I could be doing whatever. My body, for whatever reason, releases a lot of cortisol. So they won't give me no cortisol because they know I'm doing that. But I got to get off these steroids, and the only way I can get off them is to cure. I would never cure because I have the autoimmune disorder, and that was one of my disorders.
Right.
I can control it.
Right.
but I have to get off the damn steroids. And I'm, when I be Tommy, I like the juice and all that. I can stay on that if they stop giving me the steroids.
But what do they say you got to do to get off of it?
I guess if I can have a long period of time where I don't need to take them, because what happens is at any given day I'm swelling somewhere. Carmen, you ever seen me when my face, sometimes when it's a neck and above, it can be fatal, and then I can break out in hives and all this stuff. So, like, if I could ever go, I'll say 4-5 months straight without having no edema problem, which has never happened in about a decade, then I don't have to be on the steroids. And if I don't have to be on the steroids, because one thing about these pills, they put weight on you regardless of what you eat. And then but they make you hungry. So I can't even diet real good sometimes when I'm on it. And I'm always swelling somewhere. And I don't want to, I don't know why. They say Georgia is the worst for allergies. I don't know. That's my
resolution, goal. Shall we say, to get off the steroids?
Get off the steroids.
Okay, Carmen, what's yours?
Oh, I'm just building legs as much as I can and then toning up upper body. That's
so it. You trying to get the summer body ready.
Yep. And I'm working on my business. Other than that,
there you go.
I'm good.
There you go.
Oh, and I plan on traveling to 3 countries this year.
Traveling?
Yep, Morocco, Costa Rica, and Egypt.
Wait a minute, Morocco and where else?
Costa Rica and Egypt.
Costa Rica.
Wow. Okay. Be careful in Costa Rica. They kidnap people over there.
It's near Belize and all that?
Yes, it's in Central America.
Okay. Morocco. You never been over there, Carmen?
Not to Morocco. I'm going to stay with friends when I go.
I have to say, is it a pleasure trip, Carmen?
I'm going with friends. I'm gonna stay with their family.
Okay. I'd have been like, everybody be tripping. They be like, won't you do a cruise or something like that? I'd be like, I'm good. I've been on a lot of cruises. They was like, that's the Navy, it's different. I was like, yeah, but with the Navy, at least when I was on that ship, I didn't worry about the Navy, sinking, the ship sinking, or us fighting, and I never worried because we was never by ourselves. But now when you're on a cruise ship, you out there by yourself.
Well, they don't really attack cruise ships. I don't know why.
They don't.
They can have cargo ships for some reason.
You can run aground.
That's true. That's
you
true.
Can do all that, and you can sink real fucking quick.
Well, right now the cruises having outbreaks left and right. So even when you go on a cruise to go see several different countries, you can't dock at those ports anyways because everybody got stuck on the ship with COVID.
True that. And then you might get stuck on the ship. Do y'all know how it feels to do figure eights in the ocean? I pray you never.
Let me tell y'all a story right quick. This shit just happened. My daughter went with her buddies. One of her friends had a birthday, so they went to Dubai. My daughter had been to Dubai before, but they went back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all three of them go over there and catch COVID.
Damn. What?
So they try to come back. They went to the airport. They stuck that Q-tip up their nose. It's like, all three of y'all go back. Here's the key. We got a room for you. Y'all gonna stay here for 10 days.
Was it a nice room?
The same room they had. They just paid for it. The room that they had, they paid for it for 10 more days. Y'all stay in there. Don't come out.
It could be like that.
My wife was hot. She was trying to get over there. Like, what you going over there for? What you gonna do?
Nothing.
What you gonna do? They stuck. I told her ass not to go in the first place. They out there clubbing, hanging out. They stuck. Let them sit there.
Only place I want to go now. We got an echo or something. Hold on, let me see this. It's an echo. I don't know why. But only place I want to go now.
Because I'm watching the fight. That's what.
Oh, that's what it is. I want to go to Japan, to Kyoto. I'm hoping I'm saying the name right. Kyoto Zoo. I know, Carmen, I probably told you this boring story. Girl, I look at a clip of their gorillas every day. I look at it so much. They my gorillas. The little baby gorilla, he is such a goober. And I cannot stand the oldest son. He's a nasty motherfucker. But I'll be so divested in. I thought it was just me. And then they have like a website. So I'm emailing like, why in the fuck are y'all letting the oldest son do the nasty with the baby? Or, like, and just all kinds of crazy mess. I look down, girl, it's all kinds of Americans writing them. I was like, damn, this show that popular? It's that popular. It's a family. It's a dad, a mom, and 2 sons. And it's that damn popular. But it is so cute. That baby gorilla is so cute. He's so cute. It got me through the pandemic. How about y'all? What did y'all watch on TV during that whole year of the pandemic?
Nothing. I took my butt to work every day.
So me too. I worked the whole time. Everybody else was. My wife caught COVID once. My daughter caught COVID. Then she went to Dubai, caught COVID. Second time having it. I was the only one. I haven't caught it, and I hope I don't. But I was listening to you earlier. You was talking about them damn shots. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a combat veteran. I gave him 9 years. I still don't trust him. You ain't shooting nothing up at me. Last time y'all said y'all was doing a mass vaccination was in 1934. You told them you was giving them smallpox vaccine. You was giving them syphilis. So I don't trust you.
Oh no, come on now. That ain't the last time they gave you shots. Anthrax, you forgot that?
Oh, I forgot about anthrax. You're right. Yeah, I don't trust them, man. I ain't messing with them.
VA
called me at least. I ain't gonna lie. The VA called me at least 2-3 times a week. Are you coming to take your shot? No. Stop calling me. No.
What you gonna say, Carmen?
I'm not coming down.
Now I was saying all those shots you get when you go through basic anyways, you ain't really sure what the hell you got.
You damn.
Because it's loaded up. You walk down the line and they got the little gun and you just getting everything. You know what I'm saying?
Hypodermic needle, yeah. A hypodermic needle, they hit you with like 7 vaccines at once.
Do they still get it? Okay.
A little shotgun and choo. They get you to walk down the line.
And back then, the dude who was doing all my shots when I was going through in boot camp, he was from Russia.
Wow.
The dude had an accent and everything, had a United States Navy Johnny Cash on. I was like, first of all, it's hot as a bitch. Why you got them on? But I thought it was Johnny Cash, but it must have been a dress blue. But he was standing there and just shooting us, and he didn't have to get up on us. Like that gun just somehow the shit got in your skin. I'd never seen nothing like that before.
Watching people passing out. Watching people passing out getting lightheaded.
That shit was crazy.
But here's the thing, Shelton, and how you feel about this new tactics, because the Camboso and Tio had it in their contract that they had to have
put you out. Shut up. This dog don't listen to me.
They had to have the COVID shot by a certain date. Do you think that's a even in boxing, like Camboso and Tio had to have a COVID vaccination completely done by a certain date before their fight?
Because of the money involved. But see, that's what people got to understand, right? This is something that you have to understand. If I'm paying you a whole lot of money to do something, and this is what I want you to do to meet the terms of my contract, that's what you're going to do, or you're not going to get paid.
Are you cool with this mandatory thing, like Carmen was saying, as of what was it, Carmen? November 20? Was it
like November 9th or whatever you had? I don't know. You know my feelings. If Yep, you can choose not to get it, but if the person employing you says this is what you're going to have in order to stay employed with us, that's their right. You don't like it, you want to get it,
They
go
can run their
find
business
a
any
job.
way they
That's
want to.
your right.
Yeah, they can run their business any way they want to. So you don't have to take the shot. That's fine. You just don't have to work. You just can't go work here if you don't take it. You can work wherever you want, just not here.
I totally agree. That's what I was saying. I just rather be safe than sorry. And yeah, I had to take the anthrax. You know, I watch people get out the military, like good people. The military lost a lot of good people, like knowledgeable people, over that goddamn anthrax. And they
I got
Anthrax,
one anthrax shot broke out in hives. I ain't never had to take that again.
for real.
They was like, nope, mark down allergic to it.
They shouldn't have let me took it. They made my ass take like 3 of them, and then by the time I got to the third one, they said, "Oh, we don't have to give them out no more because you know the military bought it, so therefore when you buy it, so it don't be fraud, waste, and abuse, they gotta,
yeah,
80% of it."
they gotta
And
use it.
so shit, a lot of people I watch a lot of people over the years lose their job in the military over that goddamn shot.
But they got discharged.
Yeah, they had to get out.
Oh, so I just say you're gonna get your honorable, but you gotta go.
I don't even know how that was, it honorable or whatever, but they wasn't mad at people. If you denied it, they processed you out.
Well, that's cool. As long as you didn't get no dishonorable or no other than honorable or something, you straight.
Yeah,
Because the general discharge you can upgrade.
and you know people that
A medical you can upgrade.
but you
But
know,
other than honorable or dishonorable, you stuck. You what?
but look, Shelby, you know them people that had to get out or felt they had to get out. I ain't blaming them. I ain't knocking them. But you know, when you run across those people nowadays, I ran across a couple. They
Right.
regret it.
Yeah.
You know what? I could have been retired. Oh, T, you retired. You getting disability and a retirement check. I sure is.
Look at this. Look at this. I just retired from the Carpenters Union. I did 25 years there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, just a couple months ago, I think I told you, I just got my 100%.
Right. I
It
remember.
took me 7 years to get it. Fight for 7 years. I finally got it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say this to this day. The biggest regret I have in my life is not re-enlisting because I did 9 years.
Mm.
I went in when I was 17. So I would have got out. I would have did my 20. I'd have been 37. I could have got out, went right to the Carpenters Union, did 25 years. I'll be getting about $6,000 a month from the military, plus the 100%. That's another 3. That'd have been 9. Plus the 3,400 I'm gonna get from the union. I'll be sitting pretty.
I know.
But I got out.
She was an officer.
I got out.
And
But see, I was in combat MOS, so I got tired of sleeping on the ground and getting shot at. I got tired of all that shit. So
you on the wrong branch.
hey, look, let me tell you something. I'm from South Central Los Angeles, right?
Right.
I go to that recruiting office. They recruit me. They give me the ASVAB. I take the ASVAB. I score in the 95 percentile.
Mm.
They give me a sheet of all the jobs in the Army that I could do. I'm talking about pilot, helicopter mechanic, anything. I could have done anything. I could have went in the signal. I could have been an intelligence guy. I could have did anything. I'm going down the list, and I see 11 Bravo, $10,000. $10,000. What's that? They said, nah, man, you don't want to do it. No, bro. When do I get that? He said, look, you got to do 14 weeks of basic training. You got to do another 6 months of advanced infantry training. After the advanced infantry training, you get to $10,000. I said, sign me up. That's what I like.
There's always at least a couple MI jobs that always got a better or bigger bonus.
Exactly, but I didn't look that far. You got to remember, I'm 17 years old. I don't even know nobody who got $10,000. I see $10,000. Hey,
yeah. Stop
let me have that.
I didn't know
I need
nothing. It's funny how we picked our jobs. I was already in the Navy. I was undesignated airman, and I didn't want to
Oh, wow.
leave Pensacola. Yeah, I didn't want to leave Pensacola yet. So there was the school, but it was so private. You know, it was like that ain't even a word, but like when you ride past it, you
Yeah.
couldn't get in. It was like it wasn't a base like anybody could just walk on. So that intrigued me. And my squadron decom and my CO,
I gotta go. I'll come right back. Right back.
my CO became a astronaut. Now, did I follow his career? No, but and I was out there by the Blue Angels, all that stuff. I could have went to air traffic control school, all that, but something intrigued me about the Crippy world. So I goes over there, I signed up, and it was like Christmas time. If anything anybody wanted, any orders they wanted, they was gonna get, because we all of a sudden just got on the chopping blocks of decom. Girl, shit, when I tell you, it was two of us out of probably like 18 or 20 people that try to get an intel job. They got the job. And when I tell you, they know everything about you. I mean, I'm sitting at the interview. I'm like, you supposed to be interviewing me, but you telling me about me. This dude knew about my brother, everything. But what I didn't know, like you said, the bonuses. So I remember when I got not my first bonus, that wasn't that high. Because like throughout the year it can change, right? But when I was in DC, they already had me till like August, and this was like January, and they said this is when I was negotiating and or about to re-enlist or whatever, and they said we got you for the next 8 months, so we ain't gonna pay you for that, but we'll pay. So I re-enlisted a total of 3 years, but they had me on the books already for 8 months, so they didn't pay me that. But the bonus that they gave me for 2.5 years, ooh, it was over 30 G's. I was like, God damn. Like I'm like with him, and I was 20 something. Oh my God, I ain't never seen no money like that before. I was like, what? And I should have signed up for a whole lot more.
Yeah, the bonuses are good. The biggest thing though is seeing what your MOS is going to equate to when you get out of the military.
Yeah.
And seeing if, okay, is it marketable? Is it something I want to do? When things change and times change, is it still going to be a marketable job? That's the biggest mistake people make.
That's one thing you got to think about. And I know for mine, I can't do it because of the stress, but I know my job, they normally be paying them jokers like 100 K a year or close to it.
What's that old saying, y'all? Speak of the devil and they shall appear.
That's
That's who that was.
cool. You're right.
West LA VA. Talking about a COVID shot. No, stop calling me, lady.
All the COVID people.
Yeah.
The VA. They moved it. That's one thing I don't like too. When they be like telling you go here, go there, like pick a spot and stay there.
But West LA, that VA been there forever. That used to be a military base in World War II.
Well, where I'm at is 2 VA hospitals. No bullshit. Like 2 legit big ass VA hospitals.
Wow.
And so I got my COVID shots at the original at one, and then they moved it. I showed up. Like, very rarely do I even like to go down there. I'm like, y'all, I go there when I have to, and that's it. I guess
the one thing though, the one thing I was really upset with the one thing I was upset with the military about is that when you ETS, right, they don't tell you nothing about the VA.
Ooh.
So I got out in 1990, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I got out of the military, I thought the Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA hospital, was for people who was amputees or people who was crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't start using my benefits until the year like 2000 because I didn't know nothing about it.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. I think the Army do that. You have to ask Carmen, like how they do lately, because when we get out, Oh, we in the pipeline. It's all about the VA, and it's 6 months out.
Carmen, did you hear what I said?
Mm. You muted. We can't hear you, Carmen.
You on mute.
No, I was saying that stuff changed. It's all part of your out processing stuff for your retirement. They give you the brief for the retirement services.
Uh-huh.
And at least at Fort Gordon, they schedule you.
Fort Gordon, Georgia.
They schedule you an appointment with the VA rep, and that
Wow.
VA rep goes through your medical records with you. You turn the stuff
Wow.
over to them, and they show you all the paperwork at the end. So they changed all that.
Yeah, like I said, that was in 1990. So they paid me for my leave, gave me my last paycheck. Said, see you later. Here's your ticket. Get out of here.
Carmen, what's this thing like on y'all base? Because I was on the Army base. That was my last duty station too. What is this thing about? They send y'all through like I don't want to call it a hospital, but it wasn't at the hospital where you just go in and they trying to give you a rating. Y'all still do that?
They don't do the rating, but you have to go through retirement services because any medical issues that can be resolved or dental, you're supposed to do all your final checks before you retire.
Oh, so they don't want you retiring with no illnesses. If you need a tooth fixed or whatever, they want to fix all that before you go.
Yeah, so that way, if you don't get your 100% from VA, then the military facility goes, "We're done with you. You was good when you left. Bye."
Look at this, Carmen.
Are you getting yours? You get your 100%? You getting your percentile?
I sure did.
There you go.
I retired in 2017, and I had the VA rep. I turned my stuff in, and because of I have military cause, the asthma and some other stuff. So I had 2 books full of medical records to turn in, like big books.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned everything in, and I came back like 3 days later or whatever, and they were like, "Okay, look over it, sign this." That VA rep had listed like 40 different things. I found out military had diagnosed me with certain things that a military doctor ain't never tell me. So I done wasted my time repeatedly going to dermatologists and everything else for the same thing because nobody told me anything. Turned it in, and then 90 days after retirement, I got a letter in the mail saying 100% service connected, permanent and total.
Damn.
God damn. So you got your 100% off the rip.
Yeah.
This the place to be.
That's a beautiful thing. It took me 7 years and 40 hours to get mine.
They didn't do me like that. Like I said, I had to go through the thing where y'all go. For some reason in the Navy, we just go, it's called out processing. You just go to medical. It's just kind of the same thing, but they try to give a rating. Oh, let me read Eddie B. Greetings from Maui, Howie. Carmen is fine as hell. What up, Carmen?
Hey,
we know that.
So what they did was I went through the Army part, like where y'all go, and they was trying to give me a rating. I won't even worried about that because we don't worry about that. 6 months out before we get out, we are able to see the VA, and then we belong to the VA, so to speak. Like I could have rolled that. I did ride it. I ain't gonna lie. I could have rolled that. Like I got a VA appointment. They don't talk to the medical because we had a Navy side up in the hospital. They couldn't check up on you. Be like, "Oh, I got VA today." Well, I was not coming in work. Carmen fell out. I was not coming in to work. All kinds of shit. My last 6 months out. But then I had so much leave. I had a fortitude to know that my leave, I was saving every bit of leave. So when I went on terminal leave, I started April 5th. My last day in the Navy was June 30th that year. And I got I got 90% 6 months later, but they shortchanged me and they had to come back and redo it. And that's when I got my 100% total. Well, the permanent total didn't come to years later. I didn't even try to get it. They just called me back in. And what it is what they call it, Carmen. It's like your reevaluation.
Yeah.
They called me in on a humbug. Like, we got an appointment for you tomorrow. Can you come?
The one thing too, So the one thing too you have to know is even if you're 100% permanent total, you have to look at each condition that you're rated for. So you might have certain conditions that are not marked 100% permanent in total. Those conditions they can review every 5 years. Now, when you're marked at 100% permanent in total, they still can review your file at the 10-year mark and try and call BS or reduce it or everything else. Once you hit the 20-year mark, you are untouchable.
Wow.
I know
See, because
the experience.
I got 100%, but I'm still employable.
And 100%
Right.
permanent in total, there's two. And it depends on the
Yeah.
There's one that's not employable, and that's usually like for people with a 70% on their PTSD. They're considered
Right.
not.
That's what I got. I got 30%. I got 30% because I was wounded in combat, and I still got some fragments of the bullet in my back. So I got 30% for that, and I got the 70% for PTSD. But I'm still employable. So what I'm trying to do now is go back and get another QTC appointment, which takes years to get, and have an outside evaluator evaluate me so I can get the 100% unemployable. Total unemployable.
Me personally, I don't mess with them like that reevaluation. Why? I know because things could change. Like I said, when they called me in for their reevaluation, it could have went left. It could have, because they called me in for something for my back, and then they called me in for my eczema. Why? I don't know. Because when they gave me the first evaluation for the eczema, it wasn't the lowest, but it's like 3 levels of that. I'm gonna say it wasn't the lowest; it was in the middle. So I think I got like 20 or 30% for that. But it just so happened, because I'm telling you, I've been allergic to everything. I have fucked around and went and got a pedicure. And that stuff that they be putting in the water, it aggravated me. When I tell you I was broke out on every part of my body.
Broke you out. Broke you out just in time. Just in time.
Just in time. I was mad as hell. But look, God was looking out, because they called me in right after that. So every piece of my body, because they'll break up your body when they judge you for eczema. With the torso guy, with the arms guy, with the neck guy, with the face. I had eczema everywhere. And the lady, I pulled off my shoe and she said, put your shoe back on. And then the back, she was like, what's up with your back? I said, well, it's degenerative bone disease, because I fell off a helicopter when I first came in. It wasn't running. I was servicing it. And I fell off the top, hit the ground and everything. And it made my bones fuse or something. So I have a slow rate of what they call it, degenerative bone disease or something, disorder or whatever. I don't know. But it ain't gonna be fixed. It's gonna get worse as I get older. But then she said, nah, you permanent total. And I mean, that result come back quick. What I'm telling the chat and whoever listening who's in the VA and all that is, if you go for them reevaluations,
they can relook at everything.
They can relook at your shit, and then they can reduce your shit within a week. Because I went on a Thursday, I got my paperwork that next Tuesday, that following Tuesday. And that could have went left easy, but it came back permanent total. You get all these extra benefits for your kids when they go to school and shit. So, but
yeah, they did permanent total, but like my back injury and the fact, like I got a clean screws, I actually had surgery in Iraq when I got injured.
Mm-hmm.
They put that was non-military related, even though it was a deployment injury. But yeah, it was weird. They did my stuff weird. But the fact that I was 100% permanent in total, they got to see me for everything anyways. They got to cover everything. Mm-hmm. So I was like, it ain't even worth it, because I don't even feel like fighting them on the end. Now, if they ever at like the 10-year mark be like, oh, we want to reduce this or we want to see, then we going to fight everything.
See, the thing with me, I don't worry about the reducing, because everything that's damaged is permanently damaged. It's not like I had cancer. They pay, like, and to people who don't know, if you lose a limb, you get that special pay. It's not a percentage. You just get a stipend in your check.
Organ too, vital organ.
Yeah, organs is too. You get that, especially if you get like reproductive organs. But also, you ever had radiation or chemotherapy, you will get a special stipend for the rest of your life. So the stuff that I got, you can't fit. So I don't be worried about them coming back later and saying, "Oh, we're gonna reduce." Just so y'all know.
Do you know? Do you guys know that I had a doctor? This was in 17. I had went and had a physical and got examined, and the doctor, the college kid, tried to say that the bullet fragments in my back was non-military related.
That's crazy.
So when I did the appeal, I said, well, the doctor says that the bullet fragments that are lodged next to my spine are non-military related. This Purple Heart I got tends to disagree with that analysis. So I'll let you guys figure it out from there.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Do y'all get special, as being in the Army, do y'all get special pay for having boots on the ground? Like,
yeah, see, I get an extra $750 a month because I got a Purple Heart.
Wow. You know that they give Navy people, because you remember it was a time we call it an IA. That's what we called it. But they would deploy us with y'all Army folks. Everybody came back from the Navy on those deployments for the most part. It's not absolute, but mostly everybody came back with a Purple Heart, or they were able to claim in the military. Let's say you ain't get no percentages for your rating with the VA. You still could get that stipend, like what he said, 750 or 800, because we don't do that. We don't go on the ground. So
you're going to combat theaters of combat.
Did y'all get that notice?
You go to theaters of combat as if you're on a battleship.
Yeah,
you guys are on a destroyer or an aircraft carrier.
Right.
Did y'all get notice that the VA benefits supposed to increase this year?
Yeah,
they're supposed to increase. Yeah.
Yes. I'm looking forward to February 1st.
Look, did you see it? Because I saw it.
I didn't see
They
it.
sent me the letter. They sent me the letter, but they didn't send me the money.
No, I saw the money.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, I was like, what happened? Of course I kept it. I was like, where this money come from? But it was.
I'm like Carmen. I'm waiting on February 1st because they sent me the letter, but I didn't get the money.
Y'all didn't see it.
I got the email. I didn't get the letter. But then again, I just found out talking to the doctor something. They can't get my last name straight to save their life, and now all of a sudden they got an old address that I ain't even lived at 3 years back in the system.
Yeah, they do that. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they do that. I always go down there. When I go down there, I go to the front desk at my primary care, and I tell them to pull up my records, and they pull them up, and I say, okay, what address do you have? Okay, this is my address. Enter that right now so I can change it through the whole system.
That's why I
get my meds at my current address, but
that's why I make the Department of Treasury will send you I say LES, but it's called some RAS or whatever. I make them send me a copy of it because I hardly ever go online and print out one, unless I absolutely need it. But every year they send me one, and I make them do it on purpose for that same purpose right there. Like, make sure y'all got the right address. I also check in to make sure that my ex-husband ain't know none of my shit. Because one time I went to the VA. Now I've been divorced for a minute, and they was
got your money.
No, he was in the system like he could get some shit out. Hold on, don't look. He was in the military, but don't attach him to shit I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hell no, he not getting nut because he didn't do 20. He didn't do 20 like me.
T, who done hacked into your site? You read up in the comments.
I see these are like trolls or
that's what I'm saying. Who's hacking into your site?
I don't know. I blocked them when they come in.
Yeah.
But I can't stop them from coming. I don't even know what kind of hacking they trying to do. They ain't, we live, so what hacking are they doing? And when I go off,
You're gonna enjoy this though tonight, Miss T, because these fights is pretty good. You're gonna enjoy this.
The what? The prices?
No, these fights on Showtime.
Yeah. It's I'm taping them. I don't miss nothing because My TV, like I said, set up the tape every box known to man on TV. It just is automatically recording. And yeah, is it on Fox or is it on what?
It's on Showtime.
Oh yeah,
Showtime, the new
Showtime.
Showbox.
I got that. You know, I'm crazy. Like I don't even look at regular TV. I have these channels for the boxing. Now, if it comes on ESPN or Fox and they don't tape for whatever reason, then I missed it, you know. But Showtime, I can always go back and look at it because it'll come on tomorrow. It'll come on the
You know, my old ass just got hit. My old ass just got hit to the Fire Stick.
Did you?
I just got hit today. Man, I got hit to the Fire Stick. I saw the cable coming immediately. Cut that shit off.
But you know
Cut it
what?
off.
In the area like where you probably live, and I know where Carmen live, probably y'all internet is better. Carmen, you remember this internet over here? It's like I've been thinking about getting that Fire Stick where you can pay a yearly thing, and then you can cut cable all together. But if I got the cable for the boxing, I can't do without it. So if my internet ain't working, that's what I worry about. And the internet is hit or miss right here sometimes.
Well, if you decide to get one, I'm telling you, don't go bootleg or don't get it from the homie. Go Amazon. That Amazon motherfucker is on deck.
Yeah. What you talking about? The actual Fire Stick or that
Yeah,
program?
the Amazon Fire Stick. Amazon Fire Stick. All you gotta do is log your name in, give me your credit card, and boom, you in there.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if this is bootleg or not, but it's something you can. Some people is a lot of people have this where you can pay them and you get all your pay-per-views and everything for the free. You just pay a little small fee for the year.
I heard about that. I don't know if it's legit though.
It's legit, but the problem is you got to have some damn good internet.
Yeah, that's why I don't never stream. Like people be streaming fights and shit.
Yeah,
I never do that. I did it once, and the shit buffered so much. I got so pissed off. I'm like, I ain't doing this shit.
That's enough to make me go come at the TV. That's enough to make me just be like, fuck, you know. So I don't get it because I know my internet ain't that reliable. So I just pay this high ass cable bill, you know. But yeah, you know, we should have had a VA show that we could tell them some shit. We can tell some folks some shit.
Oh man,
You gotta look.
it took me 7 years and 4 denials. And what I found out was he's not kept getting denied was because they would schedule me that QTC appointment. That's the one. Once you get that QTC appointment where you go to an outside doctor, then they can't refute it. They can't refute it because whatever's in your medical records, that doctor's going to look at it and he's going to say yay or nay. And once he says yeah, that's it. They got to give it to you.
A lot of times too, what a lot of people don't know is when you go, like for us, like I said, we had to see the VA 6 months out before we got out. And a lot of people don't know that when they doing the thing up, it's somebody probably with a high school diploma or just a regular person judging whether or not you should get your ratings at first. Of course, it's a process, but they, you know, they'll do the first initial yay, nay, somebody come behind them to check behind them and this, that, and the other. And sometimes you get caught up in the system and don't get what you're supposed to get because somebody who ain't a doctor, you know, just going by like, okay, I see this in her medical record. She wrote this down as a problem. So, you know, what kind of rating should she get with this? The initial people that do that, they're not doctors or PAs or nothing like that. The people that come behind them to verify, they are. But, you know,
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, if you at the desk and you are a doctor, you just get the paperwork, what they said, and you going about it. You ain't gonna do no extracurricular. Let me go back and just look through the record myself. No. And so a lot of people get screwed. And if you have a problem and you've been seeing an outside doctor and you give your paperwork from the outside doctor to the VA thinking that that's going to translate into a rating, what you got to do is go to a VA doctor and get them to transcribe it some kind of way and have their signature on it, then it's put in your record. Then it can be translated into a rating or something. But they're not gonna
That's a
rate
fact. You gotta make sure whenever you go to the VA, you make him log that shit in the computer while you in the room.
you.
Put this down. Go ahead and log that in. So that way it's in the system, in the VA system. That's what they're looking at.
I found that out with the eczema recall. Remember, I told you I had to go in for a reevaluation, and I was like, as much as I come in here for eczema, she's like, we don't have nothing. What? Thank God that lady looked at my body and was like, put shoe back on. I got the highest eczema. I was like, whoa. And it's crazy.
Thank God you got it. That's the thing. Thank God you got it.
You know, eczema could come and go. That's the crazy thing. It could like come and go, like being afflicted by it. Like I can have no rashes right now, but then 6 months from now I can have rashes. But if I went in when I don't have rashes, they judge you like right there, like, oh, you don't got a problem. You be like, yo, have you seen my record? I chronically got this problem. It comes and goes. But yeah, the VA tricky. Gotta know what you're doing when you get.
They're trying to give you nothing.
True. I think they said Georgia is one of the best spots for the VA. Did you hear that, Carmen? You muted. You muted.
There's Georgia, Texas, and like 2 other places that are good for VA and that you want to retire out or have VA look at your stuff. And then there's a lot of states that, good luck.
Even the biggest naval base in the country is Norfolk. That ain't the place to get your VA shit.
Place.
Right down here. And good old.
You gotta look at Georgia. You got Benning down there. You got Stewart. You got Compton down there.
Yeah,
they see most of the infantrymen, the combat soldiers go through Benning. They go through Stewart, and they see this all the time, so they understand. You know, they're more compassionate, I should say. They understand what we go through because they see it.
They said they got more reps in Georgia than they got anywhere. That's what they said.
So right now, the VA hospital in Atlanta, I think, as of last month, had the most number of patients for any of the VA hospitals in the U.S.
Because this is the spot.
Yeah.
This is the spot. And like you said, Texas.
Yeah.
Texas do okay too. Hawaii, no, because I was in Hawaii before I came to Georgia. I was like, hell no, let me get the hell out of Hawaii.
That's the thing. And what's so funny about that is my wife been pressuring me for a while. We should go down south. And I keep telling her, I ain't lost nothing down south. Down there for.
Anybody who's going through the VA process, I would suggest you do. And then you go back to wherever you were.
Nah, because see, I get down there, y'all cost of living is so much lower than out here. Shit, I might get down there, get stuck.
Get spoiled.
Well, yeah. Cost of living, at least in Atlanta, that stuff done rose. It's still right.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
So housing and stuff here is not. There's a lot of people complaining because rent in a lot of places is going up. From like some people were complaining they were paying like $1,200 a month. They get ready to have to pay almost $1,800 or they have to relocate.
That's sad when it's like
that's getting close because I'm out here, right? Right now I got a 2-bedroom apartment. Guess how much I pay for this motherfucker?
I'm scared of that.
$2,200.
Ooh. Carmen's smiling because she know we don't.
That's a house now. That's a mortgage.
5-bed, 5-bath home.
Me too.
And you pay my mortgage.
And then some. And then
my mortgage a little more than that, but yeah,
What's your square footage, Carmen?
Huh?
What's your square footage?
Almost 4,000.
Square feet. Mine's 3. Yeah. You got us beat by so much. I don't even want to tell you what I pay. Because you might be like,
I'm pretty sure. My partner just moved to Arizona. Mm-hmm. This dude just bought a 5-bedroom. It's a 1-story with a pool. 3.5 baths on a half an acre.
Mm.
New house. He's the first person to use the house. Guess how much?
Probably $1,000 a month.
He paid $300,000 for the house. He paid $1,500 a month.
Damn.
Yeah. But that landscape escape Arizona, I'm good.
Yeah, I couldn't.
But the thing though, I went out there to visit him. Here's the thing though. In the daytime, you're not coming outside.
No, it's hot. It's a rock yard.
That's ungodly.
You ain't doing nothing else with that half acre. Ain't shit because it's rock and cactus. Hell no.
Look, do the pool turn into a hot tub? You got to put a
we was out to the barbecue at night, and it's 92 degrees.
Oh
At
hell!
10 o'clock at night.
Oh, I was stationed in Arizona. I know.
They said that's the best place for allergies. Hell to the no. And then
actually, my allergies were worse in Arizona. My asthma was worse in Arizona than it was here in Georgia.
I'm gonna tell you, the only place I've been where allergies, where I tell you, seem like they're pretty good, is if you live near the water, the ocean, any saltwater body. So if you live near the Gulf, if you live near in the Pacific or the Atlantic, near that, I don't never have no allergies too much. But you can't afford that type of beachfront property and shit. So sucks to be me. But yeah, over here, I don't know.
Coming out here a month. Live by the beach. In an apartment, like a 1-bedroom. $4 and $5 grand a month.
See, that's crazy. Carmen, how big was your house down here?
It was down big. There was 52 or 5,600 square feet.
She had a finished basement.
Bedroom, 4-bath home, full built-in basement, and my mortgage was $1,800 a month. Man. My backyard was what, a 1/4 acre fenced?
Yeah, we had like
that house, Carmen. What you do with all that house? Oh,
I sold it.
Can you even
She had kids to fill it up, but
yeah.
You know, she sold that. Mine was I'm sitting on 4.4 acres or 0.5 acres and 3,000 square foot. My house brand new was $197. And I pay about $1,157 a month mortgage.
Yeah, Atlanta, you looking at easy 4,000 or 400,000 up for a house.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the prices of houses when I got here, and I ain't even go for no expensive joint. You know, it wasn't that many people with me in my household, so I just like I got a 5-bedroom, 3.5, 4 bathrooms. So, shit, that was good enough for us. If I want to put a pool back there, I could, but I ain't doing all that. Because the day I walk out to the pool and it's a damn frog or something up in that bitch, I'm done. Y'all can have the fucking pool. That's was you here, Carmen, when we had a influx of frogs that year? It scared the shit out of me. I don't know. I never knew I was scared of frogs.
You was warning everybody, don't be playing with me, don't be joking.
Yeah, don't play. Now to get killed with me with critters. I'm like, all these damn frogs. I mean, I remember I opened the back door for my dog to go out. And I don't know if you call these bullfrogs. It was a huge ass frog right at my back door. My dog stepped over him, and then came back to sniff his back. I slammed the door so fast when they got out there, they might almost not have came back in because that frog just stood there. And I had a frog try to jump in my house in the front, and I slammed the door real quick and got him caught up in the door, and he died. You think I went and peeled his ass off? No, he had to decompose. Old natural way. I was scared of frogs. Like I ain't even know it. Everybody laughed at me. They were like, "How you scared of frogs?" There's too many of them bitches. and down here, it's like things you think should be big is not. Like deers, they're not big. Remember, I was with your kids and I hit that. Well, I ain't hit it. It hit me. The deer ran. I ain't been the same since. But going up north on 95, whew, them damn deers might as well be a moose. And they be right there on the side of the highway. They will not venture in the street. I mean, they be right there. They know not to walk in the street. But if they did and you hit them, you ain't gonna make it through. They big as a bitch. And then,
you talking about deer?
Deer, yeah, the deer down here in Georgia, they little and they fully grown. They little. They look like what's that? Bambi.
They look like Bambi.
Yeah, they got the spots on and shit. They look like Bambi. But the deers upstate, when you get close to Virginia, they look like a moose.
Hey, so look, Miss T, you know now what's the next big fight that we all looking forward to?
The fight I want the most is Errol Spence and
Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because what we decided to do, me, DJ Cento, Kyle, maybe even Mark Nash.
Mm-hmm.
We said we're not gonna pay, for hotel rooms and plane tickets and all that. We're not doing that shit.
Mm.
What we gonna do is we go either because in our little crew, the two biggest houses. So what we probably gonna wind up doing is if the fight gets signed, the fight get made, we all either gonna fly into Bama. But DJ trying to buy another house, so I don't know where he gonna be. Mm-hmm. But we either gonna fly into Bama or we all gonna fly to Nashville, and we'll go to somebody's house and we gonna order the fight, and we are gonna do it that way. Just all we gotta pay for is all we gonna pay for is the plane ticket and the hotel room.
You up for that, Carmen?
We're not goddamn. I just paid take fight. I spent $1,200 on 2 tickets. I'm not doing that no more.
What'd you say, Carmen?
I said both of them are close to driving distance.
Both of them are close to driving distance.
Right. So what we try to do is we gonna wait and see if DJ buys the other house, and then we'll find out which is closest. Because I know DJ is like 90 minutes from y'all, right?
No. How far is Alabama?
DJ is 90 miles from y'all. He said he's 90 something.
Depends on where in Alabama, but I can hit the Alabama border in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, he said he's 90 miles. So he's 91 miles from Atlanta, Georgia, where he lives.
Yeah,
so either it's gonna be DJ's house or it's gonna be Cento's house in Nashville.
So when we come to Atlanta, when y'all come to Atlanta, we meeting at Carmen's house.
He got the biggest house. He got the biggest house.
Carmen, did I put you on the spot, girl?
You did.
He got the biggest house.
Oh Lord, that's gonna be a mess right there.
You know when I came down there for the tank fight, DJ drove up. Me and Centos booked our rooms like a month prior, man. Mm-hmm. Kyle stupid ass flew down there the day up.
Yeah,
so he didn't have no room, so he had to stay in my room.
Okay. Maybe me and Carmen would be nice if we got it at the time. Don't count on it. We'll put up and get y'all a room. Like if everybody put up $10 and get y'all a room for the night.
Yeah, that room. We was at the
I don't think
you know what this is called, the American.
Right.
We was at the
Y'all was at the what? The Omni?
The American. Ted Turner Drive.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we was there. That room was what, 200 a night, I think it was, 180 a night, something like that.
Well, if I come to Atlanta, I'm not concerned with no hotel. Ain't that right?
No, you can still come. You straight. You straight.
I'm not concerned with a hotel.
He said, I know I got a room.
I got a room. If they have it in DC, I'm not concerned with no hotel there neither. Now New York, Vegas, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Now, you gotta have, you gotta have a room. You never know what you might get into.
What you mean?
You can't go to somebody's house. You might want to go out. You might want to hang out. You never know what you might get into.
Oh, you talking about y'all?
Yeah, what you might get into. So you gotta make sure you got space to do whatever it is you need to do.
Well, we don't know what we getting into. Carmen, this itinerary. What else you gonna do? Let us sister
You
know.
already know. We roll together, we leave together.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Yeah.
You know, we tried to we went to the fight and we tried to go to the Blue Flame in Magic City, right?
We
But
can't.
goddamn Adrian Broner beat us to it.
Adrian Broner beat y'all.
Beat us there. Him and Tank, they all beat us there because we had night before it got something to eat, and it was like, I think it was $25. We went there after the fight. That nigga was talking about $150 at the door. Like, shit. I heard that. I heard that.
The crazy part is, I wish I could fly like Kyle do. Like Kyle could take JetBlue, or he don't mind that type of shit.
Kyle be standby. He's standby, man.
Fuck that. I'm a little
I
bougie.
ain't doing that shit.
Delta. I got to fly Delta. I don't know what other people airlines, but I be spending.
I can't fly standby. I can't just sit up in the airport and hope I get a seat.
I'm too old for all that bullshit.
I got to know when the plane is leaving, what seat I got, if it's an aisle seat.
It got to be guaranteed. Do I got knee room? All that. You know, what about you, Carmen?
I'm short enough, so knee room, I mean, it don't bother me. I'm gonna be comfortable regardless of what seat. I ain't getting on Blue. I'm not getting on Spirit Airlines. Nope.
Exactly. We bougie over here, Shelton, as you can now see. We gotta have the bougie plane, and it gotta
I go I leave out of LAX. I go American or Delta or something, something reputable. I ain't messing with no JetBlue, none of that new shit. I don't fuck around like that.
I did Spirit Airlines once.
No. That's the ghetto plane.
Yes.
That's the ghetto plane. I don't mess with
I was like, yep, no.
The lowest I'll go, my bougie ass, the lowest I'll go is Southwest. That's the lowest I'll go.
Yeah.
I'm strictly Delta at this point right now. I done flew off an aircraft carrier on the cod. I ain't doing that shit again. My heart can't take it. That must be an amusement park ride. That shit.
No, I'm gonna tell you what's worse. Carmen might know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell you what's worse. Don't ever take a goddamn Mac flight. I took a Mac flight from Germany.
Yeah.
Big mistake. I didn't understand. Look, I didn't know that when you take a Mac flight, riding on the C-130 in the back with the goddamn cargo.
Yeah, and
I didn't know
you get nauseous from the fumes and stuff back there.
Y'all got on that C-130.
And then every deployment too, they want to put you going over from stateside on over C-130. Like, oh.
What about the C5s? I always caught the C5s.
That's for tanks. You ain't getting on that. Cause when them straps break, they got
that
truck get the roll. Your ass is Stuvo.
Now listen, I can't do the C5 no more because when you go in it, you have to climb all the way to the top. I'm not doing that shit.
I'm gonna tell you. So flying in a C-130 at night, the pilots came back and was like, when we were heading for the deployment, I was sitting up towards the front. He was like, "Hey, you want to come to the front with the pilots?" Sure, why not? And put the NVGs on. You talk about beautiful.
What's the NVGs?
Night vision goggles.
Oh,
everything green.
Yeah.
Look at that. I climbed up. C5s are the Air Force planes, right?
Yeah.
And they big as big. And they'll feed you, but you climb up to the top and you're sitting down. But I didn't notice until after the flight was over that you face in the back of the plane. That's the way the seats are. I'm thinking, pilots, people, whatever. Face in the back. But I can't do the climb. Just to climb up there, I can't do that shit no more. And like the cod was the worst. The plane that they have that fly off of the aircraft carrier. They count that bitch down, and when that shit go, you slam back in your chair, and I mean your cheek, all that. I was like, never again. That's a heart attack waiting to happen. Give me slow ass Delta. Guarantee time flight. And look, I don't even I don't even do the connecting flights no more if I can help it. How about y'all? Like I can't take that shit. Straight flight.
It depends.
No, I don't do layovers. I don't do layovers. I can't
do
stand
a
there and have no
layover,
10 hours.
If you do a layover, so it depends. Like if you're traveling across the U.S. or to another country, then it's either a very short layover or it's 8 or more hours. So I can leave the airport, go sightsee, and then bring my happy butt back. Like I got friends that will do that too. So if, like say the layover is in Paris, have an 8-hour layover or a 10-hour layover, go hit downtown Paris, see around a little, then take your butt right back on to the airport.
All my leave when I used to live overseas, I caught MAC flights back, except when I lived in Japan. But Europe, yeah, I mean, the MAC terminal was in Philly at first. And then the second time I went to Spain, they moved it to the Navy base. And those were real planes, like real pilots, real crew, whatever. It wasn't military. Those MAC, because they always went Spain, Italy, somewhere else, Greece, and then Bahrain, and then they come right back, and so those are the MAC flights I was taking. But yeah, I ain't with I ain't with the maybe you'll get on the plane or maybe not. And then I'm tall, so I don't fucking like my knees up in my chest. I can't take it. I was like, nah. I need and then I'll pay for the seat. So whenever I travel, that's the most expensive thing I pay for is the plane tickets. Now I go not I don't know. Seem like lately I don't be half stepping on the room neither.
Yeah, I'm not half stepping on the room. I might the plane seat don't matter. Like I said, I'm 5'3", so I ain't worried about leg room too much. But my hotel, I ain't staying at La Roche. It's got to be a nice hotel.
No. You got to see, because what I do, I don't care. Say we go to Nashville or say we come down to the Yard, or we go to Alabama or whatever. The room is 60 to 90 days. The room is booked 60 to 90 days prior. That way, I can get the room I want, price that I want.
So here
goes. You trying to book a room before you gonna be paying out your ass.
So another tip is when you're researching stuff, if you're just trying to do your price stuff, put your Google search stuff on private or on where it's like screen so that Google can't keep record of it or the sites can't keep record of it. Because if you realize when you look at a hotel or airline and you do a search, you don't buy it, you go back, that price of that ticket has now increased. The ticket isn't necessarily, it knows that you already looked and it does that. It's going to keep doing it. If you private do your stuff for Google, if you go to black mode, it doesn't do it because the website doesn't keep record that you were the one who went there because it hides a lot of the information. So when you go back and see the ticket, you'll find it still for the same price, if not cheaper.
That's a nugget, y'all. That's a nugget she just dropped. I didn't know that. Because that damn show had
you're right. You look at the price and you say, oh, that's cool. I'm gonna get it next week. You go back, wait a minute. That shit that went up what? That's what the fuck.
That's a good nugget. That's a good nugget. Feedback, Shelton. You got some feedback. Like I don't know if you up on the mic, but sometimes it's
no, I was in the kitchen. Can you hear me better now?
We can hear you, but some people texting me back. What is all?
I was in the kitchen. Watching the dishes. This is a good fight. Good fight.
Yeah, that's a good nugget. That is a good nugget, Carmen, because that happens a lot. I'm tempted to start finding me a travel agent and just stick with that person because when we just went out to Vegas, my friend Lisa and Butter, they got a good deal with the travel agent that they have. Better, they spend less than what I had. And so I'm like, I just put in my head, if I go do a Vegas trip, all in all, it'll cost me about $1,200. Yeah, that's for the room though.
It's not bad coming from where you coming from. That's not bad.
That's for the room and the plane.
And that's round trip and the room, right? For the how many ever days?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Shit, I spent $1,200. I spent 12. I got to Atlanta. The fight was Saturday. I got to Atlanta Friday. I got there Thursday night, Friday morning, like 1 a.m.
Mhm.
Shit. By Saturday afternoon, I'd already spent $1,200. I'd already spent $1,200 by Saturday afternoon.
It'd
But
be
we was
cru-
all over the place.
It'd be crude. Look, are you saving up your money, Carmen? Because when is no, I'm not going to the Earl fight if he fighting Ugas. What's
Oh no, I'm not going to that shit. No, hell no. Ain't nobody fucking with that.
Cano Loco predicted that it will probably be in September. Would you go to that one, Carmen? Probably in Vegas. You muted.
You talking about the Crawford fight?
Yes, Crawford and
I
Spence.
said yes if I'm still in the country. I don't know when I'm gonna head to Egypt. It's either sometime between September and November.
Mm. Are you
I'm
trying
gonna tell you the truth.
to?
If them two niggas fight on the moon, I'm going.
If they fight in a neutral place, if they go to Texas, I'm not going.
They not gonna put that fight in Texas.
Or Cali, I'm not going.
That's not gonna put that fight in California. That's a Vegas fight. That's the mecca of boxing fight.
Yeah.
That fight is too big for the Staples Center. That fight is too big for. Well, I don't know. It's not too big for AT&T Stadium, but I don't think Bud would allow it to go there. I don't think Bud want to fight in Texas like that.
What
He
about
might though. He might.
what about Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
Ooh, that fight in Atlanta.
Girl, Carmen, shit.
Oh my god!
I'm telling
Look,
you.
niggas showed their ass. They showed their ass for Tank Davis. They showed their ass for Tank Davis. I have to give it to Atlanta. They showed their ass.
Do
I
y'all
was- I
feel
was-
y'all need to wear some bulletproof vests? Do you, I hate to put this out with Atlanta, but do you think you need a bulletproof vest?
Nah.
Man, I know, right? Nigga got shot right there in the parking lot. I was walking right
Man.
past him.
I know that's gonna mess up your outfit,
I
girl.
was
But
walking right past him.
yes, Carmen talking about nah. I know that's gonna mess up your outfit, but girl,
Yeah, I'm good.
That shit was crazy because I heard. Look, I'm walking right past him because me, Sento, and Sento went to the bathroom, and you know, so many people, and we lost each other some kind of way. So I'm like, look, I'm waiting for this nigga. He ain't came out the bathroom yet. He probably walked right past me, didn't see him. I said, look, I know where the hotel at. I'm to the hotel because we right down the street from the stadium. We right there, right through the park. We right there.
Yeah.
So I'm walking past these dudes. This is at the red Ferrari, and they arguing. And the last thing is, oh nigga, I gave you the 80 stacks though. So when I hear that, I'm like, oh, it ain't gonna end well. So I keep on walking. I meet some women. We talking. We walking. We all going the same way. By the time I cross the street to the park and make that right to go back to the American, I hear pop, pop, pop. I'm like, oh. By the time I got back to the hotel, Sento had came around the other way. He's like, man, you know the niggas got shot? I'm like, yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I heard it.
that's what came
I heard it.
out.
I walked it.
And with this rivalry, Carmen, you better
Oh, yeah.
goddamn bulletproof vest. With this
But
rivalry,
I'm telling you though, that's the first time. A lot of fights, a lot of football games, basketball games. I honestly have to. That is the first time that I went to a boxing match and the shit looked like a strip club. The boxing match looked like a strip club. I'm like, what the hell does she got on? How did nobody loves her? They allowed her to come outside.
it be like that. In
Man, it be like that.
Atlanta, you find that in Atlanta.
So let
But
me tell you. My brother came through, was driving through from Miami down to my parents' house in Kansas City. And he was like, his first impression, because he was driving through at night, he was like, Atlanta is ghetto. He was like, he was stopped in downtown Atlanta. And I forgot when it was. It was a lot of stuff going on anyways. But he was like, he got stuck in traffic. All of a sudden, people like this group of girls getting out of like a couple cars twerking in the middle of the damn street. He was like, it's ghetto.
I'm gonna tell you, if they bring that fight to Atlanta, I'm sure Carmen going, Butter going. Who else? I don't know.
Oh,
if
I'm
they-
definitely going. Like
I'm
I
going.
said, them two niggas fight on the moon. I'm going.
Yeah, I'm select. I mean, if they go to Vegas, I might go. I'm more. I'd say might, because more than likely, because y'all know how I feel about Bud, but I ain't wearing no Bud t-shirts. Doing none of that.
Now the good thing about that is, if it do come to Vegas, you know, you can house my house and drive up, or because Cento's got a timeshare in Vegas though. Cento has a timeshare out there. I don't know if it's gonna line up with his time to use the timeshare, but he has one.
Our own little bougie hotel. We get our room. We might have to conserve. Like I typically get my own room, you know, but I don't know. I can't promise nothing. You know, you get to a certain age, you be like, I got my own room. I don't know about you, Cara, but I'd be like that. But you know,
What I just say is have your own space, because you never know what you might run up on. Never know what might happen. You gotta have your own space. You don't be staying in other people's houses anyway. I gotta really, really know you or be related to you to be staying in your house.
We gotta
I
be.
just don't. Yeah, we gotta be
gotta be proper.
Yeah, I can't be just staying in people's houses, because you know people got things they do in their house that they may not, you know, I might not agree with, or they may not like the way I get down in their house. So to avoid all that, my own space, I can do what I want to do. You know, I'm old, I'm stubborn, and I'm old. Shit,
stuck in your ways. But yeah, hopefully that Carmen, that's what's on the horizon. That fight is probably about to be made. That would be the next one, the big one to even contemplate, you know, chopping it up. Destiny Black might come. Carmen, you haven't met her yet. But if we go this time,
there's something wrong with her, Carmen. It's really something wrong with that child.
Don't say that, Shelby. That's my friend.
Yeah, that's my girl. I love her to death, but there's something wrong with her. She did 20 years. I don't know what she did to me. Fucked her up.
No, she didn't do 20 years. She did 8 years, I think.
Oh, she only did 8? I thought she did 20. I thought she retired.
Or something like that. She didn't do 20.
Is that the one with the high pitched voice?
Yeah. Show. Yeah. Yeah. So
she's from Chicago, right? Ain't she from Chicago?
Yeah. I agree. Look, now me and her are polar opposites, but I agree with like 95% of the shit she say. But if we go to this Spence fight, Crawford fight, because she's a Bud fan like me, and we all go, then we gonna hit up a burlesque show. You down for that, Carmen?
You already know.
Huh?
I said you already know I am. That stuff don't bother me.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that. I'm gonna hit a burlesque or a drag show. I don't care. I don't know what the guys
in a drag show.
You been to one, Carmen?
Oh yeah, I've been at several of them.
Destiny said
I got some friend. Well, one of them, he and his boyfriend like to go all the time. So when I go visit up the DC area when he's there, he always drags me to one. I tell you what, they got the best drinks at them shows. You can get your money.
Yeah, they do. I heard about that. Yeah, they do. They said they look as strong.
Yep.
And it's Vegas, so you should have the best weekend for me, because I don't drink. But yeah, she said we'll roll up in there, because that's what I've never done it. I kept trying to do it, but the Navy was getting in the way with all. Not saying that they wouldn't let me go, but all the deployments and having to be here, and just when I be like lining it up, like okay, I'm going to this shit, something happens, and I never get
time to go. The mortars come on the road.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, we going to the burlesque, or I don't know if we could do both, but we gonna hit one of them up for sure. And do they have shows during the daytime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hit one up.
Vegas shows all the time. Vegas never sleeps.
We can hit one up before the fight, and then hit the fight up. And the crazy part is, what I don't like is I always schedule my flights first thing in the morning. And I know I prefer not to, but I'll be glad that I do when I get home because I get home in a reasonable time. That's Sunday. But I need to not give a fuck and just schedule it later so I can
I
have
ain't doing first thing in the morning. I ain't getting up that early if I'm on vacation.
not that early.
Yeah. When we left Atlanta after the fight, we couldn't get in nowhere, so we were going to Allure. We stayed in that motherfucker until like 3:30. DJ ass was hungry. Nothing was open but that 24-hour right there off of I think it's off of Ted Turner. It's a 24-hour diner. So we sat there for like an hour. Finally got in, ate some of the nastiest food I ever had in my life, and then I had to drive straight to the airport.
We was trying to go to
I
where?
I forgot where it was, but they told us to meet, and then it was just.
Team too much. Remember the dude hit somebody's car? It was like, I'm
Yep.
over it. That's one thing I don't like about Atlanta. I swear y'all notorious for hitting the bumper. God damn. It's almost like
It's funny, almost every car in Atlanta got some scratch or dent on it.
on the bumper in the same spot. Like it's crazy. I bet your insurance companies be like, what the fuck? What do we charge these people? Because it's almost like a requirement. It's going to happen. Because why? They don't know how to properly switch lanes. Yes, I said it. You know I'm telling the truth. They don't know how to properly switch lanes.
Well, it's part two, so some of the exits, you have like 100, 200 feet to get over 3 lanes so you can turn if you need to. Like some of the exits just, so you kind of understand when you hit the highway. But yeah, you got a lot of people, they don't know how to check blind spots. Almost gotten 3 accidents yesterday. And then one lady mad because I'm laying on my horn. She mad, I'm honking at her. Like, bitch, you coming in my lane. If you want to hit me, you got a nice brand new Beamer. I'll sue the hell out of you. Oh, my neck and my back. We can do this.
My neck and my back.
Yep.
I set out a court for $50,000. Now look, I'm gonna tell Carmen, can I say this? Like how you drive. Carmen will have boy, I'm telling you.
I'm gonna get you where you gotta go.
She gonna get you where
I
you
like on deployment when you gotta get somewhere. That's what I do.
She gonna get you where you gotta go, but you better take your blood pressure medicine
and put your seatbelt on.
And put your nigga, you better hold on to the right.
Hey, no accidents, no deaths. We good.
I be like, Carmen, you know, my eyes be bugging and shit. I be like, she's like, I got you, T. I got this.
Oh, she over there hitting the brakes in the passenger seat.
She look, I know, yeah. I'm doing the Fred on through the flow, trying to slow down the goddamn car. I'm like, I look back at her children, they used to it. They was like, yeah. I be like, girl,
I got a heavy foot.
A heavy foot, like girl. But you know what? You drive a little bit more calmer. You still was you when your mama was in the car, though. I noticed that. Yeah. Very, very.
So Carmen, you ain't stopped driving that convoy speed yet?
No, not yet.
I'm like, what the fuck? Oh Lord. I thought you was like off the chain here. And then because people drive like old folks here, but in Atlanta, girl, you went in wrong. That's what I gotta say. Went in wrong.
I still drive like if you in New York City dealing through the lanes of traffic, like.
Yeah, I get it. Because when we was in Somalia, you had to drive at convoy speed. You had to be moving because they're shooting at you.
You get over in different lanes. You got traffic laws, stop signs in one way.
Take the same lane, we go at the same speed. Something's in your way, run it over. Don't stop. Get back to the base.
Now the crazy thing is, when we went to that fight that night, you was driving like that, and I might have been hollering like, ooh, and all opening my eyes and shit. But if I was to drive, we would have been late. I don't even know if we'd have made it. I don't know how she can drive through traffic like that. Everybody else be stuck. I don't know how she do it.
Because
But
I look and I see like 10 moves ahead. So I know, okay, I need to get in this lane, then immediately get in that one back over next to. It's just I look far ahead so I know how to get through and
Shelton,
see
We
where
call
my spots are.
Shelton, you get
we
out the
call
car lane.
that we call that Carmen be driving in the gutter lane. She hit the gutter lane, dip back in, dip out.
Yeah. Look, Shelton, you get out the car like, I got my eyes, my arms, my legs. I can walk. I can walk.
We get there safe. We gonna get there on time.
And no accident. I mean, other than the average accidents any adult can have, but like for how she drive, not really no accidents. But it's scary. I ain't gonna lie, Carmen.
Yeah, we gotta see what's the next big fight because everything get canceled. You know that fight got canceled tomorrow, right?
For who?
Will Smith got
Callum Johnson.
Callum Johnson caught COVID.
Yeah, but they replaced him with Bradford. I'm saying his name.
Somebody we don't know. Yeah, some guy.
In the WBO, and is scheduled for the 15th. So it might
Some
got,
guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
he got
Some
caught. That's why I said full circle. It should be in a contract. People, there's money.
Yeah.
There's money on the table, whatever. But we definitely would do it. Me, Carmen, I'm sure Butter will want to go. Destiny, and maybe Dez will fly because Dez said he preferred to fly to Vegas.
We're gonna figure it out.
Job, we gotta let her know ahead of time. For me, I gotta save it now.
Either we gonna go to Vegas or we just gonna shoot down to Tennessee or we gonna shoot to Alabama and just do it right there. But we gonna all be in the same spot. That's what we decided. We all gonna be in the same spot.
So y'all said like y'all gonna have y'all place and then come on, what's look.
That way, if we do it like that, right? All you gotta pay for is your plane ticket, your hotel room, and your rental car.
Well, and
a couple of us can go in on one car because they like we know where we going. So one spot. Either DJ, you guys, or Centos going to tell us where to go because we don't know where the fuck to go.
Carmen, you coming strapped? I am. Look, she on mute, but she said, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, I always.
I think Alabama is open carry, right?
I got concealed carry.
And
Tennessee is open carry. I know Tennessee is open carry.
Yeah.
So I might as well go get my concealed carry. I don't know. I'm sleeping on that.
They had that.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know,
what's your clearance? What's your clearance? Top secret. You got top secret clearance, right?
I had. That would be Miss
so you can't conceal carry either.
That's Miss Carmen over there. I had. I ain't got
Carmen,
that.
You still got your clearance?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. I ain't got no job, man. I don't have no job.
You need one. Shit. If you've ever had a top secret clearance, your record is spotless. So you can get whatever carry permit you need.
But you know, I haven't had it since I had that job, so they will have to judge me from when I stopped having it to up to now.
How many times you been in jail?
Never.
So you ain't got nothing to worry about.
It ain't just that. You know, I do other things. They might not like what I do.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, because that's not federal. It's not legal on the federal level yet. That's right.
For the state of Georgia, they do. That is one of the questions they ask you for your concealed carry. Do you do it? When's the last time? I don't know if it comes into play with them giving it to you, but I know they ask it.
I mean, nowadays,
this is what's killing me though. Why do you have like what is it now? 40 some states in the union that is legal, almost 50 states.
But it's still
in the federal level. It's still not. Why is that? What's the problem?
But see, if they ask, I'll just say, you know, when I went to Virginia, it's legal there. It's legal in DC. It's legal in Vegas. When I go to those places, I do it. Can't be wrong, right? Wink, wink. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but I just don't get that though. Why is it not legal on the federal level yet? When everybody's taxing it.
But
Every other state is taxing it.
listen, when they get, and this is my opinion, when they get the people they want in those highfalutin offices and like the White House, the legislation, and all that, when they get a bunch of Republicans that run the whole country, lock, stock, and barrel, they can do what the hell they want, and they can hook up their friends. It'd be the same moguls who will have, who will have that business down on lock. Just like if you right now said, I'm not telling you can't, but if you wanted to open up a brewery or like make your own beer, you got to compete with all them other motherfuckers, and they don't want to let you in. So it take a lot of greasing of the palm. I don't know what it would take, but they make it difficult because when they figure out how they can have the people they want to be run it, then that shit would be legal across the whole United States. Until that day happen, and I predict that if it's all Republicans, not saying Democrats don't want to make it legal, but the way things going and everybody's such an anarchist and everybody living in chaos, they're not gonna be happy till it's all Republican, and then they're gonna get what they want. I can tell you right now, us three, it don't matter if Bishop Tutu run this motherfucking country. We gonna be all right. We secure the bag. So people can keep listening.
That's
to
true.
listen
That's
to.
true. We're gonna be okay, no matter what.
Right. But that when I vote, how I vote for the little guy, because it don't matter who is in there. I'm getting mine, regardless. Ain't no monkey stopping the show.
I worked at that Carpenters Union for 25 years, and the one thing it taught me is that it doesn't matter who is in that Oval Office. My taxes don't change. I'm paying the same amount of taxes no matter who's sitting up in there. So what I've learned to do is vote for things that are in my best interest. What's going to help me and my family. Other than that, I look at local elections, Senate elections, who the DA is, who are the judges, who's the congressman, people that think the way I think and their votes benefit me. National elections, I will vote, but it don't really matter who the state senator is or who it is. That shit don't affect me. I'm not in that tax bracket. It doesn't affect me one bit.
The crazy part for me is there are some Republicans that I could look at. I don't be pressed. I don't be tripping because they won or whatever. I tripped when Donald Trump won. you Carmen, I was snapping on that one. But
Racist shit. That's why you trip.
Hatred for Democrats, I will never understand. Like y'all fighting the wrong battle. Y'all are fighting the wrong, like a lot of people are fighting the wrong battle, but that's for them to do. When you get what you want and get all the Republicans and the racist people and keep listening to these people, and you get that, and then tell me how it work out for you. Because anybody who got money that steers you that way, ain't not gonna happen to them. All y'all poor motherfuckers or motherfuckers that need every dime you get, go on to do it. Go on and listen to them. You'll see what happens.
The people who got it, the people who are in power and who got, control the wealth and they in power and they control the way that this country rolls, they like it the way it is. So you have to give them some kind of incentive to change it. If they can't get nothing out of it, why would they change it? They like the shit the way it is.
And that
Joe
is
Biden
a true
been in government for 50 years. He ain't trying to change shit. He likes the shit the way it is.
A liberal is somebody who don't want to change nothing, which really normally used to go for Republicans. But you're right. If people don't want to change nothing, but he can't change nothing. Every time Democrats win, they don't never have no backing. That shit never happens. When Republicans win shit, they always have the backing they need to do what they want. But y'all think about this.
And they got a Republican, and they got a masquerading as a Democrat in Joe Manchin.
Oh, he killed me. I can't stand that dude. I can't stand because all this, I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump. I'm gonna vote for Republican. Well, say goodbye to your medical insurance or your health care. I got it. That's what I'm gonna say to people. When people be like, how can you vote them? I don't give a fuck. I got health coverage. Do you?
Yeah, I got this. So I'm gonna
One-
covered until it's over. I'm covered till it's over.
There's no cap that I know of. It probably is a cap, but I don't know of any. But when the Republicans take over and they make good on their promise and take away your health care, holla at your girl. See how happy you are. See how happy you be after that. Because they've already told you they're gonna do it. They've tried. And they're going to do it. And and this notion about Republicans don't give taxes, like you said, your taxes never change. Check this out. I'm in Georgia, right? They might lower.
They don't change. They may go up, but they don't change.
All of them, Democrats and Republicans, raise your taxes. It's just in Republican states they do it differently. This is how they do it. So when you go into DMV or whatever y'all DMV is, I don't know, they call them different places, different things in different places. But DMV, right? You go in there, and let's say you was paying on the car, and it was your wife's car, but you and your wife was making the notes or whatever. Both of y'all name was on the thing. Okay, the car is paid off. Now it's her car, so you go in there and do a simple transfer a name on the title, right? The final title. Even I'm gonna just put it in my wife's name. Take my name off it. You know how much did that cost? How much should that little transaction cost?
Should cost $25.
Not in Georgia. Like 200 and something dollars. I seen a man snap, a typical Republican man. I laughed at his ass. I said, "You voted for that." I don't know what they tell you they're gonna do. At least when the other side do it, they do it all at once in the federal. You voted for that because you believe that bullshit that they don't like taxes. Them motherfuckers love spending your goddamn money, all of them. And when they bankroll the country, who that's gonna affect?
The people
one bill
who ain't got no money.
One bill they got to pay. They got to pay the government workers. They got to pay the military. Got to. They got to keep with their promise that they'll take care of you for the rest of your life. They got to. But they ain't got to keep no promise to you. No.
Nothing.
The post office going broke. You know why? Because to rob some more money from the people, and this was a Republican idea, they made them pay their pensions out like 40 years. And the post office, like, we never had to do that. Well, in case y'all don't know, most organizations, you have to pay your pension out 10 years. Is that about average, Shelton? Like 10 years? They have to pay, because if you work at a job and retire, you expect to get your pension, right? Well, the only way to guarantee that happens, because a company could go out of business at any time, so they make you pay your pension out years in advance. But companies usually had like 10 years, something like that, 15 maybe. The post office, they make, just to fuck with them and steal their money, they made them pay their pensions out 40 years. That's why the post office don't got no damn money. It's not that they make money. And who idea was that? You want no Democrats? You want no Democrats? I'm not saying Democrats are all better, but y'all, hey, again, in the end of the day, I'm gonna be sitting back laughing, and yes, I will be laughing at all the carnage and hurt that y'all get from doing it y'all way, because it don't matter which way.
You voted for that.
Exactly. However you vote is what you vote. I can't do nothing but respect it, but I can laugh at the same time, and I will be. Trust me. For y'all who don't get no medical coverage, I will be laughing. It's fucked up to say, but shit, if you vote for that shit, I gotta like. If you like it, I gotta love it. Ain't that right, Sheldon? If you like it, I love it. That's why I say you gotta be thinking about what you're doing. Stop trying to be an anarchist and live in chaos.
Stop trying to fit in.
Mm-hmm. Stop blaming. Stop judging contemporary times today on what happened yesterday or, like years ago. Because that was a different time, a different era. Shit worked differently. You could never do that and come up with a good solution. Keep being mad at people for what happened last year or not last year, literally, but like years ago, 20 years, 30 years ago. Keep being mad at it and see how far it gets you. Those people that drive you to it, they already good. They good.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna happen to them.
Try to litigate the 60s in 2022.
There you go. That's the best way to say it. That's the best way to say it. Oh, he was like this in his 60s. It was a different culture, y'all. It was a different culture. That's how things work. You know what? Girls used to have to wear slips. You don't see our asses wearing that shit now. But shit, all hell would have broke loose, Sheldon, if you ain't had a slip on.
Oh, you get your ass whooped.
Your mama was like, you little hussy, what are you doing?
You remember that used to be the thing? You see the excuse me, ma'am, your slip showing.
Yeah. All the time. You little hussy, what you trying to do? What you trying to do? Yeah, that was a thing, y'all. But today is irrelevant. But what really changed? Why is it irrelevant now? Culture change. Oh, they never have helped black people. Black people never really voted like they do now. If you don't, like you said, they want to stay in power. And the only way to stay in power is to get your vote. So if you're not voting,
this is what people don't look at. We only been voting since 1965, yo.
Is that
we have only had the right to vote since 1965. Do the math. That's 50 years. That's only 50 years.
They voted in pockets, but it'll cost you.
Yeah, it might cost you your life. Might cost you your life.
So I'm supposed to be mad at somebody who couldn't rely on your vote 20, 30, 40 years ago. So if he supposed to kiss your ass and you couldn't even vote or you wasn't voting, and you mad at the choices he made when you weren't part of the solution. Like you said, litigating something from yesteryears in today's time is crazy. You have good luck with that. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be laughing. I don't have to debate nobody. I will be laughing because Carmen, Shelton, and me, when we get a boo-boo, we can go right to medical. And get that fixed.
No, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to the VA.
And exactly, and whether anybody have a job, we gonna get a check every month. So
yeah, that's a fact. That's a for sure.
Which take on, you know.
I say my bills are paid every month when I show up. I'm good.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So y'all can keep listening to these folks and sitting at home and not letting your voices be heard or getting mad at certain things over some bullshit or calling out. I wouldn't suggest you call out any party. I look at the party that's doing whatever, and then that's where I go with it. I ain't locked in. I'm a Democrat, proud Democrat. But if the Democrats are acting like Republicans, I'm done with them. I'll be done.
You know the people. I'm gonna tell you the cats that really killed me. I just surf around sometimes on the internet and I listen to some of these laptop revolutionaries.
That's a good name.
You a laptop malfunction. You finna change the whole. You gonna fight the whole system from your laptop in your mama's basement.
And this is what I always say. Fine. Let's do it your way. What is that gonna do for me? Don't tell me about no motherfucking feeling, because I can't eat a feeling. What's it gonna do for me? That's my conclusion. But then you'll be on the right side of history. I don't give a fuck. I'm black. I'm always on the wrong side of history. What is it gonna do for me?
We was all in the military, right?
Right.
So you understand. So we understand, right? You say it's a war going on. We got to fight this war.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we gonna fight a war, we gotta have some logistics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we need a military. We gotta find a way to secure our food to feed that military. We gotta clothe that military. That military is gonna need fuel for the equipment. Where we gonna get the equipment from? Who's the soldiers? Who's gonna do the fighting? Generals. What's the attack first? Now the military I was in, the first thing we got to do is take out command and control. We got to stop their communication. They cannot be able to communicate. Take out their communications and stop their supply line, so they can't fund their army.
C2.
These are all the things we got to think about before we get to start changing shit and all that other bullshit. These are the things we got to think about. We're gonna fight this war. So what's the battle plan, fellas? Okay. So basically, we ain't gonna do shit, but talk about it on the internet. That's what we gonna do.
You just won't, like, sometimes I wonder how deep into anarchy are we? I be wondering, because that's what it seemed like. People just got their ideas, but they never have a finishing point. And they think you supposed to be happy. If I'm raising my kids, I want to raise my kids in peace.
What it shows, though, is a lack of intelligence in it. It highlights the decline of the U.S. education system and everything else. The ones that talk about it, whatever else, whether they feel whatever way or they think they're woke on whatever side they're. A lot of them tend to go off conspiracies with nothing to back it. No, I mean, look at Intel. What's your source of information? What is it to back it up? What evidence do you have? It's just theories are great, but they're nothing without some sort of evidence there. Feelings are great. Everybody's entitled to them. It doesn't make your feelings valid or truthful. That's a hard truth for a lot of people nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
But when you lack knowledge, when you lack a good education system, it is easy to go and believe whims, conspiracy theories, and whatever fits your feelings at the moment.
Innuendos.
And it is, I mean, if you keep the people dumb, you can control them. You can do things without them realizing it because they're too stupid to even know what to look for or even recognize it when they see it. And if you can create tensions and fighting amongst each other, if I can think this way, as you as a parent, if the kids are sitting there fighting with each other, whatever else, and you throw something in that you know is going to cause a fight, you can go up to your room, take a nice hot bath, whatever else. They're going to be down fighting on whatever. It's the same thing with people. People distracted and fighting and, oh yeah, let's divide each other and over here and we're going to be over here and all this other stuff. Okay, keep being dumb because you're not paying attention to what's being done up top that directly affects you.
A house divided.
And who do we know who just took advantage of that for about 4 years?
Trump.
He took advantage of that.
Yeah.
It's too stupid to see what I'm trying to do.
And then us working in Intel, and some Intel a little because you was on the battlefield. You just said something about C2 and C3. And so I know a little Intel. Us working in Intel, we know damn well how dangerous Trump was for this country. A lot of these regular motherfuckers don't know. And I said that shit irritates me.
This is the thing that always gets me. They say, because I've heard this, well, he says what he means. He talks like us. He's one of us. Okay, well, if you're a bigot, if you take advantage of people, because he had a lot of people that did work for him, everything else, and never paid them. And then I've heard, well, he's not a bigot. He used to date a black girl. Well, that's great. Slave owners used to rape their slaves. They were still racist.
Ooh,
so say that argument for somebody else. I'm going off I'm not going off actions from, okay, let's forget the fact that he got sued and lost for racial discrimination in the housing stuff. Let's forget that. Let's go off the words, the rhetoric and division he was saying on his platform as he was running. Let's judge off predictions. But there is people were stupid. So that whole thing, well, he's not a politician. Oh, he was.
Yes,
he plays the game. He's not one. You didn't get handed money. You didn't file bankruptcies left and right, but it did not affect you personally because your businesses had their own LLC, which, by the way, is like, hey, okay, it has its own their own essential social. So you file bankruptcy under that business, and it doesn't affect your personal finances. You sitting up here voting for Trump because, oh, he's a conservative. Really? He got 3 wives, cheated on everyone, kids left and right, did all kind of stuff, grabbing females by the foot, everything else. So he doing all this, talking about his own flesh and blood. Yeah, if she wasn't my daughter, I'd date her. That's some other sick shit.
Sick.
You sitting there doing all of that. If that's the type of person that you're saying you are, I don't need you around anyways.
Exactly.
Well, no, that's not what I mean. He's not a politician. Yes, he is. Who were his friends? Who were his friends? All politicians.
And he was a Democrat at that.
It wasn't Clinton. Guess what? He was best friends with the Clintons up until the stuff. So if you got a problem with Clinton, you should have a problem with Trump too.
He was a Democrat up until he ran when he said it years before. If I want to win, I'll just get with Republican. I'm gonna put my stink on it because he know they dumb enough to fall for the okie doke. He know how to cause dissension in the ranks. Abraham Lincoln said it best: a house divided will always fail. And that is the truth. Now, how much y'all want to bet? This is what I feel. I know I can't confirm it or deny it, but I feel that it's the truth. You know, him and his family stole money out the coffers. You know it, but y'all motherfuckers gonna see when you go to get your pension and Social Security.
They don't see them because they don't work.
And then when you think about all the people that steer you in that direction, you're gonna be looking at them sideways. Cause he did it, y'all. He did it.
Now I'm gonna throw this stuff out there. What you will see a lot of is a lot of red states. They buy into stereotypes, negative stereotypes, and they tend to vote against their own personal interest. Yet they are the ones that overall typically tend to house a lot of the poorer ones and where most of your welfare recipients tend to be. But hey, your government shouldn't be giving us handouts. Well, most of the people in your states are, oh yeah, and let's go against your stereotype. Most of those people on those systems are white. Mm-hmm. Then on top of that, a lot of people that are on those systems actually work full-time or work multiple jobs. Heck, they did a whole thing. Walmart purposely pays people a poverty wage so that way they can qualify for state assistance, and therefore the CEOs and the people in corporate can bank and keep the money up at their level. That is. And everyone talks about, well, the tax is this, tax is that. The taxes went to everything and was working fine for Reagan. Reagan's the one that sat there and started nixing everything and everything else and stopped taxing the rich, where the rich weren't paying their fair share of taxes.
But see, you hit the nail on the head because number one, you got to understand that, of course, it's going to be more white people than anybody else on public assistance because there's more white people in this country than anybody else.
But they believe the stereotype is all black people or it's mainly black people on there for a handout. That's the funny part.
Yeah. And number two, if you listen to his slogan for office, we're going to make America great again. Where did he get that from?
Yeah.
Where did he get that from?
Nazi Germany.
If you old enough to remember, another president couple years ago said the same exact thing. We're gonna make America. You know who that was?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan.
Right.
The exact same slogan.
This new fugazi ass shit these Republicans do, they will blow up this country if they don't get their way. Now, I don't know how you get behind people like that because, like I told you, us coming from Intel, I can't tell you no more than this because I can't tell you what I did. Carmen can't tell you what she did. Sheldon can't tell you what he did. But what we can tell you is that dude was detrimental to your health as a citizen in this country. You can believe it. Bring him back if you want to. Bring people like him if
Well,
you
I've
want
heard
to.
now too,
You
like
don't
people
see.
throwing a fit talking about, well, Biden this, he killed a lot of people and everything else, talking about the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Now, I'll be the first. I don't.
Say what you mean, girl.
That was a waste of time being over there. The way everybody pulled out should not have been pulled out that way. But if you want to put credit on somebody, let's put credit on that shitty operation on who it belongs to.
Mm-hmm.
Trump even bragged about that he set that in motion and had the stuff done, and Biden couldn't get out of it if he wanted to. So let's put that credit back where it's owed. But people sit up there and they want to forget, just like you have now. They had on the Young Turks show, they were sitting there and they had the segment where Steve Bannon was throwing a fit because Trump didn't give this big speech on January 6th. Some of the Republican senators and everything actually advised Trump against giving any speech, whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
So Bannon was on his little talk show, and that motherfucker should be, I'm sorry. I do not like the fact that traitors, if you commit treason, if you commit whatever else, you should not be jailed. Put a bullet in your goddamn head. That's my fucking thing. I guarantee you'll have a lot less people doing it. But anyways, he's not 6 feet under the ground like he should be. We'll leave that alone. He on his show today getting on Trump's case because Trump didn't get the speech and trying to preach out to the Trump followers that January 6th, the insurrection didn't happen. It was actually January 3rd. Nah, bitch, it was January 6th. But you actually have these idiots, these buffoons that believe it wasn't Trump, it was a setup.
Yeah, it was Black Lives Matter and Antifa.
Okay, one, Antifa stands for anti-fascism.
Yeah,
so let's
exactly.
get that straight. And apparently you don't understand what fascism means
or socialism.
Yeah. I mean, it's
girl, I know
that's what I was gonna say, Carmen. That's what I was gonna say. What did you see? He showed you exactly who he was on January 6th. That was an attempted military. He just didn't have the military to back him up.
They already confirmed the Fox News tweets and the president's son's tweets, Trump Jr.'s tweets saying, somebody please tell him to get on and tell everyone to stop. This is not the way to do it. Fox got embarrassed. They wanted to sit there and hide and everything else. They got mad that those text messages were leaked. That happened January 6th. It was an insurrection. My personal thing, I don't give a damn if you serve this country or not. If you were part of that insurrection, you should be recalled, dishonorably discharged, and lose any and all VA entitlements because you apparently do not understand the oath that you took.
Yeah.
And he stood in front of a firing squad. Anybody who participated in that shit should be stood in front of a firing squad and shot.
I agree.
That's treason. That's treason against the United States government.
Because if you want to be, man, y'all got to think about this. A lot of people don't know their civics. They don't understand how their government works, but they got a lot of motherfucking shit to talk about. And that it baffles me every fucking time. You obviously don't know how shit works, but you are ready to follow an idiot. And you don't think that shit gonna come back on you? I done lived overseas for many years, and I'm telling every American that will listen to this, your ass is lucky as hell you live here. Even with all our problems, you will not want to live nowhere else but here because you have grown accustomed to a certain lifestyle. These motherfuckers that be talking about socialism, you know what I'm saying? And I know people probably be mad that I'm even saying that, but I don't care because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Socialism and communism is a theory. Was it practiced? Yeah, it's a theory. But you always had East Germany doing the buffering, participating in capitalism and disseminating to the Warsaw countries. China is a communist country, right? But look like they practice capitalism to me. So what the fuck is everybody talking about socialism? Why
they have no idea. They have no idea of what they speak of. They have no idea what they speak of. They have no knowledge of what they're talking about.
It be baffling me. It baffles me. I'll be like, really? You don't really know how a socialist country runs. Trust me, your motherfucking ass. The main people that be claiming for it will never, ever like that. They be crying.
Because they don't understand. that there's places on this earth, and I've been there,
Mm-hmm.
where if you say anything against the government,
Mm.
somebody's gonna come to your house,
Yep.
Mhm.
and you'll be
So
lucky
it's
if
family,
you just
they
get
don't-
10 years in prison. Because usually they shoot you. They may take your ass off somewhere and shoot you.
And the thing is, even if you escape, go to another country, guess what? They got your family. And that's the thing, like a lot of people that are pushing for, hey, we should go communist, we should go this. Dude, you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
No, not at all.
Like, you got no clue what the hell. Take your ass out of your state, out of your city. Go travel the world. Go
Mhm.
do all the rights and stuff that you have and everything else. You got no clue what it's like.
None. And in the socialist country, guess what? Nobody is allowed really to be big. They pick their winners. That's number one. So that's like saying, can this whole country turn Jehovah Witness? Now, I ain't here to knock nobody religion, but raise your hand if you want to become a Jehovah Witness. If you want to get into that, because that's one of the things, they pick their winners. And in socialist countries, that's exactly what happened. Everybody else is the same.
Well, this
So
is
it's not
nothing.
you having aspirations and desires to be bigger than life, or like you a celebrity, or these rappers, or these people who make a lot of money, real estate moguls, however you make your bread, doctors or whatever. In the socialist country, you don't get to do that.
Well, here goes the other thing too. So, yep, this country has issues. This country could use a lot of improvement, whatever else, but it's still one of the best countries
Mhm.
to live in when it comes to rights. When it comes to education, we severely lacking. I'll give you that.
Mhm.
When it comes to healthcare, we're lacking.
Mhm.
Those are the two biggest ones. Like, yeah, okay, we definitely behind the power curve on those two. But if communism and socialism were so damn good, how come people dying left and right to immigrate over here and seek asylum? Why don't you go immigrate your ass over there? How come Americans aren't trying to immigrate their ass over there and
Mhm.
get asylum over there? No, people are dying, risking their lives, flying to other countries and then migrating upwards or downwards, or coming across on boats to escape it. And it ain't onesies and twosies. We're talking hundreds. So if it's so damn great, why they leaving their
ass over there? A lot of people talk shit, ain't never been out the country.
Yeah.
Ever. Don't
They
even
read a book.
other
They read a
people.
book and the theory sounded good.
Mhm. And
Hey,
they
you
think-
can ask, hey, look, I just told you, you can ask my daughter about being sick in another country. She'll tell you.
Yeah, look, tell her come on here one night with you when she get back.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
tell her about her experience.
Yeah.
Like,
Mama, they don't have that over here. They don't have that. They don't.
look,
They don't have that.
when a woman get raped or somebody assault you as a female, you blame you as the female are blamed. They can stone you.
Yeah.
In certain countries, it's innocent. If you are raped, you are murdered. Then you are executed.
Yeah.
You have brought shame to your family by being a victim.
So I don't understand women who be on that train. And number two, like I said, when Russia had socialism and communism back in the day when they had the East Germany, and remember they had the wall. Why y'all think the wall came down? Because that shit was abominable. Them people was dying behind that wall. They was not making it. They was making.
My grandfather on my mother's side escaped from there, but he left his son and his mom over there. And the conditions, you talk about starving. You see the little pictures, that feed a child for whatever, and they put them starving kids, whatever. No, that was Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Basic medical care was non-existent. You die a slow, painful death from something that you could have been cured from or got treatment for years ago.
You need some penicillin. They didn't have that.
You could have like you could have like a little apartment, right? You got your family in it. In the socialist country, if somebody else was like, look, we don't have nowhere to live, they could forcibly move another family in with you.
Yep.
What American like that?
Over, or the military need that place and they take over your house. Now you better cook.
Post up. Yeah.
You not eating for the military folk. And if you don't, you getting killed. You don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm. And if it was all that, then why did they fail? Why are they all the way communist now? Communism is a theory. Communism go along with socialism. I like how this America is set up with capitalism. I'll never be against capitalism, and
But see,
I
you
do
can't
like
tell.
a little bit.
You can't tell these laptop revolutionaries that you can't tell somebody who ain't never left their mama's basement that their theory is wrong.
Yeah.
You've never been anywhere. You've never seen anything different, so you don't know what's different.
Now, socialized medicine, when it comes to medical care, I do agree because I've seen it work in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in England is great. You go to England.
Yeah.
England is
Germany
great.
is great. Netherlands is great. Sweden's is great.
But you know what? Know the lie that they tell America? Let medical be on the free market. It has never been realized. Medical
It's not gonna happen.
never been on the free market. Stop the lies. All that shit. Let the free market handle it. Some things never was on the free market like that. And that's one. Medical is one of them. So socialized medicine is cool, to a certain degree. But like she said, you know, when you get in the weeds of things as a socialist country, you're not allowed to be great. You're not allowed to aspire to be great. They tell you, oh, you look like you could be a gymnast. That's all you gonna fucking do.
Yeah. They have a role for you. They pick your role, and this is where you're going to be a machinist, you're going to be a cop, you're going to be a fireman, and you're going to be a cook.
And all of y'all gonna make the same amount of money. In
It's
the socialist regime, the government controls everything. They win everything. It ain't even like a mercantile system. But I can
control what you watch. They control what you listen to. They control what you say. They control everything.
And I lived
in
Spain twice.
If you don't toe the line, we got a goo here for you, or we got this firing squad waiting on you.
I lived in Spain twice. Lisa actually lived in Spain as like in the last decade or something. And I'm here to tell you, they are still feeling the remnants of a fascist regime. They behind the curve, y'all, the power curve. Franco existed. What was that before World War II, right? Franco and all that. That was fascism in Spain. Like
yeah,
way before World War II.
That was World War I.
Exactly. They are still feeling the remnants of that shit when I went. And I went in the 90s and the 2000s. Still. Do you know when they build house, they don't put air conditioning in it? Let me see how many Americans raise their hand for that.
You know what I kind of think, because I've seen over the years, like the sense of pride in the country and everything else decline. I'm a big proponent for you graduate high school at least 2 years of some type of civil service, whether it's medical, whether it's military, whether it's whatever. It's an investment you put in the country. I wouldn't even care if they be like, unless you got a medical issue, your citizenship is dependent on it.
A lot of countries do that. Israel, Spain do that, and the girl or boy, it don't matter.
Yeah.
You gotta do your
I think every able-bodied man over the age of 18 should be mandated to at least get the service 2 years.
Yep. Whether it's medical, whether it's teaching, whether it's military. Yep.
They lack discipline. That's what they like. Everybody in this now doesn't want to do anything that requires any kind of effort, and they don't want you to tell them nothing.
It's the instant gratification. My feelings are the most important thing generation. And like I said, feelings are good. There's a time and place for them and learning how to manage them. But feelings doesn't make something valid and doesn't make them right or fact.
Doesn't make nothing legitimate. If you try to change a regime or whatever, and you doing it just on force alone, coercive force, if you don't have legitimacy to back up, it will fail. When it will fail is your guess as good as mine, but it will fail. And so like if you have all these ideas, I'd be like, okay, fine, let's do it your way. Once we do it your way and you get your way, now what I do? When you can't answer that question, you should run to the hills. Now what I do? I did it your way. Can I get the bullets to stop flying outside my window if you live in a bad neighborhood? Can my kids get an education? Are we guaranteed a job? Because we did it your way. Oh, your way don't lead to shit? Shut the fuck
Don't
up.
lead to nothing.
Yeah.
You remember what them old people used to tell you? I'll tell you what they used to tell me. we'd be having a discussion. We'd be talking about something. And she said, and I'll make the mistake. I'll say, well, you know, Mama, in my opinion, she said, no. See, that's where you fucking up at. The only opinion you have is the one I give you.
Ooh.
When you start paying some bills around here, then you can have an opinion.
Mm.
Until then, the only opinion you have is the one I give you.
Mhm. And they say keep on living. That's what I say, because we passionate about it right now. And I realize, like, a lot of times I hold my tongue because I just be shaking my head in disbelief of some of the shit that people be saying and doing.
Oh my God, I just laugh. Or I get off the stream. I just get off the stream. Like, okay, I'm cool, I'm gone.
These
niggas talking bullshit. Why you niggas talking bullshit?
An idiot never realizes they're an idiot. It's everyone else that notices.
That's a good point. But sometimes people, like, I think we living in times where people just want to be anarchists.
Yeah.
That's not going to help you. Again, when I get older, Social Security might not be there, but you know what? I secure the bag. I don't even need Social Security. Don't get me wrong. Run me my shit if they
Let
got
me
it.
ask you a question.
But I
They've
need
been doing this shit over here since 1776. Well, 1781, actually, right? Branded. They've been doing this shit since 1781 over here. 1881, 1981, 2000. So you're talking about
300 years.
300 some years, right?
Mhm. Well, almost 3. Yeah, is it 3? Yeah, 3. About almost 3.
Let's see. 1981 is 1981 is 200. 2081 will be 300. So you're talking about like 320 some.
Close enough.
320 some years. We got a long time. Do you think these motherfuckers have built this shit up from nothing to what it is now? And they gonna allow your dumb ass to come in with some stupid idea and fuck this shit up?
No, they not. And that's the part that they didn't realize.
Is that what you think?
What did the LBJ say? To all my Texans out there, what the president said? My president too. What he say? I'll put my stake on it, but he said, you know what? If you can convince the lowest ranking white man that he's better than everybody else, and they were talking about black people, but black people, Mexicans, whoever, then he won't notice. Talking about the lowest ranking white man, even he won't notice that you fucking him over too. You picking his
And that's what's happening right now with the Trump fan base.
Exactly.
Mhm. That's what LBJ said in the 60s. I wasn't even born yet, and he peeped game back then. LBJ.
It's a plan. This plan didn't just start.
Yeah.
This shit didn't just start. They planned this shit out in 1776.
Mhm.
It's the same fucking blueprint.
Exactly. They
When
going
they had to get rid of slavery, they said, okay, they got that in the Constitution. Had to get rid of that. We got to find a new way to do it. Oh, I know. Let's start building some jails.
Yep.
let's
The jails.
policemen on the street, and then they kill people. The
Same
radio,
shit.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but
Same shit.
people don't understand that the Constitution was written not this glorious, fantastic, wonderful document that was supposed to help be all nostalgic and shit. It was a contract.
Yeah.
The Articles of Confederation could not sustain different people in the states.
Right.
Virginia is mad at England. Fucking North Carolina ain't mad at them. So England's roughshod over Virginia today, Massachusetts tomorrow. They had to get that shit under control. And the big jobs back then was speculation, ship, transportation, but like ship ownership, slavery, and land ownership. Speculation, you might as well throw that in the realm of we still do that, stock market and all that.
But like you said, Miss Queen, Virginia was pissed off at England.
Mhm.
North Carolina, Georgia, and all these other, they wasn't too upset.
Mhm,
But Virginia was where the money was.
mhm.
Philadelphia was where the money was.
And
They
and
say,
then
look here,
yeah, go ahead.
this is what's going to happen over here, y'all. You see what we just did to King George, right?
Hmm.
If your motherfucking ass don't fall in line, I'm gonna do the same thing to you.
Exactly. Look
This
here,
is what it's gonna be.
look here, South Carolina. We about to jip you out some shit. We about to do something. Let me retract. Nah, I ain't gonna retract that because jip is a derogatory word, but it was something I grew up with, so I apologize. But we about to juice you out some shit, and ain't nobody gonna run to your rescue. They need a centralized government. That's why you don't fuck with commerce laws. That's why you don't be crossing state lines, breaking no motherfucking laws. But in the end of the day, you know, I think that they should bring civics back to high school and they or middle school, and they should have it every year for about 3-4 years, y'all. Because I know you do government in the 12th grade, but like I don't know how they'll do it. Whatever, however they used to do it back in the day. Because people today be making decisions and talk about shit they don't know what the fuck they talking about. And
But
that's how I like it.
it's purposeful. You underfund the
Yeah.
schools, which then leads to a lack of qualified teachers because the ones that are qualified don't want to sit there and deal with deal with the lack of pay or deal with everything else. Then you got parents nowadays where my kid's not wrong, whatever else. How dare you this? You got a bunch of badass kids that need some discipline. And what you gonna get? The unqualified teachers. The teachers that barely made it. Now they sharing their opinions. Education system is fucked. And where it's the worst is, like I said, the red state. And I'm not like a Republican bash. I don't think anyone should vote strictly down a party line. That's just me. I'll look at candidates and I'll vote based on that, regardless if they're Democrat, Republic, Independent. Doesn't matter to me. I'm looking at that candidate and what they stand for. Does it align with my views?
Right.
But
well, you said it yourself. You said it yourself, Carmen. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
These white in this country understand that as long as we keep them stupid, we can control them.
Yep. And the stupid ones don't realize it because they think they above everybody else.
They think they hit a nugget.
He's stupid.
They think they hit a nugget. They think they be saying something. They think they be educating you. They be thinking they hit a nugget. And you be like, I've lived overseas. I've been to war. I've done all that. Unless you walked in my shoes, and because I'm not gonna pull nothing out of my ass. I'm not saying I'm all Barbara badass and I know everything, but what I know is what I know. And
but think about this. Let's just think about this conversation we have. And we have it, right? We go to war a lot. And we go a lot of places for conflict. Am I right?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How come nobody ever comes over here with that bullshit? You ever thought about that?
Because they ain't stupid.
Yeah.
The United States of America, well, I'll say this: the American white man is the only human being in the history of civilization
that's dumb enough to think
to use a nuclear weapon. To use a nuclear weapon? And don't think these motherfuckers ain't crazy enough to do it again. You push them too far, they'll do that shit again. Before they give this shit up, they'll destroy the entire earth.
That's the main part. That is the
this shit up.
part.
Nobody.
They ain't giving this shit up for nobody. And all these people, like, I don't, like, she said she don't vote damn party line. Right now, I do, because right now, one party is doing a lot of crazy shit. They not hurting me. Please understand, Republicans are not hurting me.
Now,
but
when I
gotta look at my family, you know what I'm saying? If just because you be comfortable in your decision, is your kids gonna fare better like you think they are? Your kids ain't you. Your kids gonna fall in some pitfalls like everybody else. You ain't gonna be able to save your kids. So you better build the environment and the thing that's a country that's fair for them and where it's gonna be level playing field. That's what you better do, because they not you. They not gonna have your success. they're not gonna do as good as you, or maybe they'll do better than you. The thing is, you can't call it. So I'd rather for my kids to have the level playing field that I had, at least. Clay in the building said, "Hey everyone, I know we got a little passionate or whatever. It's going on 4 hours. I'm
Yeah, man, we doing it. We doing it.
I mean, maybe we should start it off with the politics talk and everything, but because everybody,
because people need to know. They need to know that a lot of times it's some bullshit from somebody who half of what they think they know. They talking out their ass and don't know what the fuck about. You're not going to change the system. Your best bet is to find the niche within this system and get in it.
Mm-hmm.
Find you a niche and make that shit work for you. Because you're not going to change nothing.
Nothing. It's like I think Carmen said something like the blueprint. I don't think you said it like this, but you basically said the blueprint is here. The fuck, they not doing your blueprint. Just trust and believe me. I don't care who you is. The blueprint is already written. You either get on board or get rolled the fuck over. It ain't never gonna change.
That's it. You can listen to Umar Johnson till you blue in the face. That nigga's not gonna be able to save you. They got this shit set up a certain way and they like it. And it's gonna roll that way until they decide to do something different.
Unless you got money, you ain't shit to them. That's just how it is. What we have to concentrate on is rebuilding the middle class. I believe that's the best route. Eisenhower did it inadvertently, and this was a man who was racist. See, exactly. I think I look back at even Trump. I look back at all presidents and say, they was relevant. But I also am a person that like to do preventive maintenance too. So I don't want Trump coming back. I don't want him to run that shit back. But I look at all presidents as they were relevant for whatever they had to do. I have not figured out what Trump did yet, but he did.
What he did. I'll tell you one thing he did. He let you see this shit for what it really is.
Oh, he pulled the Band-Aid and the curtains back on a lot of motherfuckers.
He showed you this shit how it really works. He showed you what this shit really is.
They felt emboldened because the president was saying some racist stuff. I can let my true feelings come out. And away went that whole thing. People felt emboldened. They forgot that us old school people, run your mouth. We got something for that mouth.
Mm-hmm. Clay is in the building. He said it's the first time here. He found it randomly. I'm glad you found it randomly, Clay. I do a boxing show Monday through Friday starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're welcome to come in. DJ is in the building. He says, salute to T.O.G. Shelton and Miss Carmen. DJ, you must have just got up. You going to work? Look, Clay said Trump.
We talking about coming down to Alabama and giving you a visit, Playboy.
Deep state runs the world, not only the U.S. If people realize what the Constitution is really for, I'm going to suggest the book to go read. Charles A. Beard. I can't remember. It was a long ass title, but his name is Charles A. Beard. And he wrote a book about the Constitution, why it even became a thing. And I'd be damned if you read that book, you'll never look at shit the same again. But you will understand, like, once things are in play, sometimes, like a lot of this shit with our government there, you can't roll it back. So you're gonna have to learn how to get in and fit in. Get in where you fit in. Carmen, you mute.
Okay. The name of the book. Oh shit! I just had it.
You had it. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, we had to read it when I was getting my degree in history, and I was amazed.
It's called An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States.
Oh my God, you would not be able to refute this nigga.
Publication in 1913.
Look, Charles A.
And he's a historian. Yeah. Charles A. Beard was a historian.
Yeah, yo, he broke it down. And that's why I don't even look at the Constitution the same. I don't get nostalgic. I understand that it wasn't written for me. It wasn't written for a lot of white folks neither. If you want rich, you want it part of the equation. So, and that shit has not changed. In how many years, DJ, was going back to 1781, 1776, 1786? I don't know, whatever year. 1776, we had the Revolutionary War. 1781, or 86 was when the
1981 is when the
Constitution.
Constitution was put in action. So that's when this shit started. And like you said, the Constitution was written and you wasn't in the equation. If you wasn't rich, white, and from Virginia, they wasn't talking about you. They weren't talking about you.
DJ said, name that book again. Clay said, can we talk about the mandates of the U.S. Constitution? We coming at the end of the program, Clay. But we was talking about some of everything. But we maybe next week we'll get more in depth about politics. But go ahead, Carmen.
The name of the book is called An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States.
I suggest all of y'all read it. You won't be able to put it down. You'll be like, oh, you know, you if you come away thinking this same anarchist way and this tomfoolery bullshit, I don't know what to tell you. DJ said, you want to come here. We don't want to come to Bama. What's the any?
DJ, did you buy that house yet? That's the question. Did you buy that house yet?
Sukasa. Did you get that? Did you get that house, DJ? That the meeting place. When fights come this way. That's what he's saying. But yeah, me and Carmen can kick it more. Like sometimes when we have a full panel, not knocking nobody, but some people can talk about this stuff and some people can't. A lot of times I try not to talk about it because people get too emotional. I get passionate. You know, I got a degree in politics, and I'm telling you, you know, I just feel like I used to eat, breathe, and sleep it. Ask Carmen. I used to like how I consume politics.
Yeah.
I had to take a break. And I lived overseas, something a lot of y'all motherfuckers can't say y'all did. So and she been over there, Shelton been over there. Y'all be talking about shit y'all don't even fucking know. And I just be sitting there like, people say, Miss T, why you back down? Why you stop saying something? Or like if I go on the show, because it's somebody else's show. On my show, I'll get jiggy.
If I tell you the truth, you're not gonna like it. You're gonna get upset. You're gonna get all in your feelings.
Because it doesn't coincide with
people here, they think this is a free country. They think you can say what you want to say. You can't to a certain point. You say the wrong thing, somebody finna come knock at your door.
You're free to say what you want. However, you are not free from the consequences of what you say or do. That's where people get confused.
Mm-hmm. Clay says, should we lecture on the separation of powers? The legislative branch writes the laws. The executive branch enforces the laws. The judiciary interprets the laws. And they don't trade their powers among, I guess you mean themselves. Executive
they don't
branch,
take power. They all keep staying in their lane. Nobody jumps in their lane.
They don't have as much power as they say. All legislation on a federal level write laws for federal shit. I almost got into it one time about I remember I kind of brought it up before, like who wrote the crime bill and all this shit. If Joe Biden wrote the crime bill and you're sitting in federal prison, then we could talk. But if you sitting in state pen or regular penitentiary, Joe Biden ain't do shit to you. You better take it up with your governor that you didn't vote for. If you live in the state of California,
you're sitting in the penitentiary doing 25 years, you probably thank Kamala Harris. Because she was pushing the shit out of that motherfucker.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris, was she ever elected? Was she ever elected?
You don't want to hear
that. Yeah, they don't
want to hear that. So we're going to say allegedly. You're right. They don't want to hear that.
But did she ever hold a job as a legislator?
No. She didn't write the law. No, she was a GA. She enforced it. She didn't write it. It's not her law. She just followed the law.
Yeah.
Was she doing her job?
Her job was to follow the law.
I'm supposed to tell all black little girls don't be a district attorney or attorney general or any little girl for that matter. I'm supposed to tell them that because y'all don't like the fact that she enforced the law that she didn't write. DJ said too much maintenance I would have to do, you know. But that's the thing.
So, he didn't want to buy the house that was built before 1975. He didn't want to buy it.
You know how many crime bills there's been written since, if you just start at 1900 and go all the way to 1999, You know how many crime bills was written? I'll wait for somebody to tell me because everybody think it was just one. And then they don't go up. You said it the last time, Carmen, when you said it's kind of like protocol when a president comes in, they kind of continue with you can
They'll
say
carry on and sign what was already being pushed out of respect for the previous president.
Well, think about it. What used to be the prerequisite? Think about it when we was coming up. What was the prerequisite for getting elected to the presidency? You gotta be tough on crime.
yeah. Where that come from? Reagan. So when they talk about Joe Biden wrote the crime bill, and then I got one question I have not gotten an answer yet. Carmen, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I asked this. When a senator or somebody say, I sponsored a bill, does that mean they wrote that bill? I ain't get an answer yet. But I'm stupid. Because Biden, he never wrote shit. It was probably written.
Say I sponsor it, that means it. And they put in their stamp. I like it. Let's vote on it. Vote on it. They supporting it to the floor. That's all it means.
So when you start your statement like Joe Biden wrote the crime bill, you already wrong. Because he didn't. You know, I wouldn't look at no senator or congressman and say that they wrote something, because guess what? You know, that just don't go down like that. They get shit and they support it. Saying I sponsored the bill is the closest thing that they could say I wrote without plagiarizing, because plagiarism is a crime, by the way. And then you got to tell me what crime bill that Pookie and Ray Ray serving time for in the state pen. Did Joe Biden do that to them? I'll wait. Because last time I checked, as y'all like to say, Joe Biden been in office for how many years, Carmen? What they say? 40 years?
45, 46 years, something like that.
As a federal senator, he can't write shit for the state.
They got, what do they call those people, Carmen? Those people in D.C. who, you know, the guys who manipulate the senators.
Lobbyists.
Lobbyists, that's it.
Yeah.
Lobbyists wrote those bills. They write the bills. The lobbyists get a bunch of so-called smart motherfuckers with all their ideas, write a bill, present it to a senator and say, hey, we like this. If you push this to the floor, we're going to give you some money. Mm-hmm. Go and push this. Go get all these over there to vote for it too. Talk to them. Get them on board. That's how bills are written. That's how laws are changed.
That's how
senators, politicians don't change laws or write laws. Rich people do that. Yeah. And people with money do that. And they get these others to vote on it and pass it, and the president signs it into law.
That's how that's General Electric or whatever your favorite Apple company or whoever the fuck company, Fortune 500 company, don't have nothing better to do but to try to regulate Americans. They write these laws and they pass it to the Congress, and the Congress, because they want that money, they'll fucking support it. And they'll say, I sponsor it. But they don't write shit.
This country is the of an old saying called the golden rule. You know what the golden rule is?
Do unto others as you have them do unto you.
No, that's one. The golden rule is whoever has the most gold makes all the rules.
That's true. Clay said,
makes all the rules.
Clay said, why do we permit the mayor's office to issue mandates if it's his job to issue one? I mean, that's why do we permit the governor to issue mandates, the CDC to issue mandates? We got to stop negating people's credentials. If you have went to school to be a doctor or to work at places like the CDC, who am I, a person who has no training and no know-how, to tell you different? And on top of that, a bunch of doctors are going to tell me if I'm an essential worker. Where is that in the Constitution? Where is it not in the Constitution? You got to take that up with the governor. Don't bring that to federal, because the governor of the state is responsible for civil and domestic issues.
That's what states are about, brother. Each
That's what
state
the
right
Bill of
to, right to govern
Now-
itself.
Right. That's why we had the Bill of Rights. When you talking federal, you talking about shit like commerce law, centralized government, dealing with foreign nations. That's where the government has their power for the most part. Now, do the states follow suit from laws that Congress passed? Yes. They can never revert it down, but they can always ramp it up. That's all they could ever do. So a lot of that crime bill shit came at the foothills of your governors that y'all neglected to vote for. And just and who what type of governors? Be specific. What type? Now I ain't saying Republicans be damn. You know, at one time they was a good party. But when the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act took place, a lot of racist Democrats moved to the Republican Party. It's a fact. And Ronald Reagan came in right on time. They said, as a matter of fact, read about Vanguard and BlackRock. They own anything you can think of, Google, Facebook, and MetaBanks. They probably do. The same people own the same shit. Divide and conquer, as Carmen said, as Shelter said, as we said. It's all about divide and conquer. Keep you dumb. Keep you fighting some bullshit. And you won't be smart when you see that not only am I fucking the people over that I taught you to hate, I'm fucking you over too, who carrying out my dirty work. That's all. That's what we going on.
Over the last 250, 300, whatever, how many years it is, shit hasn't really changed that much. The same motherfuckers that was running this shit back then basically running it now. Running that Bill Vanderbilts, JP Morgan Chase family, Rothschilds. What's that motherfucker in Ohio? The oil motherfucker, what's his name?
The Koch brothers.
No, the other one, the motherfucker that own U.S. Steel, Nagy, the Carnegies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Carnegie Hall, that Carnegie and all that.
Yeah. Carnegie, U.S. Steel, the Vanderbilts had all the trains. They ran the transportation system. Rockefeller, the oil guy, they still running this shit. It's certain families that still in control of all of this shit. They got all the gold. They got all the money.
I like what DJ said about this private prison. He said lobbyists from pharmaceutical companies push together drug laws, for example. Also, lobbyists tied up with private prison. You know who else is in private prison? I keep saying prison. Prisons. Michael Jordan. Your favorite.
Karl Malone. Investor in private prison.
But y'all motherfuckers buy Jordan by the truckload. You ain't gonna stop doing that, are you? That's
you know what? I could honestly say, and God strike me dead if I'm lying. I ain't never in my life bought a Jordan. Never will.
I know you didn't, but like, if you bought your kids Jordan,
my daughter love them. I stopped buying them since she graduated high school. You on your own? That shit no more.
He said, "I'm talking about COVID mandates, massive vaccines." Listen,
if you don't want to cover yourself, that's fine. You get sick, that's fine. That's your body.
Yeah.
But if you don't have it yourself, have respect for the person next to you. See, I don't wear the mask. Me, I wear my mask. People around me, because I don't know if they got it, and they don't know if I got it. My mask on. Everybody say.
He said, "Do I have control over my body?" You do, but you don't have. I think the disconnect is a lot of people take that I have control over my body, I got my rights, and then they mix it up with somebody else. If it's my company, you do what the fuck I say. If it's your company, I do what the fuck you say, and you just gotta shut up about it. Now that's where you're in.
You don't have to wear the mask. You don't have to take the vaccine. You don't have to do any of that shit.
Yeah.
If you want to work here, you're gonna. If you want to work here, you're gonna do that. If you don't want to work here, fine, get the fuck out of here. But if you want to, this is what you want.
It's the same thing. If stores want their customers to wear a mask, you wear the damn mask or you go shop someplace else. And I've heard the other stuff, and I'm gonna get into something here before it even comes up. When people talk about, especially Christians, talk about religious exemptions, I don't believe in it. Don't come to me with that religion bullshit and claiming to be a Christian, because let's talk about Leviticus. Back then, when it was leprosy was the big thing going around that was spreading everything else, God commanded people to lower to cover the lower part of your damn face. That was a commandment. So don't talk to me about masks. When God told people in Leviticus, cover the lower part of your face. Stay away from those. Isolate if you're sick.
Mhm.
There were stuff already done. So don't come to me with no religious exemptions. Don't bring them up and claim you a Christian because you want to negate and ignore the parts of the Bible that talked about contagious diseases back then. And the one back then happened to be leprosy.
They hear what they want to hear. What they do is they look for stuff to suit them. You can do what you want. I'm a proponent of that. Do
Yeah.
what you want. Fine. You have all the rights until your rights bump up against mine. And that means I'm saying me, but then that store owner saying him or her, and that company saying them or whatever. Your rights end when it bumps up against theirs. Clay said Fauci changed the definition of fully vaccinated. Now it's called up to date. You guys are like misdirecting anger over semantics. When the vaccine came out or when this shit hit, nobody knew what to do. It caught everybody by surprise. Okay, fine. We was trying to work through it, but you got people that's anti-work through it, and you just make it harder. And like when people get sick, look, I hate to even say this. Trust me, I was never a type person like this, but you can't win. All you can do is try to minimize the risk because that's all that vaccine is going to do. But if
So,
you're not in that game and you get sick and die, that's you. I don't give a
but
fuck.
hold on, here goes the thing. For Clay said, hold on, if I'm not sick, do I have to wear a mask? If you're going to somebody else's house they want to, or an employment where they demand it, or someplace that you're spending your money and they want you to, absolutely. And then he said, how about natural immunity? Most viruses do not have herd immunity, natural immunity, and a lot of them,
Mhm.
when you do have immunity, it's short-lived with viruses. As the virus mutates, your immunity is no longer there. We brought up earlier in the show, when we talk about viruses, polio, smallpox,
Mhm.
those were eradicated where they're not big things now through mass vaccination. Max vaccination doesn't mean, hey, you'll never get it. It's a reduced chance. And when you do, you're not having the extreme symptoms
Mhm.
as if you don't have anything. But those viruses, if we want to throw out other examples, were eradicated where they're not a big thing anymore, where they're not having to fully vaccinate everyone. They got to that point by doing mass vaccinations initially for years.
Mhm. A lot of y'all gonna die. Straight up. Y'all just, a lot of us, we gonna die. Everybody is born to die, first of all. I'm just trying to minimize the risk. I don't have no answer like beyond that. All I can say is minimize when they can't. You cannot say the vaccine didn't help because it did help. But nobody is trying to work with the government and your local municipality because everybody playing politics. And guess what? It's never gonna get solved. So the best thing I can do is stay vaccinated and wear a mask. And oddly enough, I don't get as sick as I used to get before the pandemic. DJ said I don't wear Jordans, Miss T, not since 16. I hear you. I hear you. And you are absolutely right. If there's a private business, I will follow your mandates. If I want to conduct business in your store or whatever, hold on.
Yeah,
If I'm not, I do have to wear. Yeah, you read that one.
and the natural immunity.
You read that one.
So Clay, I'm going to suggest you start researching. There, you can do. They have a introductory, which is kind of like a dummies course on virology. Not saying you're a dummy or anything, but I'm saying they break it down to where if you don't have the background, you can start learning. You can look different. You have ways, just like everybody else, to go ahead and do research for medical magazines. But there's also a stuff online, and you can check your resources, make sure that the resources you're looking into are valid. But there's a whole big thing when you're talking about virology. So there are different sites that break it down for introductory for those that don't have the background. When you're talking about, okay, vaccinated, how many vaccines? Well, it depends. If the virus shifts or morphs or, turns into something else, Just like the flu vaccine, they have you, okay, yep, every year they want you to get the flu vaccine because guess what? The flu vaccine or the flu virus mutates a little. So they vaccinate for the new strain.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, hopefully you don't get it. And if you do, same thing. It shouldn't be as extreme as whatever.
He said, "Can you
That
name
was
3
their-
medical magazines?" He said it a couple of times.
Yeah, I know.
And what is the social contract? What you mean the social contract? Every 6 months? You talking about how often you need to get it? If everybody complied and did what they asked, we could probably be totally done with this shit by now. Like it would be a few pockets of people. Honestly, that's
And
just
it's not the first time this country's been through this.
exactly.
What was it? When they had the Spanish flu?
Yeah,
The same shit. There's wearing masks. The same thing.
Yeah.
Viruses mutate. They change. Getting vaccinated not mean you will not catch it. All vaccination does is build up antibodies in your system so that when you do catch it, if you catch it, it won't be as bad.
Just like when you
That's
have
all.
COVID, they've already the studies have already shown that once you get it, you have immunity. However, it's not a long immunity. Over time, your immunity level diminishes until you're no longer immune to that strand of coronavirus.
he said, "Wrong, ma'am. If we stop complying, we will get through this." Listen, Clay, I will tell you this.
How's
This
that
is
working
the
at
first
home?
time that we have had to go through this as a country. The studies have shown, the records are out there, that when we went through this before and we fully vaccinated everybody, we shut the problem down. Never has there been a study that showed if we don't comply, everything will go, gravy.
Well,
That
that logic right now, that little comment ain't even true for Florida. You can look at Florida statistics right now and everything going on. So that's not complying ain't working too well for them.
Yeah. Y'all, but see, y'all want to have y'all cake and eat it too. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you want to go back, the history books are written. Things have already happened with these type of disasters, and they show y'all the way to fix it. Y'all don't want to do it, that's on y'all. For the people who want to, comply and try to get that, like, you ain't coming up in my house unvaccinated. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. You can't come over here. And when I go outside, I stay masked up.
I got one better for you.
What's up?
Take your coronavirus having ass, unvaccinated to the hospital, and see what they gonna do. Go ass in the room and leave you there.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what they gonna do. Because you're not vaccinated. Stick him in that room over there. The other motherfuckers close the door.
Listen, Clay.
When you're talking about the last study, are you talking about the one from about 3 days ago that says a 4th COVID vaccine dose boosts antibodies in 5-year-olds, where they're talking about vaccinating 5 and up? Because that one came out less than a week ago. So is that the one that you're discussing?
I would tell you like this. I believe if you catch COVID and you didn't get no vaccination, they shouldn't have to treat you. I go that far. You taking, the nurses have said out their motherfucking mouth, we tired, boss. We tired. They have said it. They have said it's real. Now, if you don't want to do it, that's cool. If you catch it, don't come to the doctor. How about that? Fair? Is that fair? Is that fair for everybody? If you catch it, don't come to the doctor. We shouldn't have to. If I was a nurse, I couldn't be a nurse because that would be my rule. If we don't recognize natural immunity, we will never get out of it. Dude, natural immunity has never saved nobody from viruses. Ever in the history of human life. It's never saved nobody from a virus. Name one virus that a human used natural immunity to get out of. The cold comes and go. It runs its course. You ain't breaking no fucking virus. So if I'm not vaccinated, I'm not allowed to get treated. If you're not vaccinated and you catch the COVID and we test you, go home and deal with it. What's wrong with that? How is that
If
tramp?
I'm not allowed to get treated. No, they gonna treat you. They gonna treat you shitty, but they're gonna treat you.
He said, how about the nurses that don't want to get vaxxed and help back in March? They can't be a nurse.
Again, that goes to the thing. They don't have to get vaccinated. That's their choice. Respect that choice. But the hospitals or whatever else say, no, you have to work here, then go find another job.
They're not letting people get away with that, Clay. You know, you work in a hospital, you have to be totally vaccinated. Have to be. That shit is like so important. I remember, Carmen, I don't know if you remember when I dropped the knife fell off the counter, y'all. I was a klutz, but I was wiping the counter and I had a big, almost looking like cleaver knife, but it wasn't quite like a cleaver, but it fell into my foot. Do you remember when I was telling you about that? And I couldn't wear a shoe for like months because my foot swelled up. I went around the corner to the doctor. The doctor was sewing me up and talking to me and went in his own hand and came back in my foot. You talking about a bitch scared? You talking about mayhem going on? They had to run me this motherfucker's whole medical history, like what shots he got, is he covered, do he got AIDS, all that shit. They had to. If he did have AIDS, it wouldn't have saved me because he went into my leg, he went into my foot when he was sewing me up. But they had to run that and they had to sit his ass down. He was scared as a bitch. They were scared. I had to go to the base and let them know, put it in my record. You know, it was a big to do. So I know, and I learned what they have to do as medical personnel. They have to be vaccinated. They have to have all their shots up to date, everything. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it. Anybody that's not making sure that the medical staff do that is doing a disservice to their job.
It's the same thing if a nurse, well, I don't know how they do now with the other stuff, but if they're HIV positive, there's certain things in the hospital they cannot do because they can be a risk to the patients.
He said, Mariner, that's that shit that they give, children in the beginning shots. I'm not one of them people that's anti-vaccination. I don't know where the fuck that came from. There's a lot. They always
you don't have to get vaccinated, okay, dude. You don't have to get vaccinated. That's fine. Do you? As Carmen said earlier, if you had been here earlier, you can do what you want to do, but be prepared to consequences of your actions. Because when you go to the house, treat you a certain way. I'm telling you from experience. They're gonna treat you a certain way. So
how about Dr. Fauci? I don't know about that. I didn't look at him on talk to Congress. Y'all be caught up in conspiracy theory so much. Let's talk about it. What's the survival rate of 19? You know what? What's the survival? What was it? Why was people dying at an alarming rate? In order for there to be a conspiracy, there has to be a handful of people in it. The whole world can't be in it. The whole world was affected by this. So it's not a fucking conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's the same one. People were like, oh, it's already, like, it's going to end January 6th. Watch it in. Yeah, okay, whatever.
I'm like, nah.
The whole motherfucker was finally rolling up in the Capitol with a Trump flag in his hand. This dude right here.
And a lot of people were dying. Now, more importantly is a lot of people have serious health issues long term that they don't know when are ending from that.
He said, y'all say this, people die because they did not focus on the patient. Why don't we go by with their family and the
doctor? You work in a hospital? I'm going to ask you that right now because that statement right there lets me know you don't.
Come on, guys. Now you come on, Clay. Italy almost was countryless. Y'all remember that shit? You think them motherfuckers been there for centuries to lose all their members? You know what's gonna happen. Spain and the other parts in France was gonna divvy up that shit or whoever. Italy was almost countryless. They had to shut their whole country down before everybody.
Do you remember? Did you guys remember what happened in California? What they did in this county out here in Los Angeles County?
What happened?
When the shit was raging and they had that ship in Harbor for the overflow.
Yeah.
They told the EMTs for LA County Medicine, if they're too sick, if you don't help them, leave them where they are and die because we don't have any room at the hospital. They was leaving people in their houses to die, man.
Remember they ain't have enough space in the morgue? When has that ever happened?
What part of the conspiracy was that, bro? Tell me what part of the conspiracy was that?
I can't talk. So he said his girlfriend's a nurse.
Or
I don't know if the hospital was overcrowded, or maybe she's just one of the ones that doesn't properly take care of patients or focus on patients. But I can tell you that you had doctors and nurses committing suicide because they were overworked and stressed because of this. Because the amount of patients coming in was ridiculous. When they go home, they couldn't be around their own families.
He said it's hard to have a conversation through YouTube Live. My number is at the bottom, 706-804-4449. I put the link in the chat. I'll do it again. And you can chat, or you can
pop on and give us your knowledge, brother.
But you gotta, like, it's hard to deal with conspiracy theorists because right when it broke out, negated that whole thing. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. Number one, we know that people was dying, and number two, you can do what you want. We're not ever telling nobody what to do, but I can do what I want to. So, like, for me, you got to be vaccinated and masked when you come in my house. You do not pass go. That's what the fuck you gonna do. Now, if don't like it, don't come to my house. That go for everybody, family or not.
You ain't coming in. That's all. If you need you to come up in here, you simple as that.
He said it's not a tactic, dog. It was a real thing. The problem is, y'all don't even think about this. It was like 4 major things.
You see that? Wait a minute. See that? Do you see that comment? How about the success? Motherfucker, I don't live in Indonesia. I don't care what happened in Indonesia. I live
right. And they it's talking about COVID-19, and they probably all complied with what their CD equivalent of CDC said. You know, Obama dealt with Ebola. Out of all this shit, Ebola would have been way worse because you was gonna get your reward by a couple of days later. Like, people was dropping, and you could physically see how it fucked you up or whatever. But he didn't let it get out of control. When have you in your lifetime ever seen football, basketball, baseball, all them sports shut down? You think them motherfuckers gonna give up on millions of dollars to be a part of a conspiracy?
So for Indonesia, they did vaccinate most of their people. They did have a surge of the Delta variant in July, and with the Omicron, they're confirmed 250, but they're attributing that to a lot of them, either the vaccinations or a lot of them haven't gotten over COVID recently, the Delta variant and the previous one. So that's about Indonesia.
He said, why mass vaccination? Why not? They, again,
do research on smallpox,
polio,
and yes, do the research into that and how that works, how that worked. And cholera. Mm-hmm.
We don't even think about these things as deadly, but they was deadly at one point.
You don't believe it unless it comes across the internet feed or on Instagram.
It said no. We are talking about the max rollout. They use multiple medicines. At the end of the day, you can believe it or not. But if you don't get it, just at your own apparel. You know, I'm never feeling sorry for. You know who I feel sorry for is people who honestly try not to be sick, or older people, like elderly. I do feel sorry for them, or babies. Everybody else I don't talk about. If you catch it and you die and you didn't try to do no preventive maintenance, that's what your ass said. That's what was supposed to happen. It sounds cruel, and I'm normally not that type of person, but I can't combat against things that's unreasonable. If you don't want to get the vaccination, fine, don't get it. Do not get it. but you have to accept what comes with not getting it. If you can't accept what comes with not getting it, then see that's the problem that I'm having. Because
So
people
I'm gonna jump back in on a comment Clay was talking about earlier, talking about Israel. I'm assuming he's talking about in September when Florida Governor DeSantis was sitting there talking about an Israel study that was talking about immunity for those that had COVID was better than the vaccine. The part you forgot to research was that was a study that was done early on. There was some conflicting stuff. And since then, even through Israel studies, there's a whole lot more that contradicts that. So.
Well, ladies, I got to go to the stove. You know, it was great talking to y'all. And I'm going to see you guys again probably next Friday. I know I can catch you then because I'll be around.
Okay.
Y'all have a great
day. Make sure you
get
your daughter to come on and tell us how that experience was. And
I will. She got off late and she shopped. So next Friday she should be here and we're gonna put her on and she's gonna tell y'all how that went over there in Dubai.
Definitely, we are all ears. Thanks.
All right, ladies.
All right. We're gonna end it pretty soon, Carmen. We've been going a long time. But Clay, at the end of the day, you can do what you want. I do feel sorry for children because they're vulnerable. I do feel sorry for elderly people because then they're not, mobile like they used to be, and they don't, they're elderly. You know what I'm saying? But in the end of the day, like you said, are you serious? Yeah, I guess you meant serious. Yeah, I'm serious. In the end of the day, there is case study or actual events that has happened in this country where they had to mass vaccinate and it worked. It worked. You can say it didn't. You name me one person you know with polio. If I'd have asked you that question back in the 30s or the 20s, you'd have rattled off a couple of people. Everybody family had somebody that was afflicted with polio. You don't hear that shit no more because they mass vaccinated because they knew that was the right thing to do. Now we live in a country these days where people don't want to do that. Cool. There's nothing we can do about that. But we have rights. You all have individual rights. As long as your individual rights don't bump up into ours. I don't feel sorry for people who catch COVID and die, especially when they didn't try to prevent nothing. I can't. It's a waste of my energy and time. If you like it, I have to love it.
That's so you might want to re-educate yourself. You can go ahead and start with the Yale study and then go down further from there. There are vast studies. Children you've had children die from it, but a lot of children have had long-term effects from COVID. So go ahead. You can start with the Yale study. You can back up to other medical institutes, everything else. But that'd be a good one for you.
We didn't fail answering simple questions. You're an anarchist and you're chaotic, and that's what you want to be, and that's cool. You have a right to be that. Questions.
See, both of you failed to answer. No, the questions were answered. They just weren't what you wanted to hear. Mm-hmm. You don't like when facts are brought up, or I'm assuming, okay, yeah, you like to read, but you want to ignore the ones that don't conform with what you want to hear. That's fine.
Yeah. Yes. You are displaying. You're an anarchist. I ain't saying you a dangerous anarchist. You just an anarchist and you chaotic, and that's like she just said. That's fine. I used to get upset about anarchists, but I don't anymore. That's the role you want to play. That's what you want to be. You are not going to tell me that when they mass vaccinated in this country that it never happened and it didn't work. That you can never say. Is already in the history books. So if you don't believe that that's the way, if it worked back then, why wouldn't it work right now? You just don't believe in the shot. That's cool. That's fine. You have all the rights. I'm not begrudging you. Your bubble, that you stand in, your rights in when you enter into somebody else's bubble. That's all I'm saying. So if you can't have said job because you're not vaccinated, well, the way you fix that, go make your own company. That way you gotta worry about nobody kicking you out of job. You can do that. You're free to do that. But if you work for said company and their rules is you gotta be vaccinated, that's what has to happen. Sorry. I drink some water. But that's just how it is. I get checked all the time. I have allergies. I'm a medical risk. And I went and got vaccinated. Because I believe that the shit was true. I'm still with y'all today. And hopefully I'll be with y'all for the rest of this year. I don't think it's my time to go. We don't know when our time to go, but I don't want to go out like that. You know, he said, that's my point. Can I live my life? Most definitely, without having the president, governor. No, you can't, because you live in this country. You tell me a country where that will never happen, and then I'll say, yeah, you got a point. Telling me that I need to get jabbed? What you mean? Oh, you talking about
The shot.
Hey, Clay, you answer a simple question for me. Name the country where the governor and the president of that country or the prime minister don't tell you what to do. I'll wait. Tell us that country. I say before that if it's private property, I will follow your rules.
And if it's government property, you're going to follow the rules of the government.
Yeah. He said, ma'am, the president cannot write the mandates. When it's crossing state lines, yes, he can. Separations of powers. You really taking that and using it somewhere that it don't belong. Separation of powers just talk about here's the executive branch.
Maybe you got to let him know what your degree is actually in, so that way he understands, you know, what you're talking about.
Politics, history, and politics. Separation of powers is talking about executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch. How does that correlate to vaccines mandates?
So the president during a crisis damn sure can write mandates. And what do you think COVID is? A crisis.
What you think an executive order is? That's the power of the president. Isn't that kind of like a mandate? But I asked you a simple question. You didn't answer it. I asked you, tell me the country where a president or their prime minister, because everything called president, but prime minister, president, or Congress, you know, can't dictate whatever they want to the masses of their citizenship. Name of that country. I don't think you could think of one. I already did before. You already did what? You was city council? I don't know what you mean by I already did.
I didn't see a country name before.
If you have a degree. I don't think it's a failure because I got the credential. Do you? Nope. Because if you did, you would have led with that. I can tell because you don't even understand what you mean.
The only thing he said was I read a lot.
He read a lot.
That's the only thing he said. That was his only credential.
You can't credentialize yourself. I didn't credentialize myself. I'm sorry, people with more knowledge than you felt that I did deserve a degree in politics and history. They ain't give you one. That don't mean shit. Do you got a degree?
Which law? Because it ain't just basic, specializing in
bar exam. Where did you take your bar exam? And you don't understand separation of powers? Now, come on. Epic fail. Because you supposed to know that. Read my previous comments. Which law? Did you cheat your way through?
He never mentioned it before, just like he never mentioned the country. And he might want to reread his comments to see he didn't. And
lawyers are notorious for using big words and spelling them correctly. They have you humming when you're talking to them because you be like, what that mean? You got to look in the dictionary. But he wrote something saying, I don't know how he put it. I was like, what kind of shit is that? Like how he was saying it was just totally out of context. He said YouTube comments take a while to hit your screen. It might do. But you're not a lawyer, so stop
But see,
telling
the
me.
last comment came up at 12:15.
Mhm.
So it's not, because I have YouTube popped up as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, we are having a civilized conversation.
yeah. But you making claims that you don't have. You absolutely stood there and did not know what separation of powers meant.
Well, and then read my previous comments. YouTube comments take a while. Well, if you would have said it previously, it would have showed up before read my previous comments. It didn't.
Mhm. And you still have not answered the question that
That's what
was.
I'm saying. He said, read my previous comments, then said it takes a while to come up. And that would have showed up before read my previous comments.
He never mentioned a country
No,
though.
he didn't.
He never answered that. Dude, I get it. Like I said, I used to get mad at anarchists. I don't anymore. I just feel like if you like it, I love it. We gonna see in the end. All I can say is keep on living. Nobody begrudge anybody for not wanting to take the vaccine. A lot of people, when we talking about the vaccine and stuff, that's what they hear, especially if they pro-vaccine. I'm pro-vaccine. I got mine. I got my booster. You guys have a problem with us who wants to vaccinate. We ain't really got a problem with y'all, but then y'all got a problem with the laws and the stuff that come with not getting vaccinated, as if it is foreign to you. When did this country not operate like that? When? It's always operated like it's operating. Can you comment on the money sent to the alien? Constitutionally, who the fuck cares? Do you really understand? You talking about the I don't want to call them aliens. You talking about people who are not citizens of this country? They're people, aliens in the border, or at the border. Constitutionally, can you give me your opinion? No, you give me yours. I know it's a wedge issue that politicians use either side. It's a wedge issue. I don't give a fuck. I was born here in America. I don't care. I don't live on the border, and I don't care. Then tell me how that's affected my life. Tell me what job they gonna take of mine. They could never take a job I had. Never. If they didn't have the training that I had. So tell me the dangers of them. I mean, they could be criminals. We got criminals here in America. I don't give a fuck what they doing at that border because I know it's a wedge issue to use to get people upset and angry just so people can vote a certain way. So I don't care about it. What is your opinion of it? Okay, how about he or the 500 million COVID tests that cost us $7.5 billion? Really? You don't give a fuck about that oil spill that happened off the coast of Florida that cost us billions and nobody fucking fixed it. You don't care about the fact that we have the welfare program to rich companies. Not only do we give them welfare to buy their products, and then they turn around and sell it to us for a high cost. You don't care about that? I won't give a fuck about 500 million. I don't care. That's what I'm saying. These are wedge issues. To give 500 million tests, 500 million COVID tests. Who cares? If they needed it, they needed it. We spend a lot of money on a lot of bullshit that nobody else cares about. How about that worthless ass pipeline coming through 20% of America's fresh water? If that shit break, it'll be worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. It'll kill all that ecosystem around there, but y'all don't give a fuck about that. And they cut corners when they built it. But hey, it was a wedge issue. Y'all don't care about that. What about the water in Flint that they have not rectified? These are on Americans. You don't care about that? The U.S. Constitution says that no money shall be drawn from the public treasury except in accordance with law, and law requires the Congress to vote on it. Dude, that's a vague fucking statement. Get more specific. That is so fucking vague because money do be pulled from the treasury all day, every day. So get more specific. Did the Congress vote to spend $7 billion used on COVID tests? Of course not. What do you like? How? What you mean? Like that has to come through their budget? Because last time I checked, you have to appropriate money. Otherwise, it's not there. The only person that tried to fuck with that system was Donald Trump. When he tried to take money that was appropriated for something else and spend it on the wall. That's the only mishap that I ever remember about appropriations of money. And the Congress had this purse. So if they spent the money, believe me, it was in the budget. Or Nancy, your favorite girl, Nancy Pelosi, would have been up on charges, I'm sure, or whoever let that happen. But she couldn't even do that. Come on now. The president is doing it on his own. No, he's not. Stop lying. Y'all believe it. Again, it doesn't matter. Y'all can downgrade Joe Biden all y'all want. And y'all can downgrade Trump. Y'all can downgrade Reagan. Y'all can downgrade Clinton. Y'all can do what y'all want. Me and Carmen gonna be good. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
I don't argue with fools.
Mhm.
He just showed me that stuff later. He still ain't answered the previous one, so
Yeah, he's still in. I still have not heard of the country you can go and get it your way. The president is doing it all on his own. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
it's whatever.
So again, not only
He's
is
not understanding stuff. He's going off rhetoric he reads instead of actual facts.
what's an edict?
is what it is.
You know,
He's not going to provide examples. He's going to say, read my previous comment, and that's that.
Spending money on nothing. You keep on saying that, but yet I tell you what, you know what you can do though, Clay? Here's something I yet to see y'all do. You can take him to court and as a citizen and bring him up on charges. You can do that. You can. Because if he's doing that, that is felony beyond felony. So how about you and your people go do that?
I mean, he's a lawyer. He should know how to do that stuff,
Yeah.
right?
He knows how to do it.
Unless it's accident, unless he's an injury attorney. I don't know.
Unless he know an attorney. You know, and don't ask me about this shit right here. What's the cue? Again, I don't give a fuck.
He's asking what the questions. Now he's saying he'll answer the questions after they've been asked multiple times.
I was
And
saying
whatever.
on or something. I was gonna say, don't ask me about that shit. I don't care about none of that. Yet, Clay, you've had an epic fail. Your credibility is shot at this point. You have not answered any questions. And I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't know if you're trying to be an antagonistic on here or what. It doesn't matter. In the end, I want all people to know it's your rights to do what you want to do. Nobody's begrudging that. It's just like you have rights, we have rights. That's all. That's all we're saying. The company the guy who owns that company, girl or guy, they have rights. I'm not reading that again because you have not answered the question.
He said, please read all my comments. We did read all the comments. I went through and read them all. You didn't answer the questions. You make no point. You throw out a bunch of questions or you want to be argumentative. And that's really it. There's nothing to miss here. Maybe you need to reread. Maybe, hell, I mean, shit, English was my second language, but apparently comprehension is yours. And that's not being mean, but shit. I don't know how else to say it. Maybe you should reread.
Only wing. You did not fail in this.
Yeah, that's not even wing. I think he meant whining, but it's completely misspelled.
Yeah.
No, it's not calling you names. So for whatever, it's speaking the truth and being blunt. I'm not one of those people that sugarcoat things for sensitive. I've never been good at sugarcoating, nor am I going to start sugarcoating anything for anyone. The fact is, you were asked questions, you couldn't answer them. You make no point, whatever else. You want to be argumentative, fine.
Thing not what do you think?
Thing, not wing.
And the only thing you did
And the
not.
only thing you respond is my previous comments, but your previous comments say nothing.
Yeah.
Even your questions with the how about Israel? I answered your question. We discussed. I asked you a question regarding that. You failed. So the only thing that you want to do based on the evidence you provided, and I'm sure you know what that is being an attorney, is that you just want to be on here to be argumentative
Mhm.
because you have nothing better to do with your night, which means your girlfriend's probably at work and you're bored. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with the fool or with somebody who does not want to sit here and have a conversation. I don't care if you agree with me or not. We can have a civilized conversation, provide opposing views, and agree to disagree at the end of the day or whatever. But that's not what you're trying to do. And I'm not biting. I'm not playing that game. So the super fail at this game is you.
Mhm.
I
Like I
hope you're better in court than you are on here. And that's not getting personal. That's keeping it real.
he said, he said, let's not get personal, keep it civilized. He is big failure. And
I
no,
mean, it's
but
true.
again,
You're stuck here. You bring nothing to counter anything. You don't bring up anything. You just have a question. It gets answered. Then big fail. You don't understand whatever else. But when somebody calls you and puts you in the hot seat, you can't handle it.
I asked one question. That was name the country where the president in the Congress or whatever of that country,
Or prime minister,
prime minister,
king, whatever it is for that
whatever you
country.
call it, don't run the people. I said name it. Name me where you could go in this world where you ain't got to put up with America shit. I said I'll wait, but you never did, and all you said was previous.
Well, there was other questions. He asked about Israel. He asked about Indonesia. I
Mhm.
counter that, brought the stuff up. Never provided anything to counter or, hey, what about this? I asked a question on Israel. He couldn't answer that. That's why I said, that's why I quit talking to him. There's no whatever. You don't understand the separation of powers. You don't even understand the virus or anything else. Like,
You do not
you are
understand
literally on here just to be
powers.
argumentative instead of have a discussion. Like I said, I hope you do better in the court because here you failed. I see through it.
Separation has nothing to do with whatever law and policy that they actually had out there. It got
He doesn't even understand that the president can write stuff in a time of crisis. He doesn't understand that basic. So why continue on?
He said edicts. We don't really be writing edicts, but if you want to say the closest thing to an edict,
The president can in a time of crisis. I hate to break it to you. Maybe you should read a little bit more.
yes, he can. Isn't that what they was mad about? Remember, what was that thing with this with the undocumented people? Remember, Carmen, what was that Obama wrote? Path to Citizen, DACA or whatever. Was that ever law? Was that ever law? Never was.
You talking about the Dreamers?
The Dreamers and shit. That never went through Congress. But it was law though. It went through the Supreme Court because Obama wrote what you call mandate, whatever you want to call it, executive order. So that president cannot write the damn laws or mandates. That just was debunked. They've been doing it for years. Half the shit that Trump wrote was executive order. None of that shit. And it might be one or two, maybe. I don't want to say absolutely. But none of that shit, for the most part, made it into law books. And Trump wrote a lot of them. Y'all remember that?
He's just gonna keep saying you don't know what you're talking about. You can do better. The ignorant stuff. He's not gonna answer anything. It's a waste of breath. The guy's a waste of breath. He just wants to be argumentative, and that is it.
Some people like arguments. It's all good.
And that's him. Like I said, I hope he's better at it in court because here he's not that good.
It gets the blood flowing. Sometimes.
I mean, as an attorney, you're supposed to provide the fucking conflicting opinion or evidence. There's nothing. So shit.
Yeah, look, I get it, Clay. It gets the blood flowing, and you know, you're happy about it. I
He
get
keeps saying I already did, but it's not there. And then he'll blame posting stuff on YouTube that it's a delay. None of it showed up yet. His little other comments do, but that's it. That's so.
dude.
Like I said, it's a waste of breath with him.
Yeah,
I don't know what
she
else.
said both of you. It's all right, Clay. We still love you. I mean, you're an anarchist, so I mean, that's what it is.
And a failure, you feel like
You have no credibility, Clay. That's what we saying. Your credibility is shot. That what they that what we saying.
we
Yeah.
already answered that, Clay. We already did.
Yeah.
I don't know how much clearer things can be. So your last question, we already answered that.
Clay, you have to catch us next Friday. We invite you back. Don't come up in here with no crazy shit because all the ladies couldn't make it tonight. But like, no, I ain't gonna even tell you don't come in here with crazy
Let
shit.
him be himself.
Yeah, be
Let him
yourself. And then you go catch.
she posts the link in the chat. You can come on live and talk since apparently
Yes.
YouTube is eating all your comments.
Let me do that one more again before we get up out of here. There you go.
And she'll post it next Friday too, so it'll be the exact link. So that way you can't claim YouTube's eating your comments.
Now, Clay, Monday through Thursday, strictly, because I talk about boxing in the beginning of my Friday show, and then I go into Grown Woman Talk. That's what we do. And it's supposed to be time we talk about everything and wind down. We talk about shit that we passionate about. But Monday through Thursday, I talk about boxing. Don't come in here with this politics shit, because I ain't gonna talk about it. I did not say YouTube is hiding my comments. Dude, I gave you the link. You came in. It don't matter, you know, but Clay, for real, you did not understand separation of power. I'm done. I should have been done after that.
Yeah, that's why I quit talking. I was like, there's not a delay. Your answers never appeared this entire thing. So like I said, next Friday, feel free to come on live. So you cannot claim that YouTube's eating your comments or there's a delay. Because apparently that delay is this entire conversation.
Clay, you got to redeem yourself next week. He said, Jesus Christ, you got to redeem yourself next week, Clay. And the good thing is, you'll get a chance to
personal side love. I hope you ain't taking personal. This fun for me.
Look, Karma gonna be here next week. Hopefully, we have Destiny in here next week. You can bring it on to the ladies. And you know, hey, Clay, it's all love. But don't come in, you know, well, you come in how you want, but just
we all can handle our own.
And it's not about knock you down, but see, you guys, especially when we talk about the vaccine, people be taking it way too far. We can't get no more simpler than, hey, do what you want to fucking do.
We have other women on the panel that don't have the vaccine, won't get it, don't believe in it. It is what it is. To each their own.
To each his own, but don't cry for me, Argentina, because I'm not fucking crying. I ain't shed no tear for nobody who don't do what they got to do to keep their self right. I don't care. If you like it, I love it. He said, I kept it as civilized as possible, as I possibly could. Did not call you names or nothing, no cursing. Clay, it's all good. We sorry then. Let's apologize, Carmen. We sorry.
I'm not apologizing for how I talk. It's nothing personal to him. It's how I talk in general. Sorry, 20 years of being in the military, it'll do that. It ain't personal. But I'm gonna call it like I see it, and I don't sugarcoat. It's just it's what it is.
Look, I will apologize for all of us. You can come back next week, Clay. We love, you know, we just like to talk or whatever. We went over long than what we normally would do. I didn't even think it would be this long, but it was a good talk. Me, Carmen, and Shelton got some stuff off our chests about politics and all that. And again, when you come to, I don't mind. You come in and say whatever you want and all that stuff, because I can.
No, we don't. It might get heated, and then it's all love at the end. It's all love. Really, yeah.
He said, "Well, thank you for your service. Wars that we did not need, though." It's and when we in the driver's seat, we got a saying in the Navy: when it's your turn to drive the boat, then you get to drive the boat.
Yeah.
And it's your turn to drive the boat. You gotta shut up and be a passenger. Victim's Day. Okay. You're in there.
I can
He's
take
an
that
anarchist.
in the military. Yep, I'm not anybody's victim.
He is an anarchist. He likes chaos. He don't give a fuck who win or who lose. He don't care. He's gonna fuck some shit up. He said,
I see now. I mean, I am keeping it 100, but I see now why you wanted a degree in law so you could try and argue. You like to argue.
but that's not your strong suit. Maybe you should be a teacher.
Mhm.
Anywho, thank y'all for joining. I know, look, ain't nobody in here but Clay. Yeah, we didn't wore out our welcome karma. It's all to the
I
good.
know. I'm about to go to bed too. I
Exactly.
got to get up early morning. I got spin class.
Uh-oh. So look, I mean, we had a good time. Clay, you welcome to come back next week. Again, if you come in Boxing Fans Talk TV, we're not talking politics. We just not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna ignore you or block you. But you know, if you come in Friday, that's the day that we talk about any and everything. We respect everybody's opinion. We ain't gonna take it personal. We hope that y'all don't take our opinion personal. But you know, when we say certain things, and this is very civil because I've seen on other shows where they really do get vocal with how they feel about you, call you out your name and everything. So I don't think it was too bad and everything. But Clay, you know, if you're an anarchist, you're not gonna hold nobody's attention too long. But I realized these are the years of the anarchists, and just as quickly as they came, quickly they will go.
I don't think he likes you calling him an anarchist.
Oh, he don't like it.
You don't like it?
Well, you seem like it, Clay. You're an anarchist. A lot of people don't like that because they know in the end of the day, there's no value or point to be made from an anarchist. They just like to fuck shit up. That's it. They usually don't have a point. They usually are not trying to arrive at a solution. They are bitter and they just want to fuck shit up. That's what anarchists do. They're not relevant. They looking for relevancy. Maybe they couldn't compete with their peers, and then they got to feel like they relevant in something. Hey, that's not my problem. But when you be talking anarchists aren't in an anarchist way, what am I supposed to say? But Clay, we'll see you next week. We ain't gonna stay here all day. We about to look. What did Dad say that one time? She said, I'm gonna give my pillow some head and this bed some ass.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, I'm trying to get out of here, Clay. You keep writing stuff to the lady that served the country.
We both did.
Please answer the question.
We both did, just so you know.
Yeah. Just so you know, you missed that part. Yeah, that part. We both 20 plus years. I did 20. She did plus 20 plus years. But hey, you know, we both did our thing. So we know what we talking about. Y'all ain't gotta believe us. We good. Ain't it, Carmen? Look.
Yep. I'm good regardless. I set my stuff up. I'm good.
Look, I got free medical. I got medical till the cows come home. And I go to medical for any and everything. Sinus infection, hangnail, whatever. They gotta see me. You know, I'm you know, I'm kind of exaggerating, but I'm serious when I say I can. You don't want to abuse the system, but I can. I don't have no limits put on me, you know, and I'm gonna get paid. I don't even need Social Security. How about that?
Clay, you want to talk about another double fail? You ain't answered a single damn question yet. So let's not.
Exactly.
let's really not.
So people don't have to listen to me. They say Miss T crazy. Miss T good. Vote for who you want to vote in there. I ain't worried about it. I am not worried about it. I tried to wear it. It didn't work. I will always play my part, and that's all I can do. Beyond that, y'all don't get no medical. Y'all can't feed you. I don't give a fuck. You can't feed your family or whatever. That's y'all. I ain't got that kind of problems. Don't matter who you put there. Like I said, you could put Bugs Bunny in that bitch. I'm gonna be good. Me and Carmen gonna be good.
Yeah.
So that's how we see it. Good night, Clay. Name one war that we needed to start.
Here's what they don't understand. There's a lot of information they will never get because it just don't need to be to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna have this conversation with stuff he don't even have the knowledge or background to have the conversation with me about.
Well, look, you said you're a lawyer. We know you ain't do no time in the military. Why you talking about war? You ain't even served, did you? I should have asked. That. Did you? Before I just say you ain't.
Based off the comments, I'm gonna go with no.
He said, "There you go." Yeah, pretty much. So you gotta stay in your lane, Clay. You gotta stay in your lane. You're not equipped to talk about war. Sorry. I'm just bothered. Because you I'm trying to get out here and keep on.
Yeah, it's just he trying to antagonize. I'm just
Clay, we enjoyed you. Stay up, brother. We will see you next week. You can bring your anarchist ass on back. We're gonna look, Clay. I'm gonna go get a t-shirt made and put a big A.
A red A.
Big A, yeah, it stands for anarchy. That's your thing. That's your political party, anarchy.
I think he's saying no because he might not believe in the total absence of government. He just don't want the government telling him what he should be doing. He don't like the hierarchy, which still falls within the definition of anarchist. But okay.
Look, you can't straddle the fence, Clay. That's a lot of people think they can have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Either you fucking with that pimping or you not. That's just how it is. Okay, man.
And he ain't gonna admit to being an anarchist because that's illegal. So.
Look, Clay, do not come in here with a different name now. Don't come in here because we gonna know you by your words. We don't forget. You talking to 2 intel people. We don't forget. We gonna know you by your words. So don't try that bullshit.
He said at the end of the day, he's a free thinker.
You're an anarchist, man. But I didn't know it was illegal. And Carmen just taught me something.
Yeah, it's a federal crime. Well, criminal anarchy.
Well, anyway, look, when you know better, you do better. Me and Carmen, we're open-minded people. We're independent thinkers. You know, even in politics, me and Carmen has differences. We was just speaking our mind and speaking our passion. We hope y'all ain't get butt hurt and shit. We ain't no Vaseline, y'all, and shit tonight. But we was just talking about what we feel. And when you know better, you do better. If people could convince me other stuff, then okay. I worked at Intel. I traveled the world. She worked at Intel. We can't even tell you what we did, but it won't little. But, you know, y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talk about. A lot of y'all don't. And a lot of times I just feel like, because I can't speak on it. I can't speak on it. Like, I be like, oh. But anywho, when you know better, you do better. I'm a peace out, Carmen.
All right, I'm heading out too.
Bye, anarchy.
Bye.